Israel being an apartheid regime.
Don't fucking stop me while I'm cooking, you baboon in a suit. The chef is in. Better give you a fucking Chelsea Green, you donkey. Donkey.
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply.
Patronizing.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously you're talking about how both sides are fucking fine. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay? Who the fuck is this pink-haired twink? Dissolve the apartheid
So what would you like to
allow
see happen,
Palestinians.
Hasan?
Do you not understand the English language?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon. No matter where you are in the world, I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from gloomy, doomy, gray California, Los Angeles, folks. It's hazy out here, 71 degrees in California. Los Angeles, folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today's another Ascot day. You already know what it is. You already know what the fuck going on. I'm Hasan Piker, and it is 8/14/2025, 11:26 a.m., and this is the part of the broadcast where I am going to tell you about my personal news in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm gonna do. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, I ended the broadcast yesterday after not a half day, but a regular 8-hour broadcast. You already know I did 8 and 16. And in the aftermath of that 8-hour and 16-minute broadcast, I took to myself and I had to basically had to think about what I had just previously watched, what fresh hell I had unlocked. Fresh hell has new definitions. Her definition, her name, Kendra. That's right. She's 6'2". She's a white lady. She's always the victim, and everyone around her is constantly at fault. I fell in love with my therapist. That's what I did. I watched that, and it was incredible. It just like basically destroyed me. It kind of one-shotted me in the way that like ChatGPT one-shotted her, you know? Talking about how she's the prophet. I like how you're in your neckerchief arc. Yep, that's it. Did you know she's 6'2"? Oh, I know. Mind you, she's doing this for black women. Exactly. Aren't we all? Anyway, so that really broke my brain. So I had to just basically watch a little bit of Fire Force, and then I had to watch a little bit of Fire Force, and then I had to play a little bit of Expedition 33, which is excellent. Excellent. I mean, Expedition 33, I think, put France on the map, low key. Expedition 33 made France relevant again. Like, Macron was destroying France, and then Expedition 33 came out of nowhere and was like, no, we're still here, baby. And honestly, it worked. It's real. It's real. It's fucking amazing. So, dude, no, Arcane put France back on the map. Arcane was amazing too, but Expedition 33 is also amazing. Motherfucker, how are you not playing E33 on stream? I hate you. Honestly, it's such a good game, but I also feel like it's just one of those things where it's so story driven. What is this? What is this? Cis straight white man having the fattest ass without even bouncing on his stupid style. Thank you, chatter, for making this.
What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell?
Thank you for that. That was that's true. I do have a whole lot of ass, and I never bounce on it crazy style. Apologies. How much are you selling vials of your bathwater for? $17 million.
I don't.
Okay. Hasan, literally every streamer on this platform play E33 on stream. Play it, bro. It's like a 150-hour game. I will say, HasanAbi did it, but do not open the posters page. You have been warned. What? What is it, bro? What is this? No. We gotta pause it. What is that? Is that SpongeBob giving me dome? What is happening, brother? Brothers, sisters, y'all need to calm down. Main quest is like 20 hours. Yeah, but that's not how I play these RPGs. I already am like, I'm playing all the side bosses and shit like that. That's crazy. Okay, well, I hit that with a like anyway. You know what I mean? You know what? Fuck it. Repost. Bro, I 100% the game in 80 hours. Hasan, it's census time. Pick a date, Mr. Streamer. Okay, we got to do the census. We got to do the census. We got to do the community census one of these days. For sure. Anyway, that's right. This is that time of the year. But what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, personal news wise, Expedition 33. I think like the reason why I normally don't like turn-based games at all, but Expedition 33 did something. Expedition 33 did something brilliant, and I think it will be a genre-defining change. And I don't know if it existed in other turn-based games as well, but the dodging and parry mechanics that are real-time components in the battle in a turn-based game, I think is so good that it actually makes people like myself enjoy turn-based games. Lol, I mean, it's cute. He thinks that's new. I don't know. I'm saying I don't know if that was like something that Expedition 33 invented or added on. Paper Mario has it. Okay, that makes sense. QTEs are old, noob. No, I don't think it's more than a QTE. It basically, like, the first strike opportunity and like the gamification of the turn-based strategy makes it actually makes it different. Like that mechanic turns a turn-based game that Expedition 33 is into not so turn-based. Because I think for me, the thing that I get bored about with turn-based games is like not having that parry system or not having that like element of almost like Dark Souls style rhythm. Kind of bores me. Yeah, it's literally Sekiro. It's got a similar vibe to Sekiro in a turn-based game, which is crazy. Anyway, I really am enjoying it for that reason. And it's great. It's great. When you say I don't understand why it's turn-based at that point, it's like, well, it's still a strategy. Like the combat is like chess. You know? So my last post sums up combat pretty well. What is this? What combat in Expedition 33 looks like? True. Mario RPGs do block and real-time combat-based mechanics. This is definitely its own spin on that. Yeah, it's good. Dude, the Picto system is sick. Yeah, Picto system is fun. It's just a great game, man. Oui. Put France back on the map. Yo, vive la France. Vive la France. Vive la France. That's what I'm on right now. I'm on Vive la France time, okay? The streamer called Will Nev banned me for saying E33 was game of the year, maybe of the decade. I think it's too like, maybe it's too fruity for Will. Maybe it's too French for Will. I'm actually kind of surprised he didn't fuck with it that much. Like that's got to be what it is. Because I don't know why he doesn't like it. But in any case, that's what I got for E33. Woke up early, took out of the park, played some ball, won most of my games. And obviously it's a public park, so like random dudes show up all the time, right? I'm playing with random people all the fucking time. And today we had a dude. Today we had a new archetype. Okay, guy who is stout, like short, kind of short, but like stocky, and has like a low center of gravity, but can really bang, right? Stout. Yeah. Not Swagapino. But he was like, I mean, he wasn't like that short, to be fair. He was like, I don't know, like 5'8" or something, but he was just like short compared to me. And 5'8", 5'9". But he was taking it so fucking serious, bro. And I know you guys, like, if you ever play pickup ball, sometimes you encounter one of these guys that's just like, he's just so invested, and I'm cooking, right? I'm cooking his team. So like, he's getting more and more mad. He's getting agitated. And in the process, like he's not saying nothing, but he is getting agitated. You can tell. And he was just like, he couldn't bang. So what he would do is just like get crazy. Like instead of boxing me out, he would just instantly double, like he would do like a football player O-line push every time. Every time I was going up for a rebound, he didn't even wait to like turn around, box me out, none of that. Just straightforward, full body check, entire, like he would put his low center of gravity directly into my lower back. It was crazy. And I don't know this guy, right? We don't know any of these people, right? I don't know any of the fucking people I'm playing with. So like, you don't know what they're about. And basketball, when you're playing street ball, it's like you're dancing with somebody, okay, for the first time ever. And it's just, you get to see how their vibes are, you can't just like instantly be like, bro, you got to calm down, right? Because then you don't know how he's going to react. You don't know how he's going to behave, right? Chill, bro. My guy probably had a long week in the mines of Gondor. No, but that's like the other thing. Like, dude working at a restaurant, probably had a bad week. It comes in, takes out all of his fucking animosity on the court. It is what it is. Still beat his ass, though. So, street ballers crashing out as a recession indicator. That's actually not even a joke. I do think that. And no, for those of you asking, I have never gotten a fight on an outdoor, in a street ball session. That is the most insane thing, because you don't know who the fuck you're playing with in most circumstances, and you don't know what the fuck they will do. So I do not let anything, like I'll talk shit, I'll fuck around, but I will always try to keep calm and keep the cool, because there is no reason to get into an altercation with a random civilian. There's no reason to get into an altercation with a random civilian, and you never know what they have, okay? Like, I'll tell you this, the WeHo courts that they have behind the Abbey, like, in most of the courts that I've been to in West Hollywood, and you'd be like, oh, West Hollywood's like a rich neighborhood. It's a nice neighborhood. You know what I mean? Like, what do you mean? Yeah, in every single court that I've played at, there have been numerous incidents where someone pulled out a gun. Every single one. So you just don't know. You never know. People are fucking crazy. It's America. Everybody's strapped up. It's just not going to happen. I'm not doing that. That's kind of sick, Lamount. Yeah, no, it's not. It is not sick. It is not sick at all. Try balling in West Philly. Fresh Prince has to move, bro. I mean, it doesn't matter. Every basketball court, it's the beauty of public parks, and it's also the downside sometimes. It is what it is. Real eaters swing anyway. That's what I mean. America's a PvP server. You just never know. There's no reason to get into an altercation like that. Anyway, I'm not saying this dude had anything, but what he had was a lot of gusto. What he had was a lot of anger that he was trying to let out. And I just probably did not help him out with that because I beat him relentlessly. First game was like 13-3. And then he instantly was like, all right, rematch. I was like, okay, bro, chill. And then we did another rematch. And then the rematch ended with like, again, 13-6 this time. You know, he had a couple threes that he was able to put down. Good on him. But the rematch didn't go his way either. So anyway, God, I love pickup basketball so much. I wish it didn't fuck me up every time I play, because it's just so bad to play on blacktop. It's so fucking bad. Famous HasanAbi hit TikToker cooking on real recession indicators.
Forget bald people. The best indicator of a recession is now Gooners. Walk with me. Recently, what form of entertainment has been overrun by Gooner graphics? Video games. And who are video games targeted towards? People who have a lot of free time, aka unemployed people. And if unemployed people are
Newsom is live, gang, just a heads up. Dude, I don't care.
being sold Gooner games,
No way.
that means that companies must associate Goonerism with unemployment. For a Gooner to goon, they need a lot of free time. But buying a Gooner game is a Gooner luxury. Prices are going up and there's free Gooner material everywhere. Gooners are more likely to save their money and free goon, meaning there's no money going back into the Gooner economy. This is called stagflation, where economic growth declines while unemployment and inflation
That's
increase.
crazy.
And stagflation can easily turn into a recession. So as Gooners increases, economic security decreases.
No, but she's cooking on fear. Hey, I bought my Luna Snow summer bikini scheme with my hard-earned money from my real job. Gooneromics. I apologize for my role in stagflation. We all play a part, chatter. It is what it is. Zoomers are buying less games. The gamer recession is coming. As a professional gooner, she's right. Gen Z are not buying new games anymore. Millennials are driving the gaming industry. Yeah, bro. How is Gen Z supposed to buy new video games? Okay, they got no money. They're broke. With what money? They make like 40 grand, and just like existence is 50 grand by default. Okay, entry level existence is 50 grand, and you're making like 45. You don't have any disposable income. What are you supposed to do? Day in the life of Gen Z. Wake up. Got to go work at Starbucks in my barista shift because it's the only job that was available that would give me health care and would potentially pay my $750,000 student loan debt that I'm going to have to pay with interest by the time I get to like 58 years old. Okay, so you work at Starbucks as a barista. You're barely making ends meet. Every single dollar that you generate from your Starbucks salary goes directly back to facilitating a lifestyle for your piece of shit landlord who is never going to fix your AC, never going to fix your refrigerator, and also who knows if he one day decides to just like evict you out of the property so they can drive up the rents even harder, or potentially do a reskin on the entire complex. Where's the Zoomer? Where does the Zoomer have the disposable income to be able to fucking purchase gooning skins? You know, he's got nothing. I guess like that's part of the reason why they play Fortnite so much, because it's free at least, you know. I'm 30. I work at federal government. I still don't make fuck all money. Yeah, nobody's making fuck all money. The only people making fuck all money is people like myself. You know what I mean? Influencers that just like literally won the lottery. Aiden Ross just said he thinks you pumped ETH after he sold his stock to fuck with him, Lamau. You live in those weirdos' heads, man. He thinks I pumped ETH? What? Bro, you said Aiden Ross thinks, okay? He does not. That's false. That's a falsehood. When you say Aiden Ross said he thinks, okay, that's where you failed. He does not think. He just says. You understand? He does not think. He just says. Pump ETH. I don't even know what any of these words mean. I don't have any fucking crypto. I probably should have. I probably should have gotten like Bitcoin or something early on. I don't know. Just so that like when the inevitable collapse happens, I have like some semblance of international currency that I can use anywhere when the government's coming after me that is like maybe a little less traceable, right? But I don't. I didn't do it. And I still have yet to do it. So I don't know shit about cryptocurrency. I don't fuck with any shit coins. I don't do any of that stuff. I have been anti-crypto from the jump. BTC Maxi identified. Yeah. You see the video, Aiden reading the definition of fascism and couldn't read it at all? Yes, that's a classic. That's from back when he wasn't as evil. I think he was also saying you were begging for a kick contract when they started, which is the most brain-dead revision of events I've ever heard. That's so funny. That didn't even make it to my side of the universe. So I think like immediately people were like, I think you're lying. Like normally when he just like makes up a fucking idiotic claim like that, if there's at least a little bit of weight to it, if people are motivated enough to believe some dumb shit like that, it'll make its way through the internet and will inevitably arrive in front of me somehow. This one had not made it my way, which means that by the time he said it, even members of his own community were like, yeah, I don't think that's real, man. Mini F, great. Oh, good start to the day. Fantastic. Small F detected, baby F. But what was I saying? All right, Trump-Putin summit tomorrow, talking to former Bernie foreign policy advisor Matt Duss about Ukraine and Israel, which is, you know, something that we're going to do. Obviously, Matt Duss, we're going to have some disagreements as well. It'll be spicy. It'll be a spicy conversation. We got a lot on the docket. People are mad about the GQ photo shoot. There's like, what the hell? This playlist is not sending me to the playlist, Timasius. I don't know why. It's sending me to the YouTube main page for some reason. You got to link it better. You cook the link. I think that's called a lowercase f. Is that what we're doing? Texas Dems redistricting saga takes dark turn. Eve is back? What's Eve? E-Fatlo? E-Fatlo? Oh, no. E-Fatlo? Oh, no. I know. I got the playlist. Don't worry. I got the playlist. Okay. Takes dark turn as Newsom says CA will defeat. CA will drown the red wave with its Dem districts. Fun reacts. Get in now. That's good. That's a good way to do it. I like this. I like this new Democrat lit a fire under the ass momentum that they have. All Newsom ever does is yap. Let me know when he actually does something. Yeah, I mean, look. I don't know if he'll do it. But if he does, that's good. I'll take it. And make no mistake, this is just a move in the right direction. Okay? This doesn't mean that it's like the end all be all, because at the end of the day, what's going to happen when we have, 8 more Democrat seats or whatever Gavin Newsom wants to do in California? That's 8 new opportunities for 8 shithead Adam shit style Democrats. So we can't have that either. Okay. We need like 8 Zorons. You feel me? We got to work on that. Anyway, we're blasting off. Trump-Putin summit tomorrow, talking to former Bernie foreign policy advisor Matt Duss about Ukraine and Israel. Texas Dems redistricting saga takes dark turn as Newsom says California will drown the red wave with his Dem districts. Phone reacts. Get in now. Beto praised about Zoran.
What are your thoughts on Zoran Mumdar?
When is the Hasan Minhaj, HasanAbi, the double Hasan collab coming out is the real question. That's the real question that's on everybody's minds here, okay? But yeah, this is the blast off. Let the people know. When is the Omar Fateh interview? I already talked to their team, brother. I'm already on board. I'm gonna max out the impact. Whatever they think is best, I'll do. I am a fucking weapon for them to wield, okay? I am a mere servant. Trump sends agents outside of Newsom's conference. Yeah, whatever. Who cares? Fuck them. What is this?
I don't know what's going on with Iran and Palestine. I have no fucking idea.
So
So
Iran and Palestine. You missing a third country?
I don't. Is there? Is there a third?
Bro, we laugh, but like, there are a lot of people like this. Straight up. I don't even think Soda Papa is like faking it. Like, I think he just straight up does not know anything.
Do you think that they're fighting?
Are they not? Dude. This is actually turning into How Dumb Is Chance podcast.
Is there just do you think that there's a third party involved, not including the United States?
United States? Oh, so I don't. Ukraine? I don't know.
What do you think Ukraine's doing?
He said Ukraine is involved as a third party.
Ukraine's got shit going on with Russia. But I understand that's going on there. I thought maybe they were somehow connected. I don't know. And you want to?
We need them to come teach us.
It's crazy because like this dude has a college degree. Okay, this dude has a college education. Like, think about that. The reason why it's good to have to see these kinds of conversations is because this is basically not that different from like briefly tuning in and watching the Taylor Swift interaction that was taking place yesterday. Like, sometimes you gotta go and see what like the other side lives like, okay? And when I say the other side, I don't mean like Republicans or whatever. I'm talking just general, normal civilians in society, okay? Because a lot of us are laser focused on every single thing that is going on in the world. And I think, especially in the feedback loop that we create in a community like this one, we end up assuming that the average person is maybe just as locked in and has either the opposing ideology or the opposing opinions, and they're bad and evil and wrong. We just rarely factor in complete ignorance into the equation. Okay, complete lack of interest. Now, if you want to have a conversation about like how someone is not even remotely, someone who is even remotely invested, how can someone be so utterly checked out of this process when it's like their tax dollars is going to contribute to everything that's going on in the world. Like that's one conversation. But just understand that like there is a layer beyond just like the normie that watches Joe Rogan and Theo Vaughn, or guy who watches Asmongold to get his like political knowledge. Sounds kind of stupid to say, but there are people like that. There is a level beyond that. And that level is guy who doesn't know anything. Guy who's like, is Iran fighting Pakistan? I don't know. Is that a country? Like that. That's the real silent majority.
Do we?
We need who to come?
Last I talked
Anybody. E-Rob would educate a little better than this.
True.
We can call Russell.
Last I talked with Hasan, and I asked him about politics, whatever, and I'm like, I've thought about learning. He's like, no, don't. Ignorance is bliss. And he's not wrong. There's a lot of things where like, fuck, I wish I was ignorant.
God.
It's much easier to live life that way. That being said,
do you know anything about like
getting older? I should know things.
Like the Epstein.
I gave up. That's true. I did. Is your fault, brother? Brother, let me explain something to you, okay? What do I always tell you? You can't save everybody. Okay? It's ironic because, like, I did do this with Nick. I sat Nick down. And I had a long conversation with him. There are so many different layers to this, right? And I think Nick is, as a consequence of that, definitely a lot more knowledgeable than the average person. But then, like someone just said, Doug is a well-read guy, but he said China is a profoundly fascist nation. Doug seems somewhat knowledgeable. He is. Doug is brilliant, okay? He is a brilliant content creator. And I think like the what is it, like the Lemonade Boys or whatever, like their podcast is great. I think it's I love Doug. I think Doug is great. Doug is well-read. But of course, you can be well-read and still have, maybe different opinions. Doug seems knowledgeable, but he called China a profoundly fascist country and defended pharmaceutical companies needing to turn a profit. So I just kind of assumed the worst until proven otherwise. Like you forget that there's the other side of this equation where you have like very well-read people who then will just genuinely disagree with you because maybe of the things that they read or the limitations of their imagination. There are so many different limitations, so many different blind spots that exist in this process. I think you just gotta take a breather and remember that like you have to be charitable to people and it's okay to disagree with people on shit, because China being fascist is not simply a difference in opinion. Yeah, it's just wrong. But again, it is a simple difference in opinion. It is. From the perspective of the average American, you have to play within the bounds of like what normal people think. Okay? It's objectively untrue, but it doesn't matter, right? Like you have to work within the environment that has normalized certain aspects, certain kinds of sentiment, because you're not just working against a person. This person is taking for granted a tremendous amount of social conditioning, a tremendous, like a insane faucet of oftentimes like xenophobic propaganda coming from a country that also has a chip on his shoulder because they're worried that like China is going to be the next hegemonic superpower, right? Like that plays a massive role. Doug is well read on many things, but his politics stuff is still developing. He talks about it because his exploring politics stuff is new to him. He's learning as he goes and he's gotten more progressive over time. Tech guy learns about politics will take some time. Yeah, I haven't seen like what their journey looks like, so I don't know personally, but like again, you just have to be charitable. And if you're like, think about it this way. Many of you, once again, this goes back to what we were talking about, like you're in this community. So you forget that like out there in the internet world, there are so many different variants, so many different pipelines that you can find yourself on. And a big chunk of them are going to be anti-China, for example. So if someone is like, oh, I want to learn more about politics, let me like Google, Chinese economy. The first 50 videos that's going to come up is like, China is on the verge of imminent collapse. China is doing unimaginable fascism. So then, like, of course, they're going to be like, okay. Or if they read news articles on China, let's say they want to be even more informed, they're going to go to Foreign Policy Mag. Foreign Policy Mag that is filled to the brim with writers that work at right-wing pro-war think tanks that are China hawks. They're going to listen to people in positions of power from not only just the Republican administration that is anti-China, but also from the Democratic administration that are also anti-China. Because there's a uniparty attitude here that a lot of people basically take for granted and think, oh, well, there's a normalizing effect when you have certain things that both Democrats and Republicans believe, right? Politicians, I mean. So that's just what it is. Most people are incredibly susceptible to that faucet of not just like propaganda, but propaganda that masquerades as like objective analysis. I know this from my own personal experience because like I have to deal with a lot of people and their own personal opinions every single day, their own opinions that they've, even well-read people who will just like vehemently disagree with me, even if they're like objectively wrong. Would you ever consider going on Lemonade Stand? I enjoy their stuff sometimes, but it's definitely liberal. It'd be good to hear from a socialist perspective and exposed to the audience. Oh, for sure. Yeah. Why does China come up in Western politics so much? Well, it's like asking, why does America come up in Chinese politics? It's just like one of the planks, one of the poles that the world is inevitably gearing itself towards. It's the manufacturing hub of the planet. It is it's a country that has grown and has developed tremendously over the course of the past couple of decades. So, do most people think China is fascist then? I wouldn't say people think China, I mean, they just don't have positive opinions on it at all. But yeah, if you're immediately thinking China is fascist, it's not just like a simple disagreement, you're gonna miss the forest for the trees. You're gonna have a very hard time explaining to people certain concepts. It's just gonna be very difficult. Yeah. Also, a lot of people just think like authoritarianism is fascism. That's what they think. And China does have, just like every other country, has authoritarian elements. All governance is inherently authoritarian. That is literally what a government is. Okay? Every law is designed to stop people from doing something that they may want to do. Now, of course, most laws that are reasonable, we have all decided is collectively, we have all decided is reasonable to operate in society in a civilized manner. So you don't even think about it like that. Anyway.
Files, anything like that?
Yeah, it's like the rape fucking island or something. And Epstein killed himself. Some minutes got removed from a video. I don't know.
Okay.
He said China was uneducated. He's low-key racist towards them. Yeah. Again, this is a product of what you see. Okay? This is simply a direct consequence of what you see even when you are trying to learn. Because remember, this is what I was going to say, by the way. Yeah, that's a default position. This is fun. This guy is my favorite guy on Twitter. He blocked me. Armand Domaluski, co-founder of Yimbys for Harris, goes, honestly, it's pretty gross that this guy is supposed to be a liberal, by the way, okay? Supposedly liberal guy. Donald Trump is like wrecking the country, okay? Donald Trump is, and his administration has detained myself for my political perspective that is supposed to be in line with his worldview, like a lot closer to his ostensible worldview than, you know, any number of different right-wingers that are actively talking about how they should, you know, how he should be hunted and killed for sport, you know? And yet here he is. Honestly, it's pretty gross that a guy who said the U.S. deserved 9/11 routinely gets glowing press coverage because he's hot, I guess. He still watches your stream, by the way, as far as I know. Yeah, it's just odd. It's just odd for a liberal to get this fucking ass mad about, once again, another progressive socialist content creator getting looks from mainstream press. And it's not even that dude blocked me and I've never tweeted at him or mentioned or ever followed him. Yeah. But it's also weird. It's also weird for him to get this ass mad, but not only this ass mad, but also mad in this direction. Because he's not like, wow, this guy is a fucking NIMBY. You know, this guy, I can't believe GQ magazine would offer glowing coverage to a guy who insert thing he has a disagreement with me over. He's literally saying, he's using the Steven Crowder technique to be like, this guy said U.S. deserved 9/11, which, by the way, Taylor Lorenz goes, he said correctly that 9/11 was a direct result of U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East. This is just an objectively correct fact that no serious person should dispute, especially given what we know about that era. Bullshit. He said literally, America deserved 9/11. Immediately goes, I don't agree. I don't care about the context. I don't care about the nuance. He said America deserved 9/11, and I'm crying. Okay? I'm crying about it. That is a moral judgment of the 3,000 plus people who were murdered that day. It's not bullshit. Watch back the clip and use listening comprehension. You want to talk about innocent people being murdered, then you have to look at both sides. The more you know about what the U.S. has done in the Middle East, the more you understand why many believe the U.S., in air quotes, deserved 9/11. If you refuse to acknowledge the asymmetry in deaths between the innocent people killed in the U.S. on 9/11 versus the innocent people U.S. slaughtered in the Middle East for decades, then you're just not a serious person. Even families of the people killed in 9/11 acknowledge this reality. The difference is I would never say that the people of Iraq deserve the Iraq war. Hasan never said anything about the people of Iraq, nor did he say anything about the people of America. Iraq is also not an imperialist global superpower, nor was Iraq tied to 9/11. Again, this guy, and I repeat, is supposed to be a liberal. So why is he behaving like this? Because a lot of people that say they're a liberal have the exact same right-wing perspective when it comes to American foreign policy. And they despise people like myself for routinely railing against it.
Out of anything,
I watched a really good video on this, as a matter of fact, because a lot of people say, a lot of people misunderstand when I say Democrats and Republicans are aligned on a lot of very important issues that pertain to our day-to-day existence here in the United States of America, and also a lot of issues that pertain to America's, global impact. Okay? And I think this guy does a very good job of basically breaking down that exact sentiment. I don't know who this guy is. The woke bloke, he says, it's about the issues you don't even think about. #politics, #leftist, #liberal. I reposted it. He says, dear liberal, Democrats and Republicans are the same. Now, for the record, I almost completely agree with this person. Okay, you watching a video is not a matter of fact. ESL, did you forget about the plugin that auto blocked all blue checks marks when Elon bought Twitter? Yeah, that plugin blocks me too, technically, because Elon forcibly gave me a blue check mark because I'm a power user on the fucking platform, so I'm cursed with it myself, and there's no way for me to to lose that blue check mark, unfortunately. A lot of your haters don't even seem to care that much about the 9/11 shit. Anyone angry is either performative or misunderstood. Oh, no, it is. It is a totally performative anger. And I'll give you a great example of this. Bill Maher, immediately after 9/11, said, those dudes that did 9/11 were brave. You know what's not brave? Lobbing Hellfire missiles from thousands of miles away at innocent civilians. That's not brave. But those guys literally got in a plane and fucking drove the plane into the towers. That's brave. Nobody ever brings that up when talking about Bill Maher. Why doesn't anybody bring that up when talking about Bill Maher? Because nobody gives a shit. Bill Maher said that after 9/11, like literally the week of 9/11, he said that. He lost his fucking job because of that. Okay? It's been downhill for him ever since, as far as like spicy takes goes. Okay? I've seen people who have made 9/11 jokes but act offended when they want to shit on you. Exactly. It's all fake bullshit. Okay? I will also add one other element to the 9/11. Hasan said America deserved 9/11 moment. I'm an American citizen. And one part of this conversation that always seems to get lost is I said, we totally deserved it. As in me, America. Like me, an American citizen. We totally did, dude. That was my follow-up. Okay? And yet, nobody ever seems to think that I am an American when they're talking about this. I wonder why. You see what I mean? Because every single person that says Hasan's analysis here is actually every single person that like intentionally misunderstands what I'm trying to say does not see me as an American citizen, does not see me as one of their neighbors. They see me as an outsider with a dangerous, scary ideology that wants to destroy America. This kind of attitude used to be reflected openly by right-wingers. My entire career, I have heard this from right-wingers. You hate America? Get the fuck out. Oh, you love terrorism? Get the fuck out. Now I hear from liberals as well. This is a major problem. I don't think the average liberal has this kind of attitude. I don't think so. I don't think that the average liberal that you see, the average normie liberal that you see in the wild, has this kind of attitude. I don't think they feel this way at all. But a lot of the commentators do. And those commentators online get their notes from the Democratic Party. So I feel like over the course of the past couple of decades, I think the Democratic Party, like the politicians, the apparatus, and their communications has gotten more right-wing, has gotten more racist, especially as it pertains to defending foreign policy. Okay? Anyway, dear liberals, Democrats and Republicans are the same.
That leftists say, this is the one that pisses off liberals the most, because it just seems so unfair, right? There are objective differences between Democrats and Republicans that go beyond the red and the blue, and I will credit that to you. If we had a Kamala Harris presidency right now, we would not be trying to tariff our allies. We would not be trying to extort corporations and universities. We would not have passed the big, beautiful bill. We would have a president that is nominally pro-choice. And you know what? More than anything in your personal life, at minimum, you would feel more comfortable. And there are other issues that I will grant you that Democrats and Republicans have differences on. These are objective truths. But here are some additional objective truths. There are...
Again, something that I talk about all the fucking time. Okay? Something that I talk about all the fucking time. There are Democrats, there are major differences between the Democratic Party and the way that the Republican Party operate. It's true, objectively. Anyone that says there aren't serious policy differences when it comes to like domestic policy on the issues that he brought forth. Okay? Anyone that says there is no fucking difference between these two elements is wrong. It's not something that I've ever advocated for. There are instances where Democrats are completely unable to push back against the Republicans and allow the Republicans to dominate the space. But like ultimately, in theory, there are ideological differences between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. However, there are very important points that pertain to everyday American existence where the Democrats and Republicans are completely aligned with one another, and we don't even think about those things. because we just take it for granted as the norm. And I think he's going to describe it. Okay.
There are huge areas of our political life that Democrats and Republicans have reached consensus on, and you don't even think about. Consider the economy. Democrats and Republicans agree that we are going to have a free market capitalistic economy. And while we'll fight over what the social safety net should look like, with Democrats wanting subsistence level and Republicans wanting starvation, ultimately at the end of the day, every single problem is going to start with a free market solution, which is how we approach
neoliberalism. What he's describing is the uniparty sentiment on market solutions, the public-private partnership. Democrats and Republicans both believe that, okay? There is no alternative vision in the Democratic Party. And as a matter of fact, ones who suggest an alternative vision in the Democratic Party are cast aside as outsiders, routinely purged from the ranks, the Bernie Sanders of the world, right? Either if you are this type of person, if you say, no, we need socialization, we need a higher degree of socialization, which doesn't automatically even mean you are a socialist. You could be a social democrat. We need market regulation. We need higher degrees of socialization in public services that need to be controlled by the government. If you were to make that argument as a fucking social democrat who is still a goddamn capitalist, okay, you are literally cast aside or co-opted by the party apparatus to stop pushing on these agendas, to stop pushing on these issues. That's just the truth. The Democratic Party does not give you room to breathe and room to operate and allow you to make any sort of real gain towards socialization, because the consensus has been established. The only solution to ongoing problems that Americans are facing have to be solved with a public-private partnership. Okay?
approach healthcare, another huge area of our lives. Harry Sisson, the future of the liberal Democratic Party, says that it is unrealistic for Democrats to pursue universal healthcare. The kid's like 20 years old. What a vision. And Republicans agree with him, just like they agree with Democrats on the military. We are going to spend almost $1 trillion per year on a military that we do not use to fight wars and instead use to prop up a genocidal state, something that Democrats and Republicans also agree on. Because there are some things that just rise above partisan discourse, right? Like our national story. This country was founded upon justice, liberty, freedom, and the pursuit of happiness.
I do read a lot of what the Democrats say as like, we need to find consensus as this. They just want people to shut the fuck up. They want the Republicans to be in line and to recognize that they are also on board with a lot of the same shit. And that, we should have reasonable discussion, reasonable discourse on how many trans people should be eradicated from public life, how many immigrants should be purged. We're both on board with immigrants being purged, mind you. Like, it's gonna happen. There is no alternative vision here. We're not saying the counterbalance on the Democrat side is not amnesty, conditional amnesty. The counterbalance on the Democrat side is, we're going to kick out immigrants too, because we also believe that they're criminal rapists, but like, we want 30% less immigrants to be kicked out. You know what I mean? Whereas the Republicans are like, we got to kick every brown person out, not just the immigrants, but also like American citizens across the board. So like, that's not a real, that a consensus has been established on first principles, a consensus that unfortunately revolves around a complete falsehood. The idea, the notion that like immigrants constitute a national security threat, that is ridiculous. That is the reason why things consistently keep getting worse. If you are a liberal and if you're a Democrat voter and you're wondering how the fuck do the goddamn Republicans keep winning elections over and over again, why can't people see how bad they are? Understand that on the other side of that coin, the coin that you consistently vote for, the side that you consistently vote for is actively propping up their position, the Republican, the opposition's framework, as the normal framework, when it is not established from a shared reality that we experience and instead is pure vitriolic hysteria. It's just made up. And when Democrats don't counter message against that, when they don't actively fight against those first principles that it is that Republican white nativist anti-immigrant agenda making comes from, they lose. In the simplest terms, as the Chapo boys always say, like, why would you purchase the diet soda when you can get the full strength soda that's right there? This was a major problem with Kamala Harris. This isn't to say don't vote for the Democrats. I'm not saying that, okay? Because like people immediately get mad. They go, realistically, who else am I supposed to vote for if not the Democrats? I never said don't vote for the Democrats, chatter. I said hold them to account, wield them like a weapon. Make sure that if you have, like, you should always have a policy-first approach. A lot of people personally believe it's just team sports. It's not. It's not team sports. It's about the policies, right? So we have to literally hold their feet to the fire. If they won't do this out of the kindness of their hearts, which they will never do, right? Because they are so echo chambered, they're so tunneled in, they're in their little bubbles where the only people that they talk to are lobbyists and incredibly wealthy people. We have to make ourselves undeniable. We have to make ourselves unavoidable. We have to keep fucking pushing. Okay? That's why these organizations that exist outside of the duopoly framework, like the DSA, PSL, and labor unions, are so important. That's why I always push for that. That's why I always push for protest. Not just protest against the Republicans, which, of course, you also have to keep doing, but even protest against the Democrats as well. Okay? We have to force them to do the right thing. We have to force them, unfortunately, to behave like a real anti-fascist, anti-Republican party. And it's clear that they won't do it because, as this guy correctly points to, is something I say all the time. This is a perfect summary of the way I describe events. There's consensus on a lot of issues that there shouldn't be consensus on.
And leftists look at all of this and they think it's bullshit, but they also add it all up, and it's about 80% of our political life. Leaving around 20% is the area of acceptable debate between the parties. So if I told you that something was 80% the same as another thing, would you say that they're actually the same? Probably not. But you could get away with saying they're basically the same. I think out of anything that leftists say, this is the one that pisses off liberals the most, because it just seems so unfair, right? There are objective differences between Democrats and Republicans.
Yeah. That's it. Like, nobody in here, unless they're just like utterly delusional, thinks that there aren't any differences whatsoever between the Republicans and the Democrats. Like, they are one and the same. I do not believe this. I say they have incredible similarities on issues that pertain to everyday existence that fuck up your life in a very meaningful fashion. And if they were to actually focus on those differences, or the areas where there is consensus when it comes to foreign policy, when it comes to Israel, when it comes to endless amounts of money going into the military so we can go and like fucking kill people overseas, when it comes to a public-private partnership being the only solution to these issues, whether it be housing, whether it be healthcare, whether it be college. These are all genuine problems that pertain to your everyday existence that the Democrats and the Republicans actually are in agreement on. The disagreements that they have are basically like, how do we get there? Is it 100% of migrants that need to be fucked off and forcibly excised as an aberration, removed from American society? Or is it like 50% of the migrants? Like, that's not a real disagreement, okay? That's not. This is why team sports, it doesn't even make sense, because When teams are going up against one another, they're not playing for the same fucking team, okay? They're playing against one another. But as he correctly pointed to, the 80-20, 80% of the goals that the Democrats are scoring are own goals. This week, House Democrats are in Israel with AIEF to see the Jewish state firsthand, meet with top officials across the political spectrum, and see Israel's ongoing efforts to provide aid into Gaza. Thank you, Representative Steny Hoyer, for your strong pro-Israel leadership. Only 8% of the Democratic voters support Israel's onslaught, but some House Democrats are more interested in catering to AIPAC than representing the 92% of Dems who have broken with Israel. This makes no fucking sense. That's why so many people literally think like, oh, they have like Jewish mind control. They're doing Jewish hypnosis, or they're doing like blackmail operations, right? Like that's it. Because it makes no sense. This is such a major fucking division between the voters, their understandable and justifiable demands, and the actual politicians themselves who are just like, nah, I don't hear it. I don't want to hear it.
Hi, I'm Steny Hoyer. I'm a congressman from Maryland.
Let me look at this motherfucker's age for a second. Hold on. Steny Hoyer age. Brother, this motherfucker was born before Israel. Brother, you are older than the state. That's crazy. That's crazy. Fuck you mean? 86 years old, going to Israel, being like, hello, I'm Steny Hoyer, and I'm here at the Jewish state. What are we doing, man? What are we doing? Yeah, he's not the oldest sitting he's not the oldest sitting congressperson. That's the Republican. What's his face? The one that posts. The one that's a poster. I love that guy. Fuck, what's his name? I'm forgetting it now. I'm sure someone in the chat's gonna say, yeah, Chuck Grassley. Chuck Grassley's the oldest, right? My goat. The Republican Chuck Grassley. He's insane. His posts are so funny.
Or majority leader. In addition, I've been to Israel now 22 times, and we've just spent a week here. Obviously, extraordinary.
Chuck Grassley is 91 years old, and my goat, still posts. Can you clearly express the contours of the HasanAbi models and methods of successful agitprop online and in person sometime? If not now, at your leisure? Sure.
Serious time. And what we found is, contrary to world opinion, Israel has been doing everything it possibly.
Hi, I'm Chuck Grassley. I'm Steny Hoyer, and while many of the young hip-hop style children online are saying that Israel's doing I can't even say the word genocide, I came here to see for my own two eyes, and it turns out it's very anti-Semitic to make this statement. Contrary to world opinion, I believe Israel is doing the right thing by killing all the Palestinian children. Grassley is the oldest sitting senator. Hoyer is the oldest standing senator. What? What do you... Like, is that a joke because he's standing up right now? Is that what you're saying? Because, like, Chuck Grassley can't stand up? I'm confused. All-time Grassley tweet? Yeah, this is Chuck Grassley. This is why I say he's a poster. I'm at the Jefferson, Iowa Dairy Queen doing you know what. That's the joke? Okay, well, fucking, I'm neurodivergent, okay? Y'all are being ableist. Don't expect me to fucking get jokes. Bro thought jokes would fly, okay? We know jokes don't fly. Mina Kimes, the HasanAbi head? Who's Mina Kimes? Reading this GQ magazine, Blue Sky Social. Profile of Hasan Piker and God, this paragraph just made me feel like the Crypt Keeper. Mina Kimes, NFL analyst at ESPN. Let's go. She said, reading this GQ magazine, Blue Sky Social profile of Hasan Piker, and oh my God, this paragraph just made me feel like the Crypt Keeper. They're the creators who play basketball with like Ludwig, Buddha, and the video game speedrunners like Point Crow, and the influencers co-host podcast, Cootie Cinderella, Will Neff, and Austin Show. You could visualize the streaming world as a series of lunch tables or loose clusters of collaborators like the AMP Collective and the FaZe Clan. This world of influencers is own Hollywood with a distinct cast of A-listers and cult faves. Piker recently attended creator Tariyami's birthday party. Yeah, I realized that like if you don't know anything about streaming, you probably read that and you're like, that is the craziest. Like, who are these people? Like, who the heck are these people? Jason the Ween, FaZe Adapt. And then you're just like, the only person that you hear is like Miranda Sings and Love Island contestants. Like, that's the only decipherable part of this puzzle, you know? Anyway, let's get back to this shit.
To ensure that there's minimal damage to civilians who are not part of Hamas's.
Dude, Israel's PR, excellent. Okay, it's hot. Israel, real hot right now. Yeah, this is great, man. This is great. Thank you. Thank you, sir, for telling us exactly what's going on. Israel's so hot right now, dude. They got the best people on this, okay? Virtually every single human being with a conscience has seen the charred flesh of children that Israel has melted with our weapons and goes, enough is enough. We have to stop it. They've seen the images of starving children. But hey, guess what? This fresh, hip, young, hot congressperson is going to tell you what's what. I came to Israel and I'm going to tell you that your hip-hop style comments are anti-Semitic.
Army. Unfortunately, the world is not seeing that. And one of the things I've tried to tell the leadership in Israel, please get that message out. Please expose it. Send pictures. Have testimony from people who are being helped. Because the world is...
He's like, I'm 750 years old. I've been to Israel 22 times. And I'm saying, like, please do better propaganda, Israel. Come on, dog. It's making it real hard for me to keep collecting cash from AIPAC. See, the thing is, like, why don't you just retire? Like, why? Why don't you just retire? You're literally gonna die, like, in a week, man. Why is this the thing that you want to spend the last fucking days of your existence on this planet doing? I will never understand this. Like, what is this? What compels someone to just do the old man grip strength death claw on their fucking seat of power? Like, you're on 1 HP, okay? You are on 1 HP. You're going to hell, Grandpa. First of all, you're definitely going to hell. If hell exists, you are going there for sure, okay? For fucking sure. And like the last moments that you have on this earth, instead of like, I don't know, spending that with your grandchildren, you're over here defending the genocide of the apartheid state that has to get unlimited funds from America. On the one hand, you're like, oh, I don't think we can get health care for American citizens. Bitch, Israel has free health care. And they got all of their defense covered by us and their offense. Why? I just don't get why these motherfuckers stand to just like spend every waking moment of their lives doing this shit? What compels you? I need to understand. I need to understand why you're still doing this. Boredom, religion? No, it just doesn't make any sense to me, man.
Got a view that I don't think is accurate. One of the critical issues we were concerned is Israel is certainly seized with the critical objective of getting the hostages.
Bro, he can't even speak. Also, this is so stupid and so wrong. Yeah, dude. Israel is so predisposed with like getting the hostages home. They really care about that. Famously. That's why they kill them like all the time. That's why they've killed a shit ton of the hostages. You know, get them home in a body bag.
Hostages home. Sadly, we think most of the hostages.
Yeah. Oh, I wonder why you think most of the hostages aren't alive. Maybe because Israel has bombed them, shot them directly, and also while they were waving white flags, and also starving them. Perhaps that's the reason why many of these hostages are not making it home.
They're still held, are not alive. But we think there are at least 20 that are alive, and we need to do everything we possibly can to get them home.
Also, the remaining quote-unquote hostages are prisoners of war. They're military. They are part of the Israeli occupying force, okay? That's a different term for it. It's called a prisoner of war, okay? Hostages, on the other hand, are what you could call many of the Palestinians, 10,000 plus, that are in permanent military detention, administrative detention for the crime of being Palestinian within eyesight, within the crosshairs of a settler or an Israeli occupying force soldier that is illegally occupying the West Bank. So, like, those are the hostages, you know, the real hostages.
But in addition to that, we also talked about, and the Israelis, including the prime minister, indicated how important it was to get food to people who were hungry. Once again, Hamas has victimized its own people and does not care about its own people. And
bro, if you could get one-shotted by a spicy chicken nugget, you should stop being in Congress. Every part of this is so busted. Like, he's so fucking old. He's doing unlimited Zionist Hasbara propaganda here, just like relitigating the same old dumb shit that we've heard a million times over. And on top of that, it's just like, you're fucking old. You're so goddamn old. You're gonna die literally any moment. You're barely fucking breathing. And it's like, with my final breath, I need to save Israel's genocides marketing. I need to make Israel, I need to make people believe that Israel is in the right. It's so dumb. Yeah, he almost said starving and then turned around and said hungry.
Its own people, and does not care about its own people, and has made it very difficult to get the food that they need to them. We urged Netanyahu and the military.
The background music is also incredible. Incredible. Copyright-free market. Like, copyright-free background music playing as the backdrop of a necrotic carcass older than the fucking genocidal apartheid state, trying to defend the policies of starvation. Incredible. How do you look at this and just think like, man, you know, these are good guys, really invested in their own constituents. Okay? How? They're not invested in anything. They don't want democracy. They hate it. AIPAC Tracker reports 85-year-old Rep. Steny Hoyer has collected over $1.7 million from AIPAC and the Israel lobby.
From Maryland's 5th District and the former majority leader of the United States House of Representatives, and a very proud friend of the state of Israel. I join you in celebrating not only 77 years of Israel's independence.
I hate these motherfuckers, man. I hate them. I hate them so much. May this person never experience a moment of joy for the rest of his fucking already very limited time he has on this earth. God damn, dude. God, if there was any fucking... I wish there was real justice on this planet. And these fucking carcasses didn't just like... These carcasses didn't just get to do whatever the fuck they want and continue advocating to murder as many children on the other side of a fucking made-up boundary by a settler colonial state hopped up on Nazi ideology, doing a fucking live stream Holocaust that they get to defend over and over and over again to their last dying breath. God damn it, dude.
To do everything they could to make sure we overcome that challenge. It is a serious time. I think Israel, in its response to October 7th, has made the world safer in many respects, and certainly the Middle East safer, and closer to reaching an agreement on a broadened Abraham's Accord with...
Again, remember, this is the Uniparty. That's a Democrat talking about Trump's Abraham Accord policy that literally contributed to October 7 happening, that greatly escalated the tension in the region, okay? Writing out the Palestinians and Palestinian sovereignty from the equation when they're right there as Israel is like continuing to increase the violence of its apartheid regime was what made October 7 inevitable, okay? It turned the environment, it turned the heat on this conflict up by 1,000. This is a Democrat. If there was any sort of disagreement here, you should be actively tackling this issue from a fucking partisan perspective. But you won't. You're dick riding Trump 1's policies, as you're currently also dick riding Trump 2's policies as well, the continuation of the Abraham Accords, just as Joe Biden did. This is the problem. A lot of people still come in here and they yell at me. They're like, bro, you fucking love... you wanted the Republicans to win secretly. Like, that's what you wanted. It's like, no, man. No. I want the Democrats to actually be a force that is a counterbalance against the growing fascism of the Republicans. I despise the Democrats for their closeness to the Republicans. Okay? They just sell you a lie and claim that they have to be close to the Republicans so they can win. Okay? That's a lie. They don't have to do that at all. And as a matter of fact, they end up losing over and over again because of that. But also, what is a victory of that sort if you are invested in making change? Like, if the difference between a D and an R next to your name is going to be woke and gay genocide versus anti-woke and homophobic genocide, then there is not a significant difference. There's not a significant difference at all. And people increasingly try to hyper-focus on woke versus anti-woke, gay versus homophobic, so that they can justify consistently rewarding the Democrats that are unable or disinterested in fighting against the Republican Party. It's so goddamn frustrating, man. It sucks. But yeah, like I always say, you just cannot give up the fight. You just can't. You just can't stop pressing. You just can't stop pushing these people. Because there are a lot of people out there, both domestically in the United States of America, that need our help. There are a lot of people out there around the globe that need our help. They don't have the opportunity to just fucking sit around and exist. They're being slaughtered. So even if it feels Like it's for no reason, right? Even if it feels like all of your pressure, all of your pushing is not leading to any sort of reasonable change in the short enough time frame that you want to see that change in, you can't stop pressing. You can't stop putting, and you must not stop putting one foot in front of the next in the right direction. That's it. You just have to fucking put your head down and keep pushing and keep pressing. And if you can't do it because you can't see a positive solution out of this, and you find yourself at the mercy of nihilistic tendencies, you find yourself falling in to a nihilistic opinion that says, what is all of this for? Why should I keep doing this? Everything fucking sucks. Then spite is a good motivator, because Israel and Israel defenders want you to shut the fuck up. Israel defenders want you to feel down. They want you to feel like you have no power in this equation. Okay? So if you're not going to do it for the victims, if you're not going to do it for all of those who have been murdered so far, to make sure that their deaths are not in vain, if you're not going to do it to try and save as many people as possible who haven't been murdered yet, then you can just do it because you are going to piss off some of the worst people on the planet, some of the most annoying people on the fucking planet with your presence. That's why I always say you have to be an undeniable force. Okay? Rarely do you see this much demonstrably false bullshit packed into a video this short. Is the only compelling argument made here is for term limits. Yeah, also, and I'll show you like the little victories here. Buttigieg's Pot Save America segment on Israel went so poorly, he's cleaning it up on Politico today. And he also did a fucking horrible job of trying to clean it up on Politico too. And I'm going to get to that in a second. But like the very fact that he had to run back to Politico to be like, well, actually, you know, I think, yeah, maybe I would stop weapons to Israel as is doing I wouldn't say it's a genocide, blah, 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 all this shit. Like, the very fact that he felt the stress and he had to course correct implies that the pressure campaign is working, okay? Also, here's another funny moment. A student opening their live results on BBC. On that note.
So on that note, I just want to say Free Palestine and the genocide, and the BBC is complicit.
All right, we're here to talk about A-level results.
BBC is complicit.
Yo, that is a swagged out white boy, dude. Liverpool City College lad. A-level students are receiving their results. He said Free Palestine. BBC's complicit.
All right, thank you for your thoughts. We're here to talk about A-level results today.
That's my go right there. That you love a swagged out white boy wearing a Kangol hat, okay? Saying Free Palestine. You keep saying you want a Democratic Party that can advance populist policies which can help it to win, but you refuse to do a live reading stream of Kamala's new book, 107 Days, available for order now on Amazon and book retailers everywhere. That's awesome. Shroom Fiend Molly. Fuck Gaza. Honestly, Gazans shouldn't exist. I'm a proud Zionism, but Zionism is rooted in white colonialism, imperialism, using Christianity as a cause to steal land from the Arabs. W Israel. Wait, I need to see what the fuck this person is on. What wavelength this person is on, because you're saying Xi and Trump will save us. Chad, is the Burger Reich collapse a good thing? 4-month subscriber. I'm glad I'm Irish. Wait, what? An Irish Zionist that recognizes that Zionism is rooted in white colonialism, imperialism, using Christianity as a cause to steal land from the Arabs? What? See, this is the type of guy that I didn't even know existed on the planet. Like, I need to see what Shroom Fiend Molly's about. You know what I mean? I need to investigate the fuck's happening here. Mythical chatter pull. I agree. I agree. They're called Protestants. Okay, well, they shut the fuck up. I don't know why. Maybe they got embarrassed. Anyway, so yeah, like I said, your pressure is working. I don't know what this is. I'm going to skip away from this. Shrooms and Molly are given a bad rep yet again. The chatter is rage airing, but there are a lot of Irish Israel supporters. They're in the occupied north. There are unionists who love incest-ridden monarchy. Oh, for sure. That makes sense. We already covered Taylor Cook and this guy. Friend of the show, Phineas, is not happy with Pete either. Yeah, of course. Phineas is a HasanAbi head. Just watch Pete ensure that he will not be the Democratic nominee. Gen Zers on TikTok as well as Phineas don't vie with Pete Buttigieg. Just ended his presidential campaign. Yep. And if Pete can't do it because he's like perhaps the best equipped to captivate like squishy libs, because he's a talker. Pete is a yapper, okay? Pete Buttigieg is gay. Grade A yapper. Just like your boy, okay? I don't mean gay as in like he has sex with men. I mean he's a grade A yapper, okay? He is. I can't tune into his frequency because when I hear him, I hear McKinsey speak, I hear consultants speak. I know his worldview is so distorted. He only cares about power, and he is a third way neoliberal no matter what, right? Having said that, however, a lot of liberals do want to see a young guy who can speak convincingly, who can actually destroy Republicans in the marketplace of ideas. And Pete certainly does that. He does that. Okay? But the reality is that on this issue, there is another force that is so undeniable, specifically defense of Israel, which is indefensible in the eyes of the Democratic base of support, that when he tries to do this wishy-washy bullshit, it doesn't read well. And if Pete Buttigieg can't actually communicate a middle-of-the-road attitude on Israel that voters are receptive to, then the Democrats are objectively cooked on this, and this should be a clear message that they cannot continue with this nonsense. Okay? The very fact that Buttigieg had to go to Politico, run to Politico and basically say, oh, yeah, well, I would have actually stopped the weapons transfers to Israel. Actually, I've decided now, you know, it means that things are moving. Things are shaking. Okay? Things are moving in the positive direction. No one buys this. There are some pretty simple and straightforward words he could have said. He chose not to and continues not to, but the fact that he feels pressured to try and save is a good sign. I get it, Buttigieg said at the criticism of his podcast interview. It's important to be clear about something this enormous and this painful. It's just that it's so enormous and it's so painful that sometimes words can fail. He literally is answering his word salad response on a black and white issue with more word salad. It's amazing. Okay? Pete Buttigieg once had a ready answer about the U.S.-Israel relationship, likening it to a friendship in which you try to guide them to a better place. The line that he used to go over well with the Pod Save America guys. who once clapped for and nodded along with it on stage back in 2019. But this week, they no longer did. See, now the difference between me and the Pod Johns is when I hear that in 2019, I'm going, fuck you. You understand? When I hear that in 2019, I was still on that fuck Israel o'clock shit. Okay? But now it feels less lonely because it seems like the rest of the world has also finally woken up to the reality that it is actually, as a matter of fact, fuck Israel o'clock. So the Dems need to fucking figure that out and start saying fuck Israel as loud and as proud as they possibly could. Okay? That's it. The politics of the Israel-Hamas conflict in the center of gravity have changed, and Democrats are searching for solid ground across the party still in Kuwait 2028 presidential field. Ambitious Democrats like Buttigieg are reevaluating their positions and staking out their territory. Senator Ruben Gallego said his position is evolving. Governors like Wes Moore of Maryland and Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania, both staunch defenders of Israel, are keeping their powder dry and declining to engage on the nuts and bolts policy questions. Former Vice President Kamala Harris, who carried the nomination in 2024, did not comment for this story through a spokesperson. Understand something here, okay? Kamala Harris, currently a private citizen. Kamala Harris, currently a private citizen, not running for any office right now at this moment, as a private American citizen who fucking ran for president, who everybody loves to fantasize, has a very different opinion on Israel-Palestine than what she actively communicated, is still silent. Is still silent on the matter. Why? If she actually had real conviction, if she actually saw the dead children and thought this is immoral, she would have spoken up. Right? Yeah, as the last presidential candidate for the party, she, for all intents and purposes, is the leader of the party. Except Kamala Harris is so bad that, like, I don't even think anyone really believes that. That's the difference. Like, she's just so bad. Democrats, like all Americans, but certainly Democrats, are sickened by what's happening and try to hold several things in mind at the same time, all of which can be true. That has to happen. His next killing has to end, former Transportation Secretary told. You're a clanker. Aiden was right. Yeah, you got me, bro. I'm a bot. You're right. The boss has spoken. Yeah, I wonder what her stepdaughter's saying to her right now, because Ella is insanely vocal on Palestine. Yeah, that's the other side of the story. It's not like she doesn't have anybody fucking around her. Ella Emhoff is Kamala Harris's stepdaughter. She is Doug's child, okay? And she is and has been very vocal about Palestine. Very vocal. She has fundraised for UNRWA while Kamala Harris was running for president, okay? So it's not like she has nobody in her corner that could just, like, tell her what's what. That's it. The hostages have to come home, and the people of Gaza need aid unimpeded, and all should be happening immediately. It was a sharper response in his interview with Pod Save America John Favreau when he received swift blowback for a non-answer. When your friend kills 60,000 people and starves an entire population for months at a time, shouldn't the question be, why the fuck am I friends with this guy? Said a Democratic strategist who was in the room with Buttigieg back in 2019, whose positions have changed since then. The strategist is unaligned among the current crop of potential candidates. I get it, Buttigieg said at the criticism of his podcast interview. It's important to be clear about something enormous and painful. It's just that it's so enormous and it's so painful that sometimes words can fail. Again, more word salad when he is supposed to be describing why he gave a word salad answer to a black and white issue. The response to Buttigieg, normally one of the Democratic Party's most skilled communicators, was telling. Democrats have recalibrated on Israel, and that's already reverberating across the shadow campaign trail as the U.S. relationship with Israel is fast becoming a key litmus test ahead of the 2028 Democratic primary. The Democratic National Committee is weighing two different resolutions on the matter, with the progressives pushing for elected Democrats to endorse an arms embargo and on Israel and recognize a Palestinian state. Buttigieg said he would have signed on Senator President Bernie Sanders' proposed arms embargo against Israel, would recognize Palestine as a part of a two-state solution, and thought the U.S. should not pass another 10-year agreement. Does anyone have the actual podcast where he's answering these questions? Because this was on record. And let me tell you, when you actually hear him talk, you will realize that he is still on that bullshit, okay? Hate to report to you that Pete Buttigieg is still on that bullshit. Do we have the clips is what I want to hear. By the way, in a little bit, I am going to have Bernie Sanders' former wait, hold on. In a moment. Do it. Okay. I'm going to have Matt Duss on. Bernie Sanders' former foreign policy advisor, Matt Duss, who works for Center for International Policy. And we are going to discuss a bunch of this stuff. Okay. Bernie Sanders' former foreign policy advisor, Matt Duss, who someone yesterday called evil, reminded me to talk to Matt Duss, because I've been in contact with him, and we are going to talk right now. Let me see where he's at. Hold up. All right, let's give him a call real quick. All right. Hello.
Hey, how you doing, son?
What's going on, Matt? Pleasure to have you on the broadcast. Welcome to the HasanAbi broadcast. Here it is, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, Matt Duss. As I said earlier, a second ago, Matt Duss is the former foreign policy advisor to Bernie Sanders and now currently working at the Center for International Policy. Matt, someone called you evil yesterday, for the record. That's how I presented you, and it reminded me that I was meaning to have you on the broadcast to talk about both the Donald Trump, Vladimir Putin summit that is supposed to be taking place tomorrow, but then also talk to you about Democrats, their failures on Israel-Palestine, your opinion and your evolved opinion on Israel-Palestine personally, and you know what happened, like how that attitude change took place for you. Maybe that can be instructive for others as well, and numerous other things that we can talk about. And I'm very excited to have you here. Thank you for coming on.
Oh, glad to be here. Thanks so much, man. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, you also are a Sam Cedar acolyte as well, right? Or you go on the Majority Report every now and then.
Yeah, I like to refer to myself as one of his designated foreign policy nerds. So
yeah,
that is one of the roles I play for Sam.
Hell yeah. Foreign policy advisor to Bernie Sanders, foreign policy advisor to Sam Cedar.
Yes.
Okay. I love Sam. All right. Well, Matt, we are actually currently talking about Pete Buttigieg's horrible response, or very Pete Buttigieg style response, if you will, to the question that came from the Podjohns on a podcast where they asked him, like, what do you think about Israel-Palestine? Like, what do you think about what's going on? And he gave this incredibly wishy-washy answer. Let's take a look real quick. I'm going to hold on. I'm going to share the screen with you as well, so you can also see it. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Okay. And I'm going to right. And let's take a look.
More than half of Senate Democrats just voted to oppose the sale of over $500 million worth of U.S. bombs and guns to Israel. Would you have voted to oppose sending those weapons?
I think we need to insist that if American taxpayer funding is going to weaponry that is going to Israel, that is not going to things that shock the conscience. And look, we
as opposed to weapons that don't shock the conscience.
Yeah.
I love
upholding the law.
No, I love weaponry that doesn't shock the conscience. Like when it's, specifically not baby melting weaponry. I mean, that's all weapons. That's what weapons are. Anyway, sorry.
We see images every day that shock the conscience. So much of this is complicated, but what's not complicated is that if a child is starving because of a choice made by a government, that is unconscionable. And I think especially including voices who care about Israel, who believe in Israel's right to exist, who have stood with Israel in response to the unbelievable cruelty and terrorism of October 7th. I think there's a reason why so many of those voices are speaking up now too, because this is not just something that is on its face and in itself a moral catastrophe. It is also a catastrophe for Israel for the long run.
How do you think the next administration?
So, Matt, you had until recently a different opinion, I think, right? If I'm not mistaken. I mean, you've been very progressive. You are a lot more progressive than the average person in American politics in terms of your analysis on Israel. But like, there have been some instances I feel like where I think we have a disagreement ultimately on like Zionism in general, probably a reasonable disagreement. But overall, if you don't mind elaborating on your position for the people that might not know, like what your take is on what is currently going on in Israel and Palestine, and then we'll talk about Pete as well.
Sure. No, I mean, I guess we may disagree on, Zionism or some other questions like that, but my position on, conditioning aid and stopping arms sales has been that we should do it for a long time.
Yeah.
This going back many years. I mean, and the point is not just to kind of punish Israel, it's to uphold U.S. law, because U.S. law like explicitly prohibits providing U.S. weapons to governments that are abusing human rights. And that's one of the weird things about Pete's answer is that like he answered the question, even if he didn't intend to, when he said that this government is making a choice to starve children. The law says that that's one of the things we cannot support, and arms must immediately stop. So if he's familiar with the law, he should understand that he kind of answered his own question, even if unintentionally. In terms of things that we might disagree with, happy to chat about that. But like my own view, initially, going back for a long time, has been that the U.S.-Israel relationship is just completely bonkers. It exists in kind of this weird Alice in Wonderland. I was listening to your stream early on. The way we talk about this, like Steny Hoyer, that we could go on and on about this. It's like, what the hell is he talking about?
Yeah.
In what reality is he looking at? The point is he's just not looking at reality, and that there's an enormous kind of machinery of lobbying and advocacy and fundraising and kind of punishment and consequences imposed on anyone who wants to kind of tell the truth and refuses to hew to the usual talking points that exist in Washington. But that's really changing. It's taken far too long for it to change. But I think the backlash that we've all seen to Pete's comments, example, the fact that, as you said, the fact that he needed to clean this up. Pete may be making this decision because he's sensing a change in the weather, but that change in the weather is what's very important here. That's the result of not only of the inescapable, undeniable reality of starvation and genocide, but a movement that has been working very hard for many years to make presence felt and to be able to kind of, to apply pressure from the left. So it's not just coming from the right.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that without so many people consistently mounting pressure everywhere around the globe, really, I don't think that we in a media environment where like someone like Pete Buttigieg would feel the need to go and course correct, which I thought was still again in classic Pete Buttigieg fashion, like. Some of the statements that he made in this political piece, were also incredibly bad. He did the classic, like, I'm, you know, I would have signed Bernie Sanders' proposal, even though he didn't say it initially, right? Fine. But then he still turned around and still was like saying, oh, it's because it's important to clear something about this enormous, something about something this enormous and this painful. It's just that it's so enormous and it's so painful that sometimes words can fail. It's like your job is a communicator. That's what you're billed as. You're like the main communicator of like establishment Democrats. You're the voice of the establishment Democrats who can actually show a young face, some kind of dynamism that like these guys are desperate for, right? And I think they're looking for all of the, they're looking at all the wrong reasons why Zoran won, and they think like maybe Pete Buttigieg could be the type of, you know, Zoran-style candidate for third-way neoliberalism, and the continued American foreign policy bipartisan consensus that we see, which is like permanent war, constant, endless increase to military funding. And, Pete Buttigieg is clearly falling short of that. But there are still so many worse people out there. I talked to Rashida Tlaib at the DSA National Convention this past weekend, and she brought up an interesting perspective. And you've been in DC, you've been in these circles for a very long time, so I want to hear your perspective on this as well. There is an attitude outside of DC, outside of this little bubble that exists, that dominates our lives, that like either politicians are cynical and doing this because they are, either like blackmailed into this position, or, and this is like varying degrees of like anti-Semitic conspiracy as well, Jewish hypnosis, things of that nature, all the way to they are tunneled in on unlimited support to Israel and loyalty to the Israeli state and unconditional aid permanently to the Israeli state because of their the pervasive influence of the pro-Israel lobby and numerous other advocacy groups. Which side do you fall on? If we were to present it as like Noam Chomsky, who says Israel is an extension of American imperialism and profoundly important, versus it's the lobby, the Mersheimer perspective. Where do you see yourself on that equation?
I mean, I'm not. I hope I'm not like avoiding the question by saying it is a little bit of both. And I mean, so I'll talk about them both. I mean, first off, yes, of course, the Israel lobby, AIPAC, is very influential, and they're partly influential, for a few reasons. One is Americans just generally who don't think about foreign policy a lot. And that's a lot of Americans, and that's no ding on them. People have things that are more important to them and more immediate than thinking about foreign policy. But for a lot of folks, especially folks who in the Christian community, and this is where I came from, I grew up in the evangelical community, there is something important, like the U.S.-Israel relationship is founded in a very important historical narrative for them, part of Christians' culture. They understand the story of the Old Testament as part of the Christian Bible, in a way that they don't identify with stories and histories and narratives of others in the region, certainly the Palestinians. And that's not a value judgment. That's just something that for a huge number of Americans, even who don't know a lot about the region, about foreign policy, they identify with this one country because they learned about it in Sunday school.
Yeah.
And so that's the kind of political basis on which the pro-Israel lobby is operating. You add to that American politics is deeply corrupt. The influence of money it's a complete outlier among developed democracies. The extent to which wealthy interests are able to kind of game the system and achieve influence just by spending huge sums of money. And the pro-Israel lobby is very effective at using huge sums of money to reward and punish. I mean, that's what a lot of about pleasure and pain, rewards and punishments. And that's how you end up, with people like Steny Hoyer. I mean, Steny Hoyer is not saying anything that he doesn't believe. He does believe these things, but part of the strategic use of campaign funds and donations and lobbying is to make sure people who believe things like Steny Hoyer are the people who end up in leadership positions in the Democratic Party, and that people who want to take a bit different view always run into trouble, and they're going to face lots of fundraising challenges, and they'll probably face well-funded challengers in their primaries. So the system, unfortunately, kind of selects for a set of beliefs that are pleasing to high-powered, well-funded lobby groups. And the last thing I'll say here is, and this goes to what Chomsky was saying. Yeah, I mean, there is a faction in Israel and in the United States, and this has really come to the fore lately with, with Israel essentially making war across the region and reestablishing itself as really kind of an unquestioned regional military hegemon with the backing of the United States. That, there are folks in the United States and in Israel who see Israel as basically the United States' sheriff.
Yeah.
And this is not just about Israel. It's about sustaining America's primacy, sustaining America's global military hegemony. So it's not, and this is why I tend to recoil from when people say, oh, I mean, America is doing Israel's bidding. I mean, yes, Israel has enormous influence, I think way too much influence in Washington. But there is a shared kind of ideology that undergirds this. And I say, putting all of this on Israel kind of lets American policymakers off the hook.
Oh, absolutely. I agree with you. Matt, if you don't mind me, is there a way for you to shut off your noise gate? Because there are moments where you're like being a little bit quiet at the end of your statements, and then your microphone, unfortunately, your microphone, unfortunately, just like silences your voice, and people are having a hard time hearing like the end of your statements.
That better?
Well, we'll see. I'll let you know if while you're talking, if it happens again.
Right again.
But bringing it closer would probably be better, whichever microphone you're using.
Sorry,
yeah, it's worse now. Actually, it might be. Oh, you know what it is? Can you hear me still? I think. Well, you also turned off your camera. It might be because you're not actually using the microphone that's in front of you. The source might be your earbuds. That might be the reason. Also, Chad, I hope you guys are happy. You demanded this. I'm in real time. We're trying to make production changes, and now it's a little cooked. You got the Blue Yeti right in front of you. That microphone you have. I can't hear you at all now. Yeah, I've. Wait, I think you changed the source. You changed the source completely, and now it's wait.
All right, you got me now?
Oh, perfect. All right, let's see if it continues. Let's see if it works.
Yep.
Okay. I do suspect that there probably will still be noise gate issues. Okay. In case, what were we talking about? We were talking about Israel's pervasive influence and network of pressure that is very successful, but politicians are. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because like what Rashid Tlaib told me was basically that like politicians are still malleable, and it does seem like this unshakable force, like the loyalty and defense of Israel is just like impossible to break through. But it's very clear that at least from her feedback, that they do see people at their town halls and they do get scared. And I think Gallego was a great example of this. Like a person who has been pro-Israel in his town hall when faced with that question had to be like, oh, well, maybe I would have voted against weapons. There's also the other side of this where people talk about like the distinction between defensive weapons and offensive weapons. I wanted to hear your perspective on that.
Sure. Well, first, in regard to what Congresswoman Tlaib said, I mean, she's right. It is so important for members to kind of hear from constituents and to get grief and to get complaints. I mean, that's what I was saying earlier, that for the longest time, they've only ever felt like they had to fear pressure from their right. They've only been looking over their right shoulder when this question comes up. And it's because of a lot of work by a lot of people, activists and others who, that they understand like they need to check their left shoulder as well. And that Politico article that you quoted from, where Pete went to kind of clean up the mess. I mean, it's saying, this is going to be a litmus test going into 2028. And I think we saw from Mamdani's campaign something really important. There's a good reason why it's a litmus test, because it signals to people that you're not full of crap on a whole range of other issues. You can offer, a really fantastic platform, a whole set of great ideas. But if your answer to a question about Gaza is that Israel has the right to defend itself, you're basically telling people that I'm full of crap and I'll probably fold on all that other great stuff too. So it's a litmus test, I think, for a couple of really good reasons. So what was the second part of your question there?
The second part of my question was the distinction being made in some circles, at least, like between offensive and defensive weapons. Do you feel like this is a distinction without a difference?
I mean, I understand. Just you don't want to be. I mean, it's important to allow countries to defend themselves, to defend their civilians. We talk about that a lot with regard to Israel. You know, it's a fair question. I think it's a very important question. Why do we never ask that of the Palestinians? You know, Israel has a right to defend itself. Do the Palestinians have a right to defend themselves?
I say yes.
I think, yeah, absolutely. I think they absolutely do. I mean, they not only have a right to defend themselves, they have a right to resist occupation, as any people do.
No, it's both legal and moral, for sure.
That's right. They should do so within the bounds of international law, with the treatment of civilians and non-combatants, just as Israel should. But anyone should be able to answer unequivocally yes, that the Palestinians have a right to defend themselves. Now, going to this question of defensive versus offensive, you know, I understand that Congresswoman, you know, AOC got some grief for her vote and then for her explanation. You know, and I understand people's concerns about that. You know, my kind of question here is like, was it worth spending that much bandwidth on this amendment that was not going to pass at all? I don't think so. She ended up voting against the entire bill anyway. That was the right vote. And I think where people should focus.
Well, see, I agree with you. And I think the concern that I have isn't like, oh, AOCIA or whatever the fuck people say all the time in online circles. The concern I have is, and I think you'll agree with me on this, that there is a void in discourse right now with the way that the Democratic base feels. Is a 92-8 issue at this stage, right? And that void is being experienced in every facets of American politics. Like independents are overwhelmingly seeing Israel in a disfavorable way. Even Republicans by majority, regardless of their loyalty to Donald Trump, have had issues with Israel in ways that we've never seen in American politics before. So when the overwhelming public sentiment is, as I like to jokingly say, fuck Israel o'clock, and the Democrats are completely unable to ride that wave, even on a partisan, even with a cynical, cold, calculated partisan analysis, I fear that void will be taken over by grifters and maybe even anti-Semitic people. And the Democrats are actually dropping the ball both politically and also on the policy front on this issue once again. I think AOC should be the person that is pushing for amendments like that. Do you disagree?
I don't know if that amendment is the one to fight on. I think there are a lot of great things that she's pushed, and she will. You know, we're moving into the NDAA, this big defense authorization bill. I'm really interested to see what she's going to be offering there. You know, I don't know if that one bill that Marjorie Taylor Greene offered was the kind of hill to fight on. I understand what people have concerned about it. I think there are smarter places to fight, but I would also say, you know, people should understand, and I think most people do, that she's been one of the great champs on this. And I think it's fair to have disagreements and to question some of the choices she makes, but I also think it's important to keep that in mind. I mean, she has done enormous work.
Oh, for sure. She called it a genocide way before many people did in Congress.
Right.
And that should be recognized, and I definitely do recognize that, which is why I always think like it's inconsistent, even in the simplest terms. If you're like saying that this country is committing a genocide, but then you're also saying like, but we have to keep giving it weapons to allow itself to continue behaving in this belligerent way. Because that's my main point on this, is that like everyone, including Israeli society and Israeli officials, knows that without America's unlimited support in Israel's offensive capabilities and its defensive capabilities since October 7, 70% of all munitions that Israel has used has come from the United States of America, both on the defensive side and on the offensive side. We've moved our Navy around Israel's enemies and around Israel's allies as well, in an effort to defend Israel whenever there's retaliation from countries or militancy groups that have the capacity to resist against Israel or to fight back. And in that process, like, I think we're giving Israel bandwidth to continue behaving in this belligerent way, and defensive weapons, I think, play a formative role in this.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, and also, I get that, money is fungible, and money they are getting for, quote unquote defensive weapons is money that they don't have to, that they can then spend on offensive weapons. So, I get those arguments.
Yeah.
I guess what I would say is that it's fine to disagree with the vote and disagree with her explanation, but I also think in terms of, where we're focusing our energy and where activists are focusing their energy, it's rather than going after her, it's like, I want more people to be voting against the offensive weapons,
Yeah. No, and the other thing that I also am finding myself consistently trying to get politicians on the Democratic side to like advocate for is that if they lead on this issue and even are unafraid to take bold and, dare I say, radical, I guess, stances on issues like this, they will immediately move the Overton window and they will immediately move the Overton window in a more positive direction. What I mean by this is, if congressional leaders that are the most progressive right now were running around talking about no more weapons to Israel at all, and maybe even a sanctions package to Israel, if that was the advocacy that you heard from the Bernie Sanders and the AOCs of the world, and like bold and progressive policymakers, then I think more moderate parts of the Democratic Party would inevitably try to find a centrist position and retriangulate their perspective, instead of just like continuing to say like, oh well, we don't know if we can stop giving weapons to Israel. That's just the way I see it. I think that that's part of the reason why the Republicans have dominated discourse on every issue, both domestic and foreign policy, in perpetuity, because they're unafraid to be radical.
I mean, don't get me. I'm with you on that. I mean, we need kind of bolder, more courageous leadership on a whole range of issues. So I agree there. But I'll say just on this one issue, I mean, even that Politico article, the fact that Pete was even asked about banning arms sales is because of Bernie's resolutions. These joint resolutions of disapproval that Bernie introduced and it was voted on a few weeks ago. It got the most votes from any from Democrats ever. I think it was 27 for one, 24 for another. Both of them more than half of the Democratic caucus in the Senate. Still too few, in my view. I mean, this should have, when you look at the reality of the genocide and what's being done with our weapons, I mean, we should have stopped these arms sales a long, long time ago. But still, recognizing the weird way that this issue works, I think it is important to chalk that up as an important achievement. But also, one of the achievements was getting, potential candidates for 2028 to have to answer, what would you have done? Senator Alyssa Slotkin, who managed not to be there for the vote, she had to answer the question, would you have voted for it? Gallego, also not there, had to answer the question. This is going to keep coming up. It's going to be a question that's going to be asked to every candidate who wants to run in the 2028 primary, and that's important.
Yeah. This is not only a litmus test for upcoming elections, but I think this was a litmus test in many ways for the previous election as well. And I wanted to hear your perspective on this, because a lot of people, I think, falsely, claimed that the left was a single issue on this, right? And that the left was responsible for the defeat of Kamala Harris, which, of course, if you actually look at the numbers, like Jill Stein and all the other, third-party spoilers that are supposed to be on the left flank, did not actually make up for the margin of defeat anyway. So it's objectively false to make this claim. But I think that a lot of people, including those who I talked to, including the Pod Johns that I talked to before the election and the lead up, when I was like ringing the alarm bells about this issue, actively avoided it. And I think it was actually deliberately cut out of their autopsy on why the campaign failed as well, like this issue in particular, because people's attitudes about what's going on in Gaza and about what Israel is doing did not dramatically swing overnight. There were numerous polls that showed that denying weapons to Israel and forcibly implementing a ceasefire would have been a very important issue that Kamala Harris could deviate away from the Biden regime on, and yet she failed to do so. So what is your assessment on this?
Yeah, and I'll just say there's been polling. I remember there's one poll that came out in 2019 by the Center for American Progress, where I used to work years and years ago. But I say that because, the Center for American Progress is a very closely party-aligned think tank, they put out a poll that showed a majority of Democrats in 2019 supported, blocking aid, conditioning aid. So this has been a majority position among Democratic voters for more than 2 election cycles now. It's now a super majority that supports this, and for very understandable reasons. Now I don't know that I know that the Pod Save guys have actually covered Gaza and Palestine quite a bit. I do want to recognize that. And going back to 2019, it was actually, they hosted a series of talks at the J Street conference where Bernie came out and declared, conditioning aid. Warren came out. Buttigieg came out and declared support for it for like 2 weeks until he got some pushback. And so that's when he kind of moved off it. So going to Harris, what I'll say is this, like I said about, why it's a litmus test. I think it's impossible to say, the actual, down to the decimal point, what impact Gaza made on her loss. I think there is no question that it played a role, not just among voters for whom that is a priority issue. And, to people who criticize, the left for being, one issue on Gaza, I'm like, being one issue on a genocide, I think that's a fairly decent thing to be one issue about. The fact that your government is supporting a genocide in front of our eyes. But it was also
said it best. He said, a party that is unwilling to stop a genocide, what makes you think they are willing to defend democracy?
That's right. That's exactly right. And that's also kind of what I was getting at, is that even for people for whom Gaza and the issue of Palestinian rights is not a real priority, the fact that she couldn't give the bare minimum, that she couldn't depart from these pre-baked nonsense talking points about how too many Palestinians have died and we're all so sad to watch this happening day after day after day, as if we weren't, completely complicit in this happening, just signaled that she wasn't for real. People are looking to be, they want to believe people. And she was not believable on this. And I think that, that signaled that she's probably not for real on a whole bunch of other things too.
Yeah. No, it was a perfect issue to show the problems that was emblematic within the entire Democratic Party's inability to listen to the demands being made by their base, their own base. That they were so willing to throw them aside to say, we're not going to do anything on this. We're just going to stay the course and just feed a bunch of bullshit about how they're trying desperately to get a ceasefire deal done. When in fact, everyone who was even a little bit aware of what was going on would either get mad because they're like, what do you mean we can't get a ceasefire done? We're America. Okay. Or they just thought, okay, well, you're feckless, you're unable to do this, you're weak. Or of course they knew the truth, which was this is bullshit. Which is what I want to ask you about, because I have tweeted a lot of things. I've said a lot of things about Israel and all of the militant resistance against Israel that oftentimes Zionists get very mad about. People that are doing Hasbara, people that are pro-Israel get very mad about. One of those is the notion that this conflict could end, this genocide could end at any given point with one phone call. And I wanted to hear, what your perspective is. You're a foreign policy guy, and if you think that, well, this is of course an exaggerated claim. It's not literally one phone call, but it's as close to one phone call as you can get in American politics. And it has ended with one phone call in the past with George H.W. Bush, with the continuation of the settlement projects with Ronald Reagan, with Lebanon, and also with Joe Biden in 2021 with Israel's siege on Gaza in 2021. So what's your assessment on that?
Yeah, as you said, not one phone call, not one day, but as Joe Biden did in May 2021, he calls up Netanyahu and says, "We're out of runway here. We got to wrap this thing up." He never did that.
Yeah.
Here, and granted, the mood of Israel, the reaction to October 7th, this was a different situation, but still, after months and months and months of this, and knowing for a fact, and let's be clear, they knew for a fact what Israel was doing. They had complete visibility onto Israel's policy, its strategy, its tactics. And this is something I bring up a lot because I think it's important to note. I mean, the Biden administration assessed publicly that Russia was committing war crimes in Ukraine within a month of the February 2022 invasion. They could not, by the end of the Biden administration, after whatever it was, 18 months, they still could not come out with an assessment of Israel's, behavior in Gaza. I mean, that's just such bullshit. We have such absolute visibility, far greater visibility into Gaza, into Israel's tactics and what it's doing than we do into what Russia's doing. And the fact that they couldn't make an assessment, which everyone can see on their phones, literally everyone, Palestinians are reporting it.
USAID itself actually floated a report all the way up to Anthony Blinken, and he spiked it on purpose because he wanted to continue unlimited weapons to Israel.
That was not the only report. I mean, I know that, there were numerous people inside USAID, inside state, and, others outside the government who were reporting this, sounding the alarm, and they constantly, Blinken and Biden, because Biden had simply decided at the beginning, we're just going to support Israel. This is his long, deeply ideologically held view, that this is how the relationship works. And I do also, my understanding is that they actually thought, because Netanyahu kept telling them, that I'm gonna downshift. We're gonna start to wrap this thing up in the next couple months. And if you believe him once, okay. But they kept on getting screwed by Netanyahu, and I don't absolve them for that, because the idea that Joe Biden, the greatest foreign policy president of all time, was going to keep getting fooled by this grubby crook Netanyahu, I just don't buy that.
Yeah, no, he was on it. He was invested in the continuation of Israel's slaughter. I think.
I mean, do I think that Biden just wanted to keep supporting what Israel was doing? I don't. I think when he came out and kind of proposed that ceasefire agreement in May of 2024, he really wanted that to happen. But the fact is, he was not willing to do what was necessary to actually make it happen, which was to make that phone call, to bring that pressure, to say to Netanyahu, we are stopping support for this. We're stopping military support. We're stopping intelligence support. We're going to stop giving you diplomatic cover. You're going to face all these consequences unless you do A, B, and C. And Joe Biden was just never willing to do that.
Yeah, which is why I say he wanted it to continue happening. And that's what I mean. I think, like, the way I look at it, I have a more simplified, maybe too reductive of a attitude on this kind of stuff, where I just think that, like, America's global power is waning, and I think that Israel is a profoundly important regional ally for American interests. Both because of that, Israel's been able to create this pervasive network of influence peddling and pressure campaigns that have created this environment, both by way of the media and also by way of lobbying efforts. It's created this information environment that is utterly at odds with what is going on the ground. And they thought that they could continue this going after October 7. But of course, with social media, it was impossible to maintain a pressure campaign or keep people in the dark. But I think the American foreign policy apparatus was of two minds. You had the State Department people that saw what happened, knew exactly what Israel was going to do, and thought from a position that is pro-American imperialism, not against, not anti-American imperialism. They thought if we let Israel do this, they are going to fuck up the bag. They're going to ruin America's global standing. They're going to harm Israel's own global standing and make it a pariah state, which it has become. And therefore, it's going to make it harder for America to intervene in the events of the region. And then there were, of course, the other side that won, that said, fuck you. No, it won't. It doesn't matter. We're going to go full tilt into this final solution, this one large military incursion, ethnic cleansing, wholesale slaughter, campaign so that Israel can grab as much land as it possibly can and have a stronger position of dominance in the region. And we all know which side won out. But I think that it is, I'll be reductive, but like that's, I think, the actual assessment, the top-down actual assessment that took place in that situation.
I might disagree with some of the terminology there, but in general, I don't. I think you're right. I mean, you had people in the White House, particularly Brett McGurk, who was the National Security Council's director for the Middle East, who basically took that latter view. He kind of fashions himself as a realist, a hard-nosed realist. He's someone who knows very little about Israel, Palestine, who's very close to the Gulf regimes. He's someone who's very anti-Iran, and he was the one who was essentially, determining the policy within the boundaries that Joe Biden set, which again, the boundaries that Joe Biden set were, we're just going to keep supporting Israel. If we have differences, we'll express those privately. We'll try to kind of encourage them not to kill so many people. But ultimately, you're right.
Yeah. And you said there was a terminology that you disagree with. What in particular? Is it imperialism, or is it the utilization of the final solution?
I know that my understanding of this is that there were folks inside the White House who understood that this war was going to be absolutely brutal. I don't know if people in the White House understood how brutal it was going to be. I think, and in retrospect, people should have known because Israeli leaders were saying this publicly. Anyone who doubts that can just look at the huge dossier that was assembled in the South African case made to the ICJ on genocide. But I'm cautious about saying that no, like the White House knew that this was just going to be an absolute genocide from the get-go. That's not a defense. I think
the reason why I guess like disagree with you on that is because one, I just don't think that they care, right? Like I don't think that the American government cares when people are dying. They do care when there's pushback. They care when there is a environment of instability within the American public that see this and then like fight back against it, and then they have to like decide, do we actually change our foreign policy, or do we just like create an incredible environment of repression and suppression that violates constitutional protections afforded to every single person on U.S. soil, like the Trump administration is doing. And I think Biden also gave that runway as well. But ultimately, they just don't. I don't think that they care when people are dying. They care about the backlash more so than the actual. I mean, this is a government after all. That's my assessment.
Yeah, I think unfortunately that's fair. Because like I said, I think Joe Biden wanted a ceasefire, but he wasn't willing to do the things that I think were clearly necessary to achieve that ceasefire. So it's fair to ask, did he really want a ceasefire?
Yeah, like he at no point did he ever float any kind of cessation of weapons transfers beyond like the 2,000-pound bombs, which was like,
He just blurted out in the middle of an interview and was not in any sense kind of a planned strategy. So yeah,
and
you're
also
right.
Completely went along with like some of the most insane claims that like Israel was making, and that I think had a dramatic shift in the way that the media covered it as well. Like after the Al Ahly hospital courtyard explosion, there were a lot of people who were like, Israel would never blow up a hospital. This must be the work of Palestinian Islamic Jihad or Hamas. And of course, we now look at that and realize how insane it was. But my point was like, even back then, they had already struck the Al Ahly hospital 2 days prior with an artillery shell, right? Like it's not beyond the pale for Israel to blow up a hospital. Because if I know that, and I'm some dumb guy who's 34 years old, who's like maybe a little bit invested in this stuff, and I've known about what was going on in the region for a while, like I just can't in good conscience assume that like brilliant foreign policy minds that are working in the White House that have dedicated their entire lives to this were completely oblivious to what Israel was going to inevitably do.
No, and the point you're making there, I mean, this is as bad as materially supporting the war was and is. In my view, just as bad was the propaganda campaign that the Biden administration waged on its behalf. I mean, this was a campaign of lies and disinformation that I think it was as bad as the lead up to the Iraq War. And I use that, and I'm very careful about saying that. But when you look at what we constantly heard from White House spokesman John Kirby, from people at the State Department, oh, we're not seeing evidence of these war crimes. Oh, we haven't finished our assessment. Oh, I mean, it was just such bullshit. And it played like a really just a really corrosive role, and was designed to play a role in suppressing Democratic pushback. And it helped lay the groundwork for the continuing denial of this genocide that we're seeing now. And this is again why, as you know, as critical as I was of the Biden administration and people inside for doing what they did, I am even more critical of them now for staying silent about it.
Yeah.
You know, they're not in government anymore. You saw the intelligence.
Kamala Harris, in this Political article we were looking at earlier, chose not to give an answer. And it's been like 8 months. She's out of office. She's a private citizen. If she considers what's going on to be unconscionable, even from a partisan position, she could be like, the Trump administration is doing something so awful. But no, the only voice that we hear from the Biden administration, with the exception of like a couple State Department spokespeople that have been like, yeah, we lied because that's my job, right? I think it was Matt Miller who came out and said something like that. It was crazy. It's been Anthony Blinken and it's been Brett McGurk, who, especially with the Iran strikes, he was all over that on CNN, talking about how great Donald Trump is, as a matter of fact. What am I supposed to think? What are Americans supposed to think? That like Democrats are actually against this, or is this a total bipartisan consensus?
In fairness, and I don't want to. No one needs to be fair to Brett McGurk, but he's not even a Democrat. I mean, he's someone who was originally Republican and just stuck around from administration to administration. But yeah, the fact that he is now out there, having overseen not just this catastrophe, but previous catastrophes, and is now kind of making bank as a CNN contributor on top of whatever consulting gigs he's lined up. I mean, this is like the embodiment of the corrupt foreign policy establishment. There it is, right in front of us. And until we change this equation and actually find a way to impose costs instead of grant rewards to these people, we're going to have a tough time changing it.
Yeah. So a couple of the questions I had for you in particular, what was the turning point for you, if you don't mind me asking? This is somewhat of an uncomfortable conversation to have, but what was the turning point for you where you were like, okay, this is a genocide? Because like, I could tell you, for me, from the jump, I was like, Israel's an apartheid state. October 7 had numerous atrocities that unfolded during October 7. Israel is a Jewish ethno state. Like the project of Zionism relies, in my assessment, of propping up an in-group with the sole purpose of exterminating all of the out-groups. And that in-group being the ethno-religion of Judaism, and the out-group being Palestinians and Arabs and basically non-Jewish people that the Israeli government, not so ironically, it calls Arabs, which includes even like Armenians, for example. Like they are under the demographic categorization of the Israeli state. They are considered and classified as Arabs if they are Christian or Muslim.
Yeah, I mean, before October 7, I would have agreed certainly that Israel was an apartheid state. I don't agree that the goal of that state was the extermination of the Palestinians. I think the goal of a strong and rising faction in Israel, and it's been in control for a long time, has been the complete kind of destruction of the Palestinians as an independent political force, which is an element of genocide.
Yeah.
Not just the physical destruction of a people in whole or in part, but a destruction of their ability to act as a political community. And I think that has only become, much, much more explicit, along with the physical destruction of tens of thousands of people and their homes since October 7. Now, onto the question of genocide, it seemed clear pretty early on, just from the statements from Israeli government officials, on top of the absolute brutality of the war, that it seemed likely that it was going in that direction. I think a couple things that really kind of pushed me in that direction. There was a piece in the New York Review of Books by Aryeh Nair. If you know him, he was one of the founders of Human Rights Watch, himself a Holocaust survivor. That piece really basically, convinced me, because that piece, what that focused on was the denial of aid, the denial of food, the use of food and humanitarian aid as a weapon, which was clearly happening. Now, there's all kinds of other things you can add on top of that, just the massive destruction, the rules of engagement that don't even deserve to be called rules of engagement because they are so permissive. You're fine. They're fine with killing dozens of civilians, men, women, and children, if you're possibly going to get one guy who kind of stood near a Hamas rally 5 years ago. I mean, absolutely absurd. But saying it publicly as far as our organization, we made that decision back, I believe it was May, when the Gaza plan was announced, the plan to reoccupy Gaza and to essentially to corral the people into an ever tightening, smaller piece of land. I think it just became undeniable at that point that this was the intention. I have total respect and understanding for people who came to that conclusion and said so publicly before that, but just organizationally, that is when we decided that term was undeniable and inappropriate.
Yeah. This is something that a lot of people that I talk to who are Palestinian or Arab or like very familiar with like a lot of what Israel has done in the region can't contend with. Where like I've had these conversations with like they'll be like, why is denial of aid the main thing? Because I think it's because like under, I guess, and this is a Western chauvinist framework for sure, but under like the assessments that Western nation states usually make, they can, no matter how brutal a bombing campaign is, they can try to fit it within the confines of plausible deniability. They can collateralize the civilians that are being deliberately and directly targeted. But denial of aid, denial of entry of any sort of aid to a captive civilian population, I think is just like, there is no justification for it at all, which is precisely the reason why Israel tries to do the stupidest counter-narrative campaigns on this, saying Hamas is stealing the aid or whatever, when they are known to be utilizing ISIS affiliate groups from local tribes that are drug dealers, like the illiterate Abu Shabab, I think his name is, who is now in charge of the popular forces, as they call it. And they are the ones who are actually disruptive and causing chaos at the point of delivery. So it's in every aspect of Israel's campaign, I think, and that's precisely the reason why you sometimes see the killing fields accidentally shooting and killing the World Central Kitchen aid workers that are engaging in deconfliction with the Israeli state, and they still get triple tapped on their convoy. So, and that is a byproduct. I think it's like it's a deliberate mechanism of chaos at every aspect, because the ultimate goal is the complete ethnic displacement of Palestinians, if not expulsion, but like the death and destruction of Palestinian lives, to make it
acting within a permission structure that the United States has helped create and enable over many, many years. Yes.
Yeah. So, on that front, I guess like, because I wanted to see like you're a foreign policy guy. This is what you do. I wanted to see like what are some of the disagreements that we might have, and one I think is on the issue of Zionism in general. Because as I said, I see Zionism as an ethno-supremacist ideology that is built around the extermination of the indigenous population that happens to be non-Jewish, like the in-group, out-group dynamic. And so therefore I see it as inherently fascist. And I feel like this is something that a lot of people refuse to reckon with. And I wonder if you have disagreements with this.
I mean, I would disagree with defining all of Zionism that way. I think the actual material reality, like Zionism as it exists in the world, unfortunately, I think reflects that. And people who are Zionists, I think, need to contend with that. But But I think there are other forms of Zionism. I mean, there was a pretty serious debate going in the late 1800s into the early part of the 20th century. People who classified themselves as identified as Zionists, but there were questions over: do we need our own state? Can we form a community within an existing state? There were all kinds of questions about, okay, how do we relate to the indigenous population? Is it a Jewish ethno state? What does self-determination for Jews really require? And so that's how I would tend to define Zionism broadly. It's just the belief that the Jews are a people, and as a people have a right to self-determination. Now, others define, well, a right to self-determination in their historic homeland of Israel in the Middle East, a right to a Jewish ethno-state. People add all kinds of different details on that. But in understanding it in its broadest terms, I understand it as I said. I mean, I know I have really close friends who identify themselves as progressive Zionists, who would share a lot of our criticisms, and who live there and do this work under considerable pressure and trying to create a society that is equal, in which Jews and Palestinians are equal under the law. Some of them support two states, some of them support one state, some of them support one kind of confederal arrangement. But I do think there are people who identify strongly as Zionists, to whom your description of kind of an a violent ethno-eliminationist chauvinism doesn't really apply.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, if the impact and the ultimate reality that is unfolding is genocide in Gaza and pogroms in the West Bank, with a deliberate attempt to inevitably implement the greater Israeli state project, which Benjamin Netanyahu has even pontificated on as recently as this past week, then the way I see it is just like the old understanding of Zionism. And I always go back to Albert Einstein on this, which, he was, I guess, such a Zionist initially that he was slated to be the president of Israel, the first president of Israel, and his attitude on this was that the brigades, the initial the early Zionist brigades that turned into the Israeli Defense Force after the development of the nation state, when he saw the atrocities that were unfolding, when he caught wind of this, he wrote letters decrying that Irgun, Lihi, and even the Haganah, these militia movements were behaving exactly like the Nazis were. And I feel like someone who has that attitude that early on in the initial formation of the Israeli nation state, which came with the Nakba, an ethnic displacement campaign that was crafted with the deliberate interest of ethnically displacing 750,000 Palestinians from their villages, implies that, especially when you factor in Theodore Herzl or even Jabotinsky's assessments or David Ben-Gurion's statements about the indigenous population and what must be done with them, it comes across as though it's been marketing. It's been marketed as something different. And I think that social conditioning has played a major role in this, especially in the West, for American Jews as well as, of course, the evangelical Zionists, the evangelical Christian Zionists. But ultimately, it might, if it walks like a duck, it quacks like a duck, then it's probably not a chicken. We might be looking at a duck.
No, I mean, everything you said there is fair. I would also add, someone who might identify as a communist can defy communism in very basic terms, but if they're being honest about their ideology, they do need to contend with the reality of governments that identified as communists, like the Soviets, like the Chinese Communist Party, and some of the things that were carried out in communism's name. That doesn't mean that defines communism for all time. But if they're going to be honest about what their ideology means, they do have to grapple with actually existing communism. You can find other examples too.
I 100% agree with you. I think that it's very important to learn from the past mistakes of attempts towards developing communism, like the transitional socialist states, whether it be like USSR or existing transitional socialist states like the current formation in China, There are always going to be issues. There's always going to be mistakes, and some of them are going to be incredibly costly. Widespread famine is obviously a great example of this in terms of some of the major issues that existed. And I think people need to contend with that, certainly. But I just think ideologically, when we go back to like first principles, like the fundamentals of an ideology, not only just like the opinions of its initial movement leaders, but also in its implementation, it's I guess what I'm trying to say is not an accident that we have arrived at the current genocide that's going on, which many people are now recognizing as a genocide. It was an inevitability. And I would go so far as to say that we're experiencing something of the sort in America as well. This is something that I saw in Israel in I think it was a 2018 Supreme Court protests that were taking place, where, you know, you had liberal Zionists and progressive Zionists that were out in the streets and protesting against the Israeli state. And the Israeli state was using some of the mechanisms of enforcement that they routinely apply to the Palestinians on their own, their own Jewish citizens. And one thing that I saw in those protests was everyone was waving the Israeli flag, and one thing that they never wanted to contend with was the existing apartheid mechanisms, the violence of that enforcement, the notion that the IDF is actually a secular force for good. They could not contend with how this country was becoming even more right wing. And we have something similar here in America as well. Like, we leave a lot of these contradictions unaddressed, whether it be white supremacy, whether it be America's settler colonial history, and this nation's founding. And I think if left unaddressed, it is inevitable that we will have a leader like Donald Trump. And if left unaddressed, it is inevitable that Israel will have Benjamin Netanyahu as the leadership again, and his coalition will become increasingly more reactionary and increasingly more violent. That's just the way I see it, and I think that's an extension of the ideology of Zionism, and it can masquerade as like trying to find a homeland for people that have withstood tremendous amounts of oppression, historic pogroms, the Holocaust, unimaginable pain for thousands of years, but in the way that it has unfolded, it has been an incredibly violent endeavor to the indigenous population that didn't do anything to these people that came in as a part of initially a British settler colonial operation.
Yeah, I hear that. I mean, I guess we'll just, I look at the history of the state of Israel, even before the founding of the state, some decisions that were made by the various waves of Zionist immigration, and decisions that were made by, foreign powers like the United States and others. And I think I can identify possibly some pivot points where things might have developed in another way. So I don't know if I'm going to agree totally that this was all pre-baked and predetermined from the beginning. But clearly there has been a tendency, a kind of variation of Zionism that has taken control and been in control for some decades now, that is clearly violent, that is clearly exclusivist, and is clearly eliminationist, as we're seeing in front of us. And again, I do think the U.S. bears some responsibility here, because the United States, more than any other country, has been the one that has kind of shielded Israel from any real consequences from decades and decades of these abuses. And I don't know if irony is the right word, but no country has done more to help really diminish and strangle the Israeli peace movement and the possibility of the emergence of a more pluralistic and equal, vision of the Zionist state of Israel than the United States, by shielding it from those consequences. And people like Joe Biden, whom says, there should be no daylight between the U.S. and Israel, that kind of approach has been wind at the back of the settler movement. That has been wind at the back of the extremists who are now, perpetrating this genocide.
Yeah. Okay. Let's switch gears a little bit and let's talk about Ukraine. And by the way, at any point, if you have you need to pull out, because I've already taken up a lot of your time today, you're a busy guy, you can let me know and we can end it. But what's up?
Let's talk Ukraine.
Okay. So, Ukraine. Some people like Tim Pool have called it the enemy of the United States. I do not have this mindset, of course. I feel like it's been a litany of policy, a string of policy failures overall. And I do think that there were exit ramps, but I fear that it's an unsalvageable situation that the Trump administration is making even worse than the Biden administration. What do you think is going to happen at these summits by your estimation?
Yeah, I mean, I honestly don't really know because I mean, this summit is, let's just say Donald Trump is not a traditional foreign policy leader, to put it lightly. I mean, a summit of this kind, you would have seen at least some real work being done at the lower level by kind of lower level diplomats from both sides to kind of hammer out an agenda and a set of kind of key, discussion points and a general expectation of what you're going to try to get out of it. Whereas Trump is just kind of charging in and saying, I want to end the war. I want to get a ceasefire. And if Putin doesn't agree to it, then, basically something bad will happen. I'll also say, I don't necessarily see that as, a criticism. I mean, I think there's sometimes good reason to do non-traditional foreign policy. When Trump with Kim Jong-un, the North Korean leader, back in I think it was 2018, a lot of people criticized.
I loved it.
Bernie was one of the people who didn't.
Yeah,
it was we should be talking. We should be talking to our adversaries. Diplomacy is good. The question is what you get out of it.
Yeah.
And I think that's the question to have here. What is Trump hoping to get out of it? Clearly, he came into office saying, "Oh, it'll be easy to get peace in Ukraine. This will take me 24 hours. I'll go in. I'll kind of push the Ukrainians to make an agreement. I have a good relationship with Putin." He found out it's a bit more complicated than that. Even though I really didn't enjoy watching the kind of brutal treatment of Zelensky in the Oval Office, the kind of upshot of Trump really, strong-arming the Ukrainians into agreeing to ceasefire talks is that he's revealed once again that Zelensky isn't the problem. Putin is the problem.
Yeah.
It's Putin's choices who are driving this war. And as far as I've seen, Putin has not really changed his goals here. And his goals are, if not necessarily to kind of occupy all of Ukraine, it's to prevent Ukraine's independence. It's to curtail Ukraine's ability to make its own foreign policy and to kind of restore Ukraine to its proper role as he sees it, as kind of this subject within the larger Russian imperium. And if that continues to be his goal, it's hard for me to see what kind of workable agreement could come out of this meeting.
Okay, that's interesting. So you said that Russia's goals in Ukraine might not necessarily be like the entire takeover of Ukraine, which I feel like is a position that other liberal foreign policy wonks would disagree with you on. I think that is. And there is real fear, I think, from what I've seen from the Western world, liberal capitalist countries in Europe that are worried about an even further incursion of Russia. This is a real fear. Whether Russia has the capabilities to do so does not even matter in this equation, even though I feel like that calculation is obvious. They recognize that Russia does not have the capability to do this. Otherwise, Finland and Sweden would not have voided their handshake neutrality agreement and joined NATO. If there was a real imminent fear of Russian invasion, right? I think.
Yeah. This idea that Russia is going to take over Ukraine and then roll tanks into Poland. I mean, that's nonsense. I think the real concern, I think, is that if Russia is able to, achieve its goals in Ukraine, that creates a basis for it to, just spread its influence, its troublemaking, making its presence felt, so to speak, across Europe in a much stronger way. I think that's a legit concern. And that's why we need to kind of figure out some kind of modus vivendi with Russia. I think there were some bad choices made. On the whole, and this is where I've had, an ongoing discussion and debate with some of my brothers and sisters on the left. I think all things considered, Joe Biden handled this fairly well. I think he clearly didn't want this conflict. If you go back to 2021, I think it was June 2021, he actually had a summit with Putin. I mean, his goal for Russia was like, I want to park the Russia relationship over here. We're not going to be friends with Putin, but at least let's have some stability and clarity in the relationship. Because the Biden administration wanted to focus on China. Strategic competition with China was kind of like the kind of the obsession. It's a kind of an obsession. Washington generally, but Biden definitely reflected.
I would say started by Barack Obama, by the way. One thing that a lot of people, I think, fail to consider is that even when Donald Trump came into office initially, people were worried that he was going to dismantle NATO. I wasn't worried. I obviously am, I will say, I am anti-NATO for historical reasons. But the idea, the thing that they pointed to was Donald Trump's demands that NATO allies are supposed to give back more of a higher percentage of their GDP to their own defense, buy more American weapons, right? With a higher percentage of their GDP. That was actually an Obama era provision. Yeah, and Donald Trump was really continuing and actually forcing the NATO partners to do that. And clearly it was such a good idea from the foreign policy uniparty mentality that Joe Biden never reversed that decision. He continued along with it as well. And I think now it's gotten to a point where Donald Trump is now demanding even more. They're talking about 5% of these countries' GDPs being spent on American weapons manufacturing. And the European partners are calling him daddy and just saying, sure, we'll do that.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously, U.S. defense contractors and a lot of people in the U.S. government would prefer that money be spent on U.S. weapons. But the basic demand that Obama kind of elevated was just spend the 2%, however you spend it. Yes, as an American president, I would prefer you spend a lot of this on American weapons. But the key concern was, these countries need to be spending the agreed upon amount so that they're not over reliant on the United States. It really does get back to when Donald Trump says we're being ripped off. The reason that got traction is because this is a longstanding concern amongst the American public. They feel like our, European allies are kind of free riding on money and security that the United States provides. So, I mean, you're right to bring up the fact that Obama really pressed this originally.
Yeah, and speaking of Obama, so I'm once again going to go back to Mersheimer on this issue as well. He's Mr. Realpolitik. He's a big China hawk. Obviously, I have many disagreements with him on that front. But in terms of his analysis on the relationship between the United States of America and Russia, especially as it pertains to Ukraine, I think when he identifies Ukraine as a proxy, a Western proxy, but specifically a proxy for American interests, I happen to agree with him on this. Like the interventions that have happened in Ukraine in terms of like civil society organizations and things like that is a mechanism of the American State Department. And this level of involvement starts with this like holistic, let's make Ukraine more progressive, or let's make this, insert whatever country you want to, more progressive. But then it's like, it turns into a way to utilize and maybe even kind of rip apart the sovereignty or whatever sovereignty that these countries might have, not just Ukraine, but every other country, at the behest of America's foreign policy interests, which would be to undermine Russia's attempts of violating Ukrainian sovereignty and bringing Ukraine into its sphere of influence. Would you disagree with that assessment?
I would disagree that, with treating Ukraine as just a proxy for the United States or for NATO. I think the Ukrainians themselves have wanted to get independence from Russia. I mean, this is a longstanding, again, just speaking as a Ukrainian myself, this is something I was raised with as well. I mean, when Russians refer to Ukrainians as our little brothers, every Ukrainian knows what that actually means. It's not a compliment. But there has been many efforts going back even before the Soviet Union to achieve Ukrainian independence, with the understanding that there are going to be strong relations between Russia and Ukraine. A lot of Ukrainians are Russian speakers first. I mean, there's obviously family relationships. There's culturally a lot that's shared, but you know, the stuff that USAID is doing, like supporting democracy efforts, supporting civil society efforts. I mean, yes, there's an element of that where the United States obviously is looking to achieve its interests. He wants to bring countries closer to it and farther away from its adversaries. I would not just interpret that as all of this was kind of like this coherent effort just to kind of weaken Russia. I think the Ukrainians themselves have and had and still have a strong desire to set up an independent sovereign democracy. And again, that's why I've been supportive of efforts to help them defend themselves. I mean, I want this war to end. The Ukrainians want this war to end more than anyone. But I think referring to Ukraine as a proxy for the United States, really denies the Ukrainians agency in a way that I just don't think is right.
I don't disagree with you on this, by the way. Of course, I think your assessment is completely correct. I see it as converging interests. Ukrainians have always, in their national history, and you know this a lot better than I do, given your personal background, have always always made their national project to be outside of the sphere of Russian influence, outside of the to have complete sovereignty. So that part I understand, and maybe along the way historically there have been some not so great attempts to do so by some Ukrainians, while the overwhelming majority of Ukrainians were busy, liberating the concentration camps. So, and it happens. I mean, the IRA also, an institution that I am wholeheartedly in favor of, may or may not have in the same time frame thought that they could have allegiances with someone who is an enemy to the British Empire. I won't say who, but both the Ukrainian groups and the IRA had found themselves in the throes of a dark allegiance, let's say. So I understand, of course, the IRA did not participate in some of the initiatives that the Ukrainian collaborators did initially. So obviously it's not to the same degree, this allegiance. But the point I'm trying to make is that, well, this is converging interest. Like, it's the same as a lot of the former Soviet bloc Eastern European countries that wanted protection and wanted to be rid of any sort of outside influence they were getting from Moscow. Having said that, I think ultimately it almost comes down to the same things that I've said before, which is America was on the right side of this conflict. Ukraine was invaded by a much larger, irredentist regional power, Russia, unjustifiably. But America was on the right side, but it was for the wrong reasons, if that makes sense. Like, I don't think that America's ambitions, I don't think any country's ambitions are moral or immoral. I think they choose to push and pull in a direction that favors their overarching foreign policy goals. And I think a part of that, and I guess the question I'm going to ask here is, because of being on the right side, but still ultimately for the wrong reasons, and you might disagree with me on that, and we can talk about that too. Do you feel like there were exit ramps where there could have been more leverage for Ukraine that could have been entertained more? And I think you know exactly what I'm talking about, the Antalya 15-point program that was put forth after the initial pushback by Ukrainian forces and an abject failure of the fake Russian military operation, special military operation that failed to take over Kyiv in a matter of weeks, as the initial assessment looked like.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple things in there. One is to answer your second question first. I see there, I'm not convinced that any of these agreements, the Istanbul agreement or any of these, subsequent agreements, I think they were worth exploring. I think some of them were explored. Could they have been explored more? Yes. But again, at no point along the way have I seen any real evidence that Putin has ultimately changed his goals. I mean, he has stated them pretty clearly, whether or not it's the physical occupation and control of all of Ukraine's territory. It's, creating a Ukrainian government that is subservient to Moscow. I think the United States definitely could have leaned in on, wanting a ceasefire and an agreement. Could have leaned in on diplomacy at a few points along the way. Not necessarily because I think that would have achieved much, although that is always worth exploring, but because again, it would have put the onus back on Putin, just as Donald Trump has done in his own way. He just made clear, like, this is the man whose choices are driving this war. And now going back to what you said about, being on the right side for the wrong reasons, I hear that. Listen, Joe Biden, I mean, even though I think he handled it fairly well, I understand he was doing this because he saw it serving the ends of American primacy. That is not a goal that I agree with. However, the way that I approached it as a progressive, who believes in people's rights to defend themselves, people's rights to independence, in international law, and the right of countries not to be invaded by their more powerful neighbors is a pretty foundational idea in international law. I mean, I saw a set of principles and values that were being upheld by a policy of the U.S. government, even if I didn't go all the way with the reasons why the U.S. government was doing that. And of course, the U.S. government is wildly hypocritical in all of these things. We look no further than Gaza to show where all those same principles and rules and laws were and are being massively violated. But I mean, people accuse you of or accuse each other of whataboutism. They're like, well, we're not doing the right thing here. Why should we do the right thing over there? My approach is I just want to be consistent about these things. The Palestinians should have self-determination and freedom, and the right not to be destroyed, just as the Ukrainians should. And I want my government to uphold those values and those principles consistently.
Yeah. A couple questions for you. I have routinely stated since the invasion that this was also a massive blunder for Vladimir Putin as well. Even though he has obviously been able to successfully gear the entirety of the Russian economy into a war economy and has been able to withstand a lot of the sanctions regime that was immediately implemented. Obviously, there's a lot of secondary markets that Russian energy can still reach Europe through, like India being one of those prime examples. And for me, even if I were to take the security concerns that Vladimir Putin might have had about bringing Ukraine, which is right next to, very close to Moscow, in proximity, as opposed to many of these other countries, like NATO encroachment. If that was a valid concern, a valid security concern, I think the most successful way to avoid that would be to continue trade dominance and to continue engaging by way of energy trade, like European allies, and make yourself irreplaceable in a way that is not dissimilar to what China has been able to do. A less of an interest in direct intervention, but intervening in the affairs of other countries to create a security window for yourself by making sure that the bigger partners involved are still completely they're beholden to the energy partnership or the trade that you have with Russia.
Yeah.
I think not doing that and then militarily invading Ukraine was a major mistake that actually emboldened NATO, and that's the reason why you saw Finland and Sweden join NATO as well, especially because it was also a failure in terms of a military invasion as well, which showed that Russia was wholly incapable of being a serious threat beyond the obvious nuclear threat. I think, the explosion of Nord Stream as well, obviously. So there are numerous other failures here, but as it stands now, it feels like from what I have seen on the battle lines, the Russian positions hardening on eastern Ukraine, and they're making more territorial gains as well right now as we speak in the lead up to this summit. It feels like Russia sees this as having the upper hand, and I think that everything that I've read, as far as the problems that the Ukrainian defense has, means that there is this impossible problem that Ukraine has in terms of manpower. And I don't know if there's any reasonable way to make up for that shortage, because it's not necessarily like having the most the best technology or the best like defensive or offensive weapons, or even like limiting Ukraine's like targeting capabilities of like hitting inside of Russian territory. Perhaps it could have been helpful early on, but it seems like at this stage it doesn't matter. Do you agree with that assessment? Or do you feel like there's an alternative vision here that I'm not seeing?
Well, I think we're in a situation right now. I mean, first of all, going back, agreeing with you that this was initially a huge blunder and an embarrassment, and also it's put Russia in a relationship with China, which I guess I won't call a vassal relationship, but a really subservient relationship with China. That's really not something that I think Putin wanted. But he has shown the ability to reconstitute it, his military force to recruit, to strengthen over the past years with Chinese help, with Iranian help, with others' help. That is impressive. There's no other way about it. And time is on Russia's side now. I mean, I think that is the brutal reality. So that's the question we're faced with. If Putin hasn't changed his mind, what do we do? Do we say, okay, we're no longer supporting this? The United States will withdraw, or at least we'll lower the amount of arms and support we're willing to give. Europe will try to make up the difference. They can't do that in the short term. Everyone understands that. And slowly and then more quickly, Ukraine will start to lose. So if people understand that, then they should say so. I mean, I guess I'm not someone who has ever, kind of bought into this idea that, global democracy and American security will live or die in Ukraine. I don't think I've never wanted to kind of make these kind of wild existential claims about the importance of this conflict. As I said, I think there are important values and principles that do impact America's security and prosperity that are at play here. I don't want to overstate those. I think a lot of people do that, and it's a mistake. But I think if Putin hasn't changed his mind and still wants to achieve those goals, he will do so in the absence of continuing U.S. support.
So let's talk about a reasonable and just solution. Obviously, the most just solution in this would be the immediate cessation of hostilities, and then Russian forces pulling out of eastern Ukraine, and even taking it one step further, even like the Crimea question comes to mind. Obviously, at this stage, I think in 2025, even the American government's position is that like Crimea is a lost cause, and that the permanent annexation is if not de facto, de jure recognized, right? Like almost legally almost a legal recognition is imminent. It's also from a foreign power, an autonomous sovereign foreign power mentality. Like that reason is for Sevastopol and an entry into the Black Sea for Russia. They have their reasons for this. But having said that, I think, as you also brought up, China plays a major role in this. And I feel like the American attitude against China is actually causing us to not find the most just, most equitable solution that we could potentially get. Because I think the pathway to a meaningful resolution of this conflict also revolves around bringing China to the table. Do you disagree with that?
I don't disagree, but I think there have been efforts made to get China to play a better brokering role. I think there's been efforts by others as well. I mean, like Lula, and who took a shot at this, and I think that was great. I think we want countries like Brazil, which is a rising country, big economy, a lot of influence, especially in the developing world. I think that was really important. He wasn't able to do it. So yeah, what I understand from China's behavior is that China is right now just not really interested in doing that. I think we should continue to explore that, because if it told Putin you're out of runway, I think that would really change the game. But as far as I can see, they have not made that decision yet.
So the reason you brought up the China-Brazil proposal, right? That's what you were referencing, because they had a joint statement on the Ukraine crisis that was delivered on May 13th. But even before then, in May 13th, 2025, but even before then, they had a joint cooperative security agreement that actually offered like limited concessions to Russia, from what I understand, and was ironically enough in the rearview mirror when we look at like what Trump has designed for Ukraine, a far better solution, a far more equitable outcome for Ukraine and Ukrainian independence. I guess the question that I have always is like, you say that China has no interest in this or has no investment in this, and I think you could even say that about Israel as well. China is a very significant trade partner to Israel. It could literally take action, almost single-handedly take action against Israel if it truly wanted to, beyond stern warnings and sternly worded letters against Israel's position. But I still think that, just like with Israel, and especially with Ukraine as well, American involvement moving in one direction makes it virtually impossible. And I think it's incumbent on us to bring China to the table, is what I mean. I hear that. Because they are the senior partner in this coalition on the Russian side, and because they just love trading. They love trading more than anything else. And I think that, like, on the one hand, there's this idea that like Russia is seen as like the militant, like anti-West country, the only country that has the capability to even strike a blow at whatever Western interests are, versus China is seemingly disinterested in doing that, like militarily, I mean, and therefore they're just like kicking back and watching events as they unfold, because it's not in their. They're disinterested in pushing for a reasonable solution. But the other attitude is that, like, at least historically, what China has done in contemporary Chinese history, in modern day Chinese history, they have taken a non-interventionist and a non-interventionist approach in almost every single circumstance, with the hopes that they could just like keep selling labubus to everyone, including in Ukraine. So if there's interest for peace from China, I feel like America could grease the wheels a little bit, or to at least like symbolically say, here, let's bring you to the table, if they truly were invested in a equitable outcome here.
No, I think that's right. But I would agree. I agree with pretty much everything you said. But I would add this too, from China's perspective. China benefits from the United States bleeding resources and credibility, especially in Gaza, in the Middle East, but also in Ukraine, and not being able to not being seen as able to kind of bring this war to an end. So that's kind of a cynical angle, but I do think it's a realistic part of this. But I would agree. I mean, efforts should be made. I think some have been made, but we should keep pressing, to get China involved, because it's going to have to. Ultimately, it will have to play a role in any resolution of this. But going back to what you had asked about, what does a real agreement look like? Listen, if we just cut, said, stop fighting right now, the lines are where they are, Russia retains control of, essentially the eastern third of Ukraine. Not only do I think we should go for that, I think Ukraine would go for that. The question is, okay, how is that durable? And what guarantees exist, what mechanisms exist to ensure that this is not just a pause while Russia kind of gets its shit back together and prepares for the next round of possibly even worse fighting, but just say, okay, this war is now over. Russia will retain control of these regions, Crimea, Donbass, but Ukraine will retain its sovereignty and independence.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I mean, I think like, maybe we'll disagree on this, but I think the Minsk agreements initially were a far more favorable off-ramp if implemented correctly, or if they were actually implemented at all, as opposed to the 15-point plan in Turkey, another off-ramp, as opposed to where we're at right now, where, as you've also said, the Ukrainian the Ukrainian appetite for continuing to defend its borders militarily has completely swung in the opposite direction, with 69% of Ukrainians now saying, like, we want a ceasefire, even though the majority of Ukrainians don't think it's going to happen as well in the same Gallup polls. So, yeah, I don't see a just or equitable outcome here for Ukraine at all, no matter what happens, unfortunately, because I just don't think that any of the Western powers are like genuinely interested in allowing Ukraine to have any semblance of sovereignty, and that even the European leaders who have seemingly been reliable allies to Ukraine in this process, at least in the way that they communicate on this, have done so only because they're just like afraid of, I guess, further Russian incursion or what they think is like the American attitudes, American interests that they're relitigating. Do you feel like there is like what do you think is going to come out of these talks? Is I guess what I'm going back to now that we've talked about all this.
I don't know, but I think, Trump is kind of dangling, renormalizing relationships between the United States and Russia, or at least improving those relationships. I can see how that might be attractive to Putin. Putin, sees Russia as having kind of an historic right to play a role as a great power on the global stage. I think that is something that could potentially incentivize him to make some agreement here. That's a real deliverable for him. So again, it's possible. But the question is, okay, in exchange for that, are you willing to really give up on your kind of grand goal of, kind of destroying Ukraine's independence? Can you agree to a smaller Ukraine that is genuinely independent, that obviously is going to have, closer relationships with Europe, and that has a military that can defend itself? There can be agreements made on the types and the size of weapons and all that kind of stuff. I think that's kind of the most realistic, decent outcome at this point. But I'm kind of skeptical that we'll see it in the next couple of days, although maybe the groundwork could start to be laid for those, talks to progress.
Do you think that Russia has the capacity to hold militarily eastern Ukraine, or do you think that there will be a lot of impossible American-style counterinsurgency initiatives that they will have to do, which will make it virtually impossible for them and will inevitably cripple their economy and will consistently be a headache from their perspective, from the Russian perspective, because of the understandable desire that Ukrainian elements will have in the region, if they still are living there, to consistently fight back against Russian forces?
Yeah, that's a good question. Like I said, Russia has shown the ability to recruit and to reconstitute kind of its material, and it also, has no compunction about fighting a pretty savage war. And that would be a pretty savage counterinsurgency. But as we've seen, savage counterinsurgencies often fail, and they produce the exact opposite outcome, precisely because they're so savage. I don't know. I think partly that would, we'd have to see what kind of agreement was made for the rest of Ukraine. If there's the possibility, people picking up and leaving, the homes and communities that they've lived in for generations for the other part of Ukraine, if they want to stay Ukrainian, is not the best outcome. Forcing people to leave either voluntarily or not is always pretty brutal. But again, I think that the nature of any counterinsurgency would kind of hinge on what the rest of Ukraine looks like and what its future looks like.
Yeah. Okay. Well, last question for you. You said some stuff about communism and specifically about China. I wanted to hear you, because I'm unfamiliar with your position on China, and we might be somewhat at odds on this. But I wanted to see what you currently think about modern China. Is it a danger? Is it going to be a more moderating force as a hegemonic power in the future? Is it already there? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's clearly, a major power. It's the closest, the closest, competitor to the United States. My view is that strategic competition leads one place, and that's to conflict. I think adopting strategic competition as the lens through which we approach the relationship and we approach all of foreign policy is a huge mistake. And I'm against it. And two of my colleagues at CIP, Mike Brennis and Van Jackson, wrote a book earlier this year called The Rivalry Peril, which I highly recommend, which is a book-length argument for why strategic competition is the wrong approach and offers a better approach, which basically recognizes that, listen, we need to find a way to coexist with China. We have a lot of shared interests. We certainly face a lot of shared challenges, whether it's climate, pandemics, run down the list that the United States and China absolutely have to try to find a way to work together on. There's just no way around it. It'll be frustrating. It'll often fail, but we have to keep trying to do it because we're both major powers in the world. So kind of designing U.S. foreign policy around, holding China's economy down or simply defining China as an adversary to kind of America's freedom of action is not only counterproductive, it won't work, and it will also have like really negative political consequences here in the United States. It will power authoritarianism in the United States, just as the obsession with kind of Islamic terrorism did in the United States. I mean, Donald Trump himself is a consequence of our, he's a consequence of a lot of things in American politics, but one of the things was, America's global war on terror. He is part of that blowback.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do we agree?
But I mean, I think I do think that yes, cooperation is an absolute necessity, and I would love for America to do that. Or even if they were going to compete with China, they should become more Chinese in terms of central planning and building a robust manufacturing base here in this country instead of engaging in like idiotic trade protectionist arguments that don't have any trade to protect really, and treating global allies like historic allies, whether it be our most consequential trade partners like Mexico and Canada, or even Europe as vassal states, and demanding more tithing from them. And they are seemingly servile because what are they supposed to do? They clearly don't want Chinese influence. They're also terrified of Chinese influence in the same way that like Americans are.
No, I mean,
in the same way that the American state is, rather, and so they're not pushing back at all. I mean, with the exception of Mexico, I would say Mexico is obviously.
It's like they define their entire security concept around an America that will never change and will always kind of pick up the check and provide the umbrella. And it's very hard to shift a boat like that when you have an entire generation or multiple generations of bureaucrats and who've thought about it in this way. No, but what you said about central planning. America has started to actually do industrial policy now. I think that is one of the things I think the Biden administration deserves some credit for. Is like really getting the memo on the post-neoliberal moment. I mean, it took far too long to land. We should have, there were a lot of us. I mean, my own entry into politics was in the late 90s alter globalization movement, the protests against the World Bank, the IMF, WTO, and I think those protests were right. And it took over 20 years for Washington to realize they were right. But now, you have a Biden administration that was like, okay, neoliberalism, all these kind of religious beliefs that the power of the free market didn't actually work out. So we need to rethink the role of the government in the economy. And I think that's important. But I do think if we are going to kind of point that toward holding China down or going back to this play, as you said, what Trump is doing is just using trade as a weapon to punish our enemies and exact tribute. That doesn't lead to a better, more equitable global trade system. That leads to conflict.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't think that. I think Biden initiated first steps in the right direction in terms of like industrial policy, but I do also think that it was very. It was classic Democratic Party, too little, too late, and also never implemented and almost entirely inadequate at the end. And not never implemented, but like inadequate at the end of the day. When I say like central planning, I mean making demands out of companies that we are subsidizing and saying like, you do not exist without taxpayer funded subsidies. And therefore, when we say you're going to produce more, or rather when we say you're going to have every single worker that works in these factories become unionized employees, and there's going to be sectoral bargaining and allow labor to thrive in America. That's what I mean when I talk about like centrally planned economy. And I feel like that is, I mean, it seems impossible to implement in this country at this stage. And it's becoming even more impossible by the day with Donald Trump's decisions.
Oh, I hear you, but I mean, I would agree. I mean, it was not nothing, but it was too little, and it took far too long. But I think they have opened up a debate, long overdue, about the appropriate role of the government in the economy, and it's up to, I think, the rest of us to kind of really pry that open, and to force it open and have a better debate.
Yeah. Well, Matt Duss, thank you so much for coming on. This was a wonderful and enlightening conversation. I hope I didn't press you too hard on some of these things.
Thank you.
And yeah, I hope to have you back on the broadcast soon.
All right. Anytime.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Chatters, you have misbehaved this entire time. That was shocking. It was alarming how badly you were misbehaving. Okay. It's perfectly healthy to have a back and forth. It's not supposed to be just a straight up interview. Okay. There's a reason why, you know, there were points where I was talking without asking a complete question. Okay. Son, do you remember how Chad was behaving when he first talked to Ryan Grimm? Now it's the same for your information. Yeah, it is kind of crazy. Anyway. Yeah, Chad, go to your room. Some don't understand there's no point in talking to people who agree with you on 100% on everything. Yeah. And also, in terms of like American foreign policy, Matt Duss and his perspective is considered radical. Like the Center for the Center for International Policy is like one of the few, alongside the Quincy Institute, that is seen as like insane in DC. Okay. Like some of you literally look to what he's saying and you're like, well, we don't agree. We don't align. But like, you have to understand, you know, that's like even his positions are like impossible. Like they're like things that you consider to be unconscionable in your understanding of the world, like things that you and I agree on that we might disagree with Matt Duss on, are not even a point of the conversation at all. That like his framework and the way, like what he is saying, what he's advocating for is seen as like insanely radical by DC types. I hope you understand that. Okay. Everyone in foreign policy is liberal. Yeah, I mean, that is also true, yes. This is why the debate pervert mentality has to go. You wanted us on to be cruel to the guys so you can post a Twitter edit. Yeah. No, I was not going to do that. That's ridiculous. You know. Instead of central China-style central planning, this is what we get. Wholesale inflation is up dramatically, but corporate profits aren't going down. CNBC guest explains.
A point, there's an anomaly in the data here from what I thought was going to happen. I thought
no wonder it sounds chat is so parasocial. Bros, mad people criticizing. No, there are decent criticisms, and then there is, why aren't you ripping this person's throat out when you got a 97% agreement on things? Like that's not a reasonable criticism. Also, what do you mean? You're describing me criticizing people engaging in a parasocial matter. It's parasocial to try to backseat how I'm conducting an interview or a conversation that at points might be even contentious. That's not, that's just backseating. There's no world in which you get to have this level of control over a political commentator. You understand? Okay, maybe not 97%, but anyway, let's continue.
What was going to happen was this area called trade services, it's a measure of profit margins, would squeeze and actually exert downward pressure on wholesale prices. I think that was an expectation across the street. But these are big numbers. Trade of private capital up 4.5%. Trade of personal consumption goods, what the margins that they're making, all of them up big. And I don't quite understand why the government is saying that profit margins increased when we're not seeing the essentially a lot of inflation in the consumer prices, but we're seeing prices higher on the wholesale prices. That should compress margins, and we've had a whole bunch of companies come on and say we're taking big hits because of these things.
I think this is once again, I said this in the beginning of the tariffs conversation. If Trump is able to force universal tariffs and then actually scare the dog shit out of companies and make them eat away at their profit margins, I still have issues with that, but I'm so fucking jealous that he's able to do this. Okay? I hate that he is the guy doing this, especially because he's not doing it in a direction that is pro-labor at all. Because what I mean by this is if companies have the capacity to lower their profit margins out of some kind of fear that Donald Trump is going to come after them and fuck them up, then why can't you do it at the point of labor? If you can literally eat away at your fucking profit margins at the best of like paying off these tariffs and not carrying the costs over to the consumers, okay, you should be able to do so with obviously intervention from the federal government to increase wages and improve labor standing in this country and force the companies not to actually increase their prices. It's very frustrating because what Donald Trump has done with the tariff regime, the reason why we say tariffs are a sales tax is because under normal circumstances, these mega corporations are supposed to carry over the increased costs that they're getting on the wholesale side back to the consumers, okay? It's more expensive to purchase shit now because of the tariffs because you're paying an extra entry fee. And now you're going to turn around and increase the cost of the item at the point of purchase, okay? That's what it is. That's why it's seen as a regressive universal sales tax. But if companies, for some reason, are actually behaving in this anti-capitalist direction out of some additional fears, some pressure coming from the administration, the question is, why couldn't we fucking do that? Well, the first question is, where's the money going? Where are the tariffs? Where's the tariffs revenue going? And the second question is, why can't we make companies do this? Why can't we force companies to do this for things that are good for labor in general? I hate that. Now, having said that, I do believe that prices are inevitably going to go up. There is no way that these guys will continue to eat away at their profit margins. There's only so much that they'll do. And ironically enough, I think that they will still turn around and most likely depress labor and labor power as a way to continue their profit margins.
Tariffs. So this number should be going the other way. I'm not sure what's happening here, but Rick has also reported, and it's worth saying, even if you take these trade services out, the PPI was hot anyway, but this should have exerted some downward pressure, and it didn't. Real quickly, I'll be asking St. Louis Fed President Alberto Musalem about these numbers and much more later this morning at 10 a.m.
Right. Thank you Rick and Steve. Now what?
Oh no, I don't care about a fucking sales tax. I am anti-sales tax in general. My point of contention with this is like, if the Trump administration had this level of influence and had this level of fucking power to make corporations lower their profit margins, which means like they could do that to increase wages while simultaneously forcing them to eat away at their profit margins and not increase prices for consumers. Do you understand? Because there's think about it like having a pool of money. You're just like moving this money around. It's ridiculous. The reason why we say tariffs are a sales tax is because it's an entry fee, is because companies under normal circumstances are supposed to carry over the fucking increase in costs because of this entry fee back to the consumers at the point of purchase.
Andrew, we have a panel.
We do. You ready for this? Kitty Richards, former Treasury Department official in the Biden administration. Also, Josh Ruha, Stanford Graduate School of Business professor. Good morning to both of you. You've been listening to this debate. You've seen these numbers. Kitty, I'll start with you. What do you do about it if you're the Fed?
I think that the Fed is going to have a difficult time meeting those investor expectations of a rate cut. I actually want to focus on what we were just talking about, this difference between the CPI, which is only starting to warm up, and the producer price index, which just came in very hot. And part of what's going on there is that there is a bit of a timing mismatch between when consumer prices rise and when producer prices rise. So I think that the Fed is going to look at this and that CPE release that's going to come later in the month and say, ooh, we're not really sure what's going on, but it looks like there are going to be price hikes coming down the pike. I'm actually not surprised that we didn't see compression of corporate profits. That's something that's characterized the inflationary period since the beginning of the pandemic, that corporations are actually able to protect their profit margins and actually even increase their profit margins at times using inflation and uncertainty as cover for price hikes, even if their costs aren't going up. And so one of the things we're going to be looking for in the CPI as consumer prices are starting to rise is, are corporations actually taking hits, or are they able to use this moment of supply constraint created by tariffs and uncertainty created by the Trump administration to pass on higher prices even above their increased costs?
Chair, best streamer on the planet. You talk shit, but Chair doesn't pause all the time. You know what I mean? Respect to the Chair. Anyway. Big week for Muslim socialists and publications. Times new cover. The Democratic Socialist and backbench state assemblyman Zohran Mamdani has gone from local longshot to likely mayor of America's biggest city. Our interview. Nice. I see this as something that is tremendously positive. We lucked in to this, okay? We really did. I have so much hope for once about being able to convince Americans, that like there is an alternative vision here. Left is already turning on them. It doesn't matter. That stuff doesn't matter. I hope that they're wrong, by the way. Like, I understand why they're so skeptical, why they're so scared. They're worried that he's going to turn into another, machine politician that is like maybe left flank of the center-right Democratic Party. I understand why people have those fears, but we'll see. Only time will tell. I mean, look, this has happened already. This has happened far too many times, but we don't have the bandwidth to just like drop hope when it's just like right there. That's it. Daily Wire posted an article today, like, why should a Jew support Mamdani? Actually, wild stuff. I think one thing that I have seen is that, like, all of the endless fucking articles is, once again, all the endless articles, once again, just like annoying people. You know what I mean? It's just annoying people. It's actually negatively polarizing people against those who are writing those articles. And it's actually causing people to like Zoran more. They look at the situation and they're like, yeah, I like this guy even more. Whenever people go, well, this guy, why should a Jew like this guy? When clearly New York Jews do like this guy, right? When people say, why should a Jew vote for this guy? When they already have in New York. And the reason why you're doing that is because of his position on Israel, which is the overwhelmingly popular position, is uncompromising, unyielding position on Israel, has, especially as like time has changed, rewarded him. So I think like when people stress this stuff, when people constantly cry about this shit, it just ends up benefiting him further. And I really hope he recognizes that.
Political shakeup and high-stakes missile defense strategies to lifestyle trends like alcohol-free.
Hot national attention. He's celebrated by some, fiercely opposed by others.
Right, and Chusano highlights how Mamdani has redefined campaign politics in the city, focusing on affordability, clear language, and the idea of no translation, making
not uncompromising, let's be real, brother. He's not going to say, let's nuke Tel Aviv. What are you talking about? Yeah, Zoran Mamdani's campaign song isn't Udrup Udrup Tel Aviv. Like, yeah, he's within the confines of American politics. I think he's doing a great job of navigating the discourse. He has a really good way of speaking the language of liberals, okay?
Policies immediately understandable for everyday New Yorkers. His style is both principled and very online, and it struck a chord in the recent primary.
Exactly. His grassroots campaign mobilized 50,000 volunteers to knock on 1.6 million doors, pitching progressive platforms like free buses, rent freezes, and universal childcare. But, as Cusano notes, he's faced backlash for his criticism of Israel and past support for movements like Defund the Police.
And Chiusano reports Mamdani's skills in connecting with voters come from a blend of activism, creative energy, partly from his upbringing as the son of academic Mahmoud Mamdani and filmmaker Mira Nair, and real experience, like joining a hunger strike to support taxi drivers in debt.
But stepping into the mayoral spotlight isn't without its challenges. Chiusano details how Mamdani's had to shift.
The fuck is this? Is this a summary of the article? A 7-minute summary, AI summary of the article? What the fuck is happening? Stop clanking us. Okay, y'all gotta stop, okay? Why leave us with Henry? Because I fucking hate you, okay? Because I hate you and I want the AI to just take over. God damn, dude. Oh, okay, I'm not gonna do this right now. I'm eating. Yeah, y'all are so fucking annoying. All right, let's move on. We're going to talk about California, okay?
New details this morning regarding the redistricting efforts in Texas. Governor Newsom now says that President Trump missed the deadline and that California will move forward with drawing new congressional maps that will, quote, end the Trump presidency. He says that will allow Democrats to take control of the U.S. House of Representatives. Newsom will also say he's going to be holding a powerful press conference sometime this week. This comes after Newsom sent a letter to Mr. Trump asking him to abandon efforts to draw new congressional maps.
The reason why leftists are worried about Zoran or skeptical about Zoran is is because they fear that he's going to turn into another. Like I said, he's going to be fake and phony and not implement any of his policies that he like ran on, and basically be like a guy who is a cheerleader for socialism that doesn't actually want to implement any of it or something. I don't know. There's definitely a lot of understandable doomerism in the left, but I say, you know, kick back and wait to see how this unfolds.
All right,
Yeah,
as
let's
we
hear
promised, President Trump is there in the Oval Office right now commemorating the anniversary of the Social Security Act. That is what he's talking about right now. Let's go ahead and listen in and see if he talks about what's happening tomorrow with Russian President Vladimir Putin.
I said, this guy's amazing. And he said, I'd love to help you with Social Security, because it's sort of what he does. You know, he takes troubled entities and turns them around. And he did some of the biggest messes in the world, and Social Security in a certain way, I guess, you know, you reported it all the time. In 4 or 5 years, it's going to go bust, but not anymore, it's not. And he's got it turned around so well. The proclamation helps. All of the things we've done help. And he's finding such tremendous fraud where we have illegal aliens. We have people that don't even exist on Social Security now. They don't exist. And what it does, it makes it totally secure and powerful for the people that are on it and need it. And we're very proud of the job he's done, one of the best.
Kara Castro from Lindell TV. How are you today, sir? Democrats like Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren continue to peddle the lie and the claim that you're trying to cut Social Security, despite your repeated promises to protect it. Why do you think they keep pushing this misinformation and literally terrorize?
Awesome. This is not a press conference. You are not a reporter. What are you saying? God, this country sucks so much ass, bro. God damn.
The elderly in America that sadly keep watching the very misleading mainstream media.
I love your question. I should have called you almost first, but I love his questions also, always. But it's such a good question. It's so vicious what they do. Elizabeth Warren said she was an Indian. We call her Pocahontas. She's a liar. She lied her whole career. Based on the fact that she was an Indian, she was able to get into certain colleges, get certain jobs, get into certain universities to work there. She's a liar and a mean person. She's a nut job. I watched her the other night. She's all hopped up endorsing a communist in New York City. And she was all excited and jumping up and down. She's got to take a drug test. She really does. She's got to take a drug test. There's no way somebody can act that way and be normal. What she's done to our financial institutions, she destroys people. Do you know that you had a lot of great banks in the Midwest and banks that loaned to farmers and others, and they went out of business? She put them out of business. Stone cold mean. Banks that were open 150 years, family banks that supplied the farmers and manufacturers and others, and she put them out of business. She's a mean, horrible human being. Bernie Sanders is Bernie Sanders. I don't mind him so much. He's just a liberal guy, very liberal guy. He's a wacky guy. He's still sharp. I got to tell you, you know, he's 86 or 87 or something. He's still sharp. You compare that to Joe Biden, it's, you know, sort of what happened. So I don't mind Bernie Sanders. With him, you know what you're getting. You're getting a guy, he's a nasty guy.
It's awesome. No answer whatsoever to cutting Medicaid. Like he's not even saying we're not cutting Medicaid. He's not even lying and saying we're not cutting Medicaid, even though they are. He's just going on a rant about how much Elizabeth Warren said she was an Indian. Big liar, closed all the best banks, all the family banks. She's so mean to the banks.
But he's somebody that, I don't know if I call it a fastball, but he's able to throw the ball pretty well. He's okay. I watched him the other day. He was totally on the opposite side of things. I will say this, the biggest issue right now, and an issue that's really taken hold, is crime, stopping crime in the cities. And the Democrats are fighting the stopping of crime. So I think that's like men playing in women's sports is okay, or transgender for everybody, okay. But this is a bigger issue. This is the biggest of all issues. Crime.
It's so obvious that in his brain there are literal like talking bubbles that he's pressing over and over again. Just like men playing in women's sports, crime is at an all-time high. It's so clear that he's just like trying to reroute the conversation by bringing up shit that his dumbass base actually loves. Being like, remember when I did the transgender thing?
Crime is rampant in D.C. It's rampant in our generally blue-run cities. And they've got to do something about it, or they're never going to win another election. And instead of calling me a
Why do
dictator,
you care?
they like to say
You don't want
Trump's
him to win
dictator.
elections. Why
Trump's
do you give a
dictator.
shit?
Well, I had calls from many, many friends, including Democrats. I have a lot of Democrat friends, but they're normal people. And they were thanking me so much for what I'm doing in D.C. They feel so safe already. And, you know, at the border, we had 0 people come in, and this is done by a liberal group. They're the people that do it. I have nothing to do with it. 0 people in 3 months. We had 0, 0, and 0 for 3 months. And last year we had millions of people pouring in from all countries, from jails, from drug addicts, gang members, drug dealers by the thousands and thousands. 11,888 murderers, half of whom committed more than one murder. They flowed into our country. And for the last 3 months, we had none. And I didn't remember when Joe Biden used to always go, I need legislation. I had no legislation. I just said, we're closing the borders. And the whole world understood it because they respect your country again. They really respect this country again. They didn't respect it. When he said it, it didn't mean anything. But now they know it meant a lot. And Mexico does what we tell them to do. And Canada does what we tell them to do, because we have the 2 borders. We have the northern border, the southern border. And they were both horrible. But now it's some people say it's a miracle. Well, what Frank has done with Social Security also is something very special. But what we're doing with crime, which will be your next question, I guess, that's because everyone's they're afraid. Half of the people here, maybe all of the people here, most of you live in D.C., you are petrified to go out. And you're liberal. And if you're liberal, you can have...
What are you saying? Who the fuck? You're all in here. You're so scared. Black teenagers left and right. They're going to jump you. They're going to beat you. They're going to beat you like big balls, like they beat big balls and his balls. I know it. You know it. We all know it. You're terrified. By the way, the question was, Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren are lying about you cutting Social Security and Medicaid. Why? Which is not even a fucking question. That's where we're at. That's what he's talking. That's what he's answering, chat.
Have to change your Democrats. You're going to have to change your ways. So we will have crime under control very shortly in D.C., but they're record numbers. And sadly, what I guess the mayor did, but whoever it was, they asked the numbers to be fudged so that it would show less crime than the fact. The fact is, it's worse than it's ever been. And we will have it just like we did at the border, where the borders are totally in great shape right now, the best ever, record-setting shape. We'll have the crime situation solved in D.C. very soon. And we're also going to beautify the city. We have a beautiful city, but you can't have graffiti, and you can't have roads with potholes, and you can't have the medians, the dividers in the roads falling down on the street. We're going to be beautifying the city, making it really beautiful. We're going to be getting the criminals the hell out of here. We don't want the criminals in Washington, D.C.
Mr. President, one on your Putin meeting and then one on D.C. crime. Are you prepared to offer Vladimir Putin access to rare minerals to incentivize him to end the war?
We're going to see what happens with our meeting. We have a big meeting And it's going to be, I think, very important for Russia, and it's going to be very important for us, and important for us only that we're going to save a lot of lives. Look, we have, we're not paying any money, as you know, to Ukraine. We're supplying equipment. We're being paid 100% plus for that equipment by NATO. And I got NATO up from 2% to 5% of GDP. They now have billions of dollars. NATO is a very rich group of countries, and we make the best military equipment anywhere in the world by far. And they're buying our equipment, and they're paying 100% for the equipment, 100%. In fact, they owe us about $2 billion now. They're going to send a check. Another one was sent recently for $1 billion. So we're not spending any money anymore. Biden gave them $350 billion, got nothing for it. And if you look, and by the way, we also signed a rare earth deal where we get, years of rare earth to get our money back, the money we spent. But what I'm really doing this for is to save thousands of soldiers a week. You have Russian soldiers, you have Ukrainian soldiers, and then you'll have missiles dropped into various cities and towns in Ukraine. And they're losing last week they lost 7,251 people, mostly soldiers, Russian and Ukrainian soldiers. I'm doing it for that reason. We have a meeting with President Putin tomorrow. I think it's going to be a good meeting, but the more important meeting will be the second meeting that we're having. We're going to have a meeting with President Putin, President Zelensky, myself, and maybe we'll bring some of the European leaders along, maybe not. I don't know that it's going to be very important. We're going to see what happens. And I think President Putin will make peace. I think President Zelensky will make peace. We'll see if they can get along. And if they can, it'll be great. I've solved 6 wars in the last 6 months, a little more than 6 months now, and I'm very proud of it. I thought the easiest one would be this one. It's actually the most difficult. We had one war raging, as you know, for 37 years. One in the Congo with Rwanda was raging for 31 years. We solved 6 of them, made peace, not just solved them, we made peace. If you look at Pakistan and India, planes were being knocked out of the air. 6 or 7 planes came down. They were ready to go. Maybe nuclear, we solved that. I thought this would be maybe an easier one. It never made sense, this war. It would have never happened when I was president. If I were president, this war would have never happened. But millions of people have been killed. And I'm there for one reason, to see if I can solve. This was Biden's war. This isn't my war. I want to see if I can stop the killing. Yeah.
Rare earths, do you plan to offer him access to that at all?
We have great rare earth. We made that as payment for all of the money that we've spent so foolishly in Ukraine. We spent $350 billion. Now, Europe spent $1 billion. That's a lot of money. They spent $100 billion. That's a lot of money. But we shouldn't be spending a lot more money than them, and they understand that. And I think that's maybe why we're not spending money anymore. We're not spending any money. They're paying us for everything. So people are shocked when they hear it. They don't even understand. They don't even write about it. But we're not spending money, but we are spending a lot of time trying to get the war solved. If we can get the war solved, we'll be very happy. As far as rare earth, that's very unimportant relative. I'm trying to save lives.
And on DC crime, sir. On DC crime.
Do you have a message for the Democrat lawmakers like Nancy Pelosi or media who are saying, after living here for many years, that there is no crime and you're trying to start a new news cycle?
It's another reason why the Democrats lost the election in a landslide. They lie. It's just lie. Look, the crime is very bad. I think they'd be much better off saying, we want to.
It's so funny that right after he just spent 5 minutes monologuing about how he stopped so many wars single-handedly, that there are wars you've never even heard of that he has stopped. In his mind, he started wars just to stop them. That's the kind of fucking guy he is. That's how much he loves peace. He turns around and is like, Democrats are lying. He's just that good, man.
help President Trump with the crime because it's an epidemic. It's a tragic situation. It's the worst it's ever been. And we want to help President Trump with the crime as opposed to he's a dictator. He's a dictator. People are so happy to see our military going into D.C. and getting these thugs out. As you know, we arrested a lot of people yesterday. We arrested a lot of people today. We're getting people that have arrest records that you wouldn't believe. 28 arrests, 15 arrests, brutal, brutal people. And we're going to have to do something about this cashless bail because people shoot somebody, they kill somebody, and they're out on the street in less than an hour.
That is not correct, man. What the fuck is he saying? No, man, that's not how this shit works. People are so stupid. I'm done. I'm done. I can't believe it, bro. He literally is saying you shoot someone and then because of no cash bail, the judge just looks at a guy who is literally a risk, an ongoing risk to other people. He shot someone, right? And he goes, oh, well, I guess you can go free because otherwise, in normal circumstances, we just have like a really high bail that you wouldn't be able to pay for, and that's how I'd keep you in. That's not how it works. Judges literally have leniency over like whether or not someone is a fucking risk to others. And there's no bail process. There's no financial incentive. It just simply means rich people can't get away with doing crimes and then having freedom, whereas poor people get fucking trapped. That's it. No cash bail doesn't mean people go free, man. What the fuck? Yeah. It has always been and always will be up to the judge's discretion. And in this circumstance, the judge can be lenient and allow someone to leave for minor crimes or not, understandably, not let anybody go if they fucking killed someone. If they've been charged with murder, no judge is going to be like, well, we don't have a bail system, so I guess you can fucking leave now. You're so stupid.
Now, that's when it's all started in New York, in Chicago, Los Angeles. You take a look. If we didn't go to Los Angeles to help this incompetent governor and a mayor that doesn't know what the hell she's doing, if we didn't go to Los Angeles, you wouldn't have a big part of it burned down. The other part of it would have burned down too. You would have not had, I don't think you would have been able to have the Olympics. We have the Olympics. I have a lot at stake with that because I'm the one that got the Olympics. I got it in my first term, and I was saddened because I got it for what would be my third term, okay, which turned out to be second term. And the Olympics, it's a great honor, but I felt badly because I said I won't be president when the Olympics came. Well, through circumstance, I am president. I want to make sure the Olympics is great, the World Cup is great, and the 250, maybe the most important of all, is the 250-year celebration is great. So what's happening is we will work very hard. You would not have had...
You are listening live to President Trump taking questions from reporters there in the Oval Office. Nancy Chen takes over next, listening in on all of those headlines on CBS News 24/7.
Houses that burned down, where, by the way, the governor ought to focus on getting their permits. You know, the federal permits are given. Those are the hard ones, and they were given a long time ago. People can't rebuild their house because they can't get permits from the state and the city, and they ought to focus on that because it's very upsetting. I went there right after the fires. I walked the streets, and I met a lot of great people that want to rebuild their homes. We took care of it from the federal standpoint, but they're not taking care of it from the city standpoint, the mayor and the governor. They're not getting their permits. They can't build their houses.
Mr. President, on DC crime.
Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, thank you. Do you think this summit and the incentives for peace you are putting on the table could end up rewarding Putin for his invasion of Ukraine? And what kind of signal do you think that could potentially send to other aggressors?
No.
Oh, my God. This is the one This is the one fucking place where, like, that line of questioning is so stupid. Oh, if you stop the genocide, are you rewarding Hamas? If you engage in a ceasefire, are you rewarding Putin? Stop with this idiotic line of questioning, man. And I know the person that asked that question is a fucking liberal. Like, the only contentious line of questioning should not be literally outflanking Trump from the right. God damn, dude. I hate that, like, the one opportunity the fucking liberal journalists have in there to ask, like, a decent, maybe even adversarial question, and it's like, well, don't you think you're rewarding Putin if you were to implement a ceasefire negotiation? It's like, what are you saying?
I don't think it's a reward. I think that what we have is a situation that should never have started, should have never started. It didn't start under me, and for 4 years it wasn't even discussed. And I could see it was going to happen.
Like, the best question to ask, again, there's many questions that should be asked to Donald Trump about what comes next. But those questions should be around, like, what are the concessions that you are seeking to get out of Putin? What do you think is the most equitable solution for Ukraine's future? Do you believe in Ukrainian sovereignty in this process? Like, there are a million questions you could ask, none of which is, why do you think you should do a ceasefire at a time when Russia is winning? Why don't you think you're rewarding Russia? It's like, no, man, he's rewarding Russia. Putin is rewarding Russia by just continuing to pummel fucking Eastern Ukrainian positions. You're a fucking idiot.
After I left, I could see what was happening. Everything that we did was wrong. Everything that was done was wrong. Everybody's to blame. Putin's to blame. They're all to blame. This is a war that would have never happened.
The other question on LA, Mr. President, earlier today, the Washington, D.C. police chief issued an executive order allowing metropolitan police officers conducting traffic stops to notify federal immigration and customs enforcement about undocumented immigrants that they encounter. Yet the city has a long-standing pro-immigration policy, including allowing non-citizens to vote in local elections.
Which is ridiculous.
And limiting cooperation with federal immigration agencies.
Right.
Did your administration pressure the D.C. police chief to review and repeal these policies? And will you require other cities to roll back similar policies to avoid possible federal takeover of local law enforcement?
So what you're saying is that it was a very positive thing. When they stop people, they find they're illegal, they report them, they give them to us, etc. That's a very positive thing. I have heard that. It just happened. That's a great step. That's a great step if they're doing that. Yeah, I think that's going to happen all over the country. We want to stop crime. I think if the Democrats aren't strong on this issue, they won't be able to do it. I think this is a bigger issue than all of the other ridiculous things that they, like open borders. Well, open borders is bad. Open borders has caused a lot of this problem, allowing millions and millions. I think 24 million people were allowed to come into our country. Many of these people from prisons, from jails, from mental institutions. This was the Biden policy. And I don't believe it was him. He was never there before. It was the people that encircled this very beautiful desk, the Resolute desk. Radical left lunatics who were smart, but radical left. And I'm very happy to hear what you just said, because I've heard that.
And Mr. President, on LA, if I may, the mother of a 15-year-old California boy who was briefly detained at gunpoint in a case of mistaken identity. The LAUSD superintendent says that surveillance video shows armed agents wearing police and border patrol insignia. Given the National Guard, the Border Control, ICE agents, they're not trained in local policing. What specific steps are you taking to ensure that young people are not put in harm's way?
Fucking finally a good question. Holy shit. Which, by the way, insane situation. Wow. 16 minutes in, we got one real question, bro. That's crazy. 16 minutes in. This is the bare minimum. This is the basic function of journalism, dude. Wait, did this guy, good question from the guy who said illegals are voting. Wait, he said that first?
these types of operations?
Yeah, what they are trained in is common sense, and they're very tough people. And they have great common sense, and they are highly trained. I heard the mayor of L.A. was saying, "Oh, they're not trained this way." I heard this character from where was he from? They talk about him as a candidate. He's got no chance. The governor of Maryland. I watched him this morning saying that the governor of Maryland. Yeah, they say maybe he'll be a president. He's not presidential timber at all. But I heard him today talking about how the National Guard or the military is not trained in police, but they're trained in common sense, and they're trained in not allowing people to burn down buildings and bomb buildings and shoot people and all of the things. They've done a great job. Again, if we didn't send them, and very importantly, if we didn't send them into Los Angeles, the rest of Los Angeles would have been burned down to the ground. When you look at Minneapolis, I sent them into Minneapolis because the governor wouldn't make the call. If I didn't do that, you wouldn't have a Minneapolis. It wouldn't be, I don't think it would be existent today. You remember the famous scene burning over the CNN anchor's shoulder? He said, everything seems to be very peaceful. And behind him, the whole city's burning down. So you had the whack job governor who ran for vice president, who made a fool out of himself. You would have had, I saved that city. I'll tell you, I saved that city. So the bottom line is these are very tough people that are trained in a thing called common sense, and they're also trained in doing what we're talking about right now. And you watch crime stop, but you wouldn't have Los Angeles. It wouldn't be existent today. We would have had to cancel the Olympics if I let that go on.
Mr. President, are you concerned at all, Mr. President? Will you...
This is so funny, man. I can't tell if he's just like lying or he genuinely is hallucinating. Not that it matters because it's fake, but I live here, man. And I've been to the fucking protest. He literally federalized the National Guard for no reason, sent the Marines in for no reason. They didn't do dick. It was mostly the local police that was just like brutalizing the protesters and moving them away from federal law enforcement because the federal law enforcement was like actively trying to open fire on said protesters. The notion that if they weren't there, that the city would burn down is so fucking stupid. They didn't do shit. They just fucking sat there. Like, I don't think it's good that most of the things that are coming out of the president's mouth are just like not true. Like, you barely saw any of the protests too. No, he wasn't talking about, when he said fire, he was talking about the fires. He was saying that like they lit LA on fire. Not the wildfires. He was claiming that the 5 Waymos that were burned were actually fucking burning the entire city, if not the state, to the ground. Yeah, that's what he's talking about. He's talking about the fucking Waymos, bro. It's just like, I don't know what to, I don't know. I don't know what to say. Like, everything he's saying is wrong. Not only do I live here, but I was there. The idea that like LA was on fire is so crazy. And there isn't even enough like footage to prove this. Like, normally the media will constantly fucking recirculate the same images over and over again. This time, it was such a small protest overall. Like, it wasn't a small protest necessarily, but it was like so specific in where the protest was taking place. Like, it was so localized that, like, there wasn't even enough, like, imagery that you could point to claim that LA was on fire. It was just the fucking 3 burning Waymos. That's it. And and yet Donald Trump still acts as though that was the case. That, like, the entirety of LA was on fire, and he bravely sent the brave Marines to go and, like, fucking shoot the protesters, I guess. And only then was he able to stop these incredibly dangerous protesters that were about to burn the entire city on fire. Meanwhile, we were there. We were getting shot at. It was awful when you were, like, around the cops. And then a couple blocks over, we went to Little Tokyo, and we got fucking ice cream. What do you mean the entire city's on fire? What the fuck are you talking about? But it just sucks because it's just so, like, it's just so fake. Everything is fake. Everything he's saying is a lie.
You pressure Israel to allow journalists into Gaza to cover the humanitarian efforts the U.S. is pursuing, and
I'd like to see that happen, sure.
Would you pressure?
I would like to see it happen. I would be very fine with journalists going in. It's a very dangerous position to be in, as you know, if you're a journalist, but I would like to see it.
And on tariffs, Brazil, Mexico, and Latin America are getting closer to China, and they say it's partly because of the tariffs you're imposing those countries. Are you concerned?
You literally walk past the 3 Waymos? Yeah, I know. It was nothing. It was inconsequential. Right, like a couple feet away from the burning Waymos were the cops beating the fuck out of tax-paying citizens with gear that they purchased with the same taxes those tax-paying citizens were paying for. They were spraying chemical weapons on tax-paying American citizens exercising their First Amendment rights. Who gives a fuck? That's, like, entirely unacceptable. That's way worse than the fucking Waymo shit. And 3 Waymos in one of the largest cities is not the city on fire. It's the same shit with, like, Portland. People literally think Portland just, like, burned to the ground, dude. People think, like, oh man, BLM protests, like, Seattle burned to the ground. It's like, no, that didn't happen. That's what he was talking about with Minneapolis. It's just like, I don't know. What do you do with that? What do you do with that? What do you do with that? What do you do with that when the president is just fucking lying and no one is going, I don't think that's what happened. Like, every part of that story is a lie. City didn't burn down. Donald Trump didn't do anything other than send the Marines there, but the Marines didn't do shit. He just hallucinated an entirely alternative reality.
Them getting closer to China?
No, not at all. I'm not concerned at all. They can do what they want. None of them are doing very well. And what we're doing in terms of economics, we're blowing everyone away, including China. We're doing better than any other country in the world right now. Brazil has been a horrible trading partner in terms of tariffs. As you know, they charge us tremendous tariffs, far, far more than we were charging them. We weren't charging anything, essentially. And Brazil has some very bad laws.
What? What's the deal with you and Bad Empanada? Because you watch his vids on stream, but he's always ripping on you. I'm kind of new to the community and want to know what the deal is. And if you're against him, no, I'm not against Bad Empanada. Why are you still in the U.S. then? I don't know, because I'm fucking stubborn. I have loved ones that live here. I want to improve this country. Or, where am I supposed to go? He hasn't said shit about you in a while. No, he got mad at the GQ profile and said that I'm I will never threaten power, and that's the only reason why I get like glowing magazine profiles, because I'll never say something that will get me in trouble, or at least like, well, he didn't frame it as that.
Happening where they took a president and they put him in jail, or they're trying to jail him. And I happen to know the man, and I will tell you, I'm pretty good at people. I think he's an honest man. I think what they've done, this is this is really a political execution that they're trying to do with Bolsonaro. I think that's terrible. But they also treated us very badly as trading partners for many, many years. One of the worst countries on earth for that. They charged tremendous tariffs, and they made it very difficult to do anything. So now they're being charged 50% tariffs, and they're not happy, but that's the way it goes.
Mr. President, on DC crime, sir, on DC crime, are you concerned at all that some federal officers that are helping DC police might be being pulled away from other high priority assignments?
Like what? Like what?
Terrorism.
Like what? What could the federal agents be doing? What could they be tasked with? We got two speeds. We don't care about pedophilia and sex trafficking. We care about migrants. They need to be working on going to the farms and arresting migrants. What terrorism? The real terrorism is seeing salsa hips walking down the street in broad daylight. That's the real terror.
Oh, really? Terrorism? They'll stop terrorism as part of what they're doing right now. No.
See? I'm telling you. He just straight up said, oh, terrorism. Yeah, they're stopping terrorism by apprehending random fucking people at courthouses. B's statement wasn't even really directed at you. He just took a drive-by. No, I know. Hasan is a mainstream media darling precisely because he's not a threat to power and would never say anything that would compromise his ability to be a mainstream celebrity, which is such a funny thing to say because he knows how fucking insane my haters are. He's done videos on it. And no, the only reason why it's not compromising my ability to be a mainstream celebrity is because attitudes are shifting. That's it. I smell envy. No, he's just farming. He says dumb shit all the time. It doesn't really matter. But it's really funny that he won so badly by doing nothing to the extent that he has a new profile in big magazines every week while H3 are talking about moving to Kick and Rumble. Yeah, I think he was just trying to shit on Ethan. Yeah, so fucking ironic when you said that America deserved 9/11 and that Hamas is better than Israel. Two of the most compromising statements one can say. Yeah, what can I say that would be appropriate by his standards? Like, I know what he wants. I know what he'll say. But it's so funny, like... Easy to chirp from Argentina? No, I don't think it's easy to chirp from Argentina. I found out that it's actually harder to chirp from Argentina. He just seemingly has been able to evade any sort of like legal scrutiny somehow. I don't know why. That's the thing I don't understand. Like, this motherfucker has gotten less government scrutiny than I have, and I'm in America where we have free speech, supposedly free speech. So I don't know how he's able to avoid all of that. So to say that, like, you know... I'm experiencing no repercussions is so funny. But like I said, I think he was just like trying to shit on. He was just trying to shit on Ethan, I think, more so. Or maybe I'm CIA. Not having an Argentinian audience? Oh, that could be it. That makes sense. No, it's the fact that you are not allowed to say Hamas is right after October 7. Even if I may or may not understand why you can't say that, Hamas is better than Israel is a compromise law. No matter what way you put it, you still do thread a certain line. You crave normalcy, which is a difference in methods in general if one is charitable. This is the same guy who was yelling at me because he said I was being Orientalist by saying WeHo is the Mecca for gay people. It's gay Mecca. The fuck do you mean, bro? Yeah, Hamas is better than Israel is what do you mean? That's a compromised position. What are you talking about? That's just objective reality. Yes. What kind of conversation are we having here? How is that in any way, shape, or form a compromised position? What do you mean? Also, please. Anyway, you basically said that in that article. Oh, in GQ, yeah. Let's continue with this shit.
The soldiers that we have, first of all, we have plenty of them, long beyond what that you have here. We're just using a very small force. You know, in Washington, D.C., they have thousands of police. They have a lot of police, but the police weren't allowed to do their job. We have a lot of great ones, and you have some that weren't so good, to be honest, but they weren't allowed to do their job. But now they are allowed to do their job, and essentially it's only 2 days, but you look at the numbers already, they're dropping. And no, they're not being pulled off for anything.
Mr. President, as you know, there were some very concerning reports about crime statistics. Police are manipulating crime data to downplay crime in D.C. Will the administration release its own crime statistics to counter their misinformation? And will those individuals who are intentionally misrepresenting crime data and fudging the books, like you said, be penalized for endangering the public?
They are under investigation.
Why didn't you say I voted for Hamas even more times than I voted for Biden? No, I literally said Hamas is worse than Israel. Israel does not have hostages like Hamas. The fuck? What planet are you living on? Israel literally has 10,000 plus Palestinians held hostage in straight up most circumstances, maybe not with the Israeli starvation campaign that was implemented in the Gaza Strip, but like in the past, worse conditions than like the way Hamas was able to fucking keep the Israeli hostages. That's not even a lie. It's not even a joke. Israel has all the fucking money and all of the goddamn food. They could treat the hostages far better. Israel has 10,000 of them. And not only that, but also Israel literally picked up an additional like 2,000 plus Palestinian hostages since October 7. Yeah, look at this. Israel's a far greater evil than Hamas. They've done 2 October 7s against the entire Palestinian population every single week for the past 60 months. A belligerent occupier backed by the most powerful country on earth. Israel's far worse than Hamas. It has done thousands of October 7s with airstrikes, ground invasion, and mass starvation for 19 months. Anyone who refuses to recognize this fact simply doesn't believe Palestinians are human. There's no comparison between Israel and Hamas. One is a militant resistance comprised of orphan soldiers born into a 77-year occupation. The other is an ethno-religious supremacist apartheid state with nukes doing a genocide backed by the USA. Like, what are you talking about? Who do you know in American politics that has any platform whatsoever that unironically says this, but which is the truth, by the way. It's so sad because nothing I'm saying is like an exaggeration. It's just the fucking truth. But who the fuck do you know in American politics that dares to entertain the fucking truth? She is a what? She is not a plant that Trump has placed. One female reporter that Trump constantly calls on is not a plant. She is a human. Good one, dude. Nice one, Chatter. Sorry, lesser evil is what I meant to say is a compromise, although you understand because it suggests an equivalence. Also, my Orientalism takes because literally, when have you ever heard an Arab or Muslim, other than maybe Iranian or a Turk, use Mecca as a metaphor to anything? It's such a British documentary exoticism, which is within Orientalism in its otherizing because it's born out of it. Or maybe for someone, dog, you literally are otherizing Iranians and Turks as somehow different versions of Islam than the Arab version of Islam. What the fuck is wrong with you? You're like, listen, you're fake, you're phony. You can't, yeah, because I hate them. Okay, suck my dick. Anyway, and as far as this goes, like, what do you want? This is it. This is the truth. Israel is a belligerent occupier. Israel as a belligerent occupier does not have a right to defend itself by bombing Gaza. Palestinians, on the other hand, have a legal right to defend themselves against Israel's genocide. Since the media tide is shifting after 19 months, ask yourself why no one ever mentions this. That's how you know I'm 100% correct, by the way, because the fucking Zionist Hasbara Brigade goes, how many buzzwords can you fit in one post? What a piece of shit. Yeah, no answer. You got nothing. You can't say shit. So you got to go, it's buzzwords. It's buzzwords. You are saying genocide. It's a buzzword. Anti-Semite. Anti-Semite. Why you not love Israel? I'm going to retweet this again. Fuck it. I really cooked on this. That one was the one that like really pissed people off when it first came out. The ADL was up my ass for that objectively correct take. Also, the other thing is, like I've always said, the Biden, I would vote for Hamas over Biden is so funny because I did literally say that. I said that I'm a lesser evil voter and Hamas is the lesser evil between all of the parties involved. If there was a Democratic election, I would vote for the lesser evil because I believe in harm reduction. So there's that part too. So I have also, any way you have invented, any way you could imagine me accurately fucking reflecting the events that have unfolded over the course of the past 22 months and even far beyond that, I have done so. Yeah, honestly, you should be taking a minute break from the stream to tweet that you love Israel, like right now. Tweet you love Israel. Say you love Israel, please. Speaking of loving Israel, let's see what Israel's #1 lover had to say. Fatlo is back, ladies and gentlemen. Right? She said, throw the Jew down the well. Let's take a look at what she had to say for 8 fucking minutes.
Some ways.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that when I do the fartlo, gotta say El Hasan. Eight uninterrupted minutes of fartlo.
I feel sorry for you two. I feel sorry for Bono and Madonna for exposing themselves at this time in their careers They have both had undeniable success.
It's awesome because of how fucking like repulsive of a person she is, both on the inside and outside. It just makes this so much funnier, especially add on the natural Levantine accent that she has is so good.
Yes, for decades. They are some of the most important artists in the history of music. But
And
what they
now-
have done
And now they're pro-Hamas. Right? Bono is pro-Hamas. Madonna is pro-Hamas. There is 0% chance that that piece of shit Bono said anything meaningful about Palestine. I don't even know what he said, but let me tell you, I know whatever statement that fucking coward posted abso-fucking-lutely was like, Israel is a beautiful nation state that tried its best, but maybe it should wrap it up. And also, Hamas is really bad and wrong, and Hamas is truly evil, much more evil than Israel ever could be. Fuck Bono. Okay? Fuck Bono. There ain't no way there ain't no fucking way. Hold on. The GQ is broken containment. What is it?
I just don't know what women want. It's so difficult. One of my friends, very hot, sent me that Hasan Piker slideshow of pictures from his GQ article 3 separate times in a 15-minute period. 3 separate times. I think that she thought she was sending me a different picture each time. It's only 6 pictures long. And obviously, not everyone can look like Hasan Piker. But also, a lot of the men that are saying this claim that they go to the gym all the time and they still can't pull anybody. So it's your politics. It's your politics. It's your politics.
Damn. I mean, I'll take it.
I just don't know what women want.
I'll take it. That's a repost. Easiest repost of my life. Bono, Bongino, doesn't matter. LeBron in 4. Okay. On Gaza. Unfolding in Gaza, blocking humanitarian aid is really bad. On that awful Saturday night, October 7th and 8th, I wasn't thinking about politics. On stage in the Nevada desert, I couldn't help but express pain. The river to the... What? What is this? Hiding under a stage in a kibbutz rain, butcher to set a diabolical trap for Israel to get a war going. Oh, yeah. Hamas did it. Hamas, gambled. Hamas just got Israel to be violent again. Oh, man. Israel, of course, morally infallible. Israel, most moral nation. Israel, tiny nation. Bro's talking about October 7th. On the 10th of August, 2025, 22 months in to the wholesale ethnic slaughter, ethnic cleansing, genocide of the Palestinian population. Okay? Shut the fuck up, dude. Shut the fuck up. Suck my cock. Just leave this in the fucking... Dude. There ain't no way you need to make a statement, okay? Who is this for? Shut the fuck up, you stupid fucking bitch. Oh my God. Still talking about October 7th, 22 months into the genocide, being like Hamas made Israel do a genocide. Are you fucking insane? I told you, this bitch ass, ugly ass, dog shit glasses, sunglasses wearing ass, singing for the Obamas looking ass, dumb fuck, a shame to the great Irish nation, would have this wishy-washy, nonsensical, middle of the ground, bullshit fucking take saying, well, both sides are at fault, actually, God, I fucking hate you two so much. I hate Bono. I fucking hate you two. Ever since Apple Music forced that garbanzo beans down the throats of every fucking iPhone user, it would just keep playing that bullshit ass, stupid fucking Bono song over and over again. Oh my God. Oh my God, I hate him. I hate him so much. Fuck you. Fuck you, Bono. Bono, suck my dick. Okay? Suck my dick, Bono. Oh. The Bill Maher of music. Genuinely, who the fuck is Bono? I'm out of the loop. Just ask your mom or dad, chatter. He's just a guy who is, I don't know, been seen as like a woke figurehead, an institution. Not even your mom and dad, honestly. Ask your grandparents at this point. He sucks. He sucks. I hate him. Anyway. Hamas leadership willing to play with the lives of 2 million Palestinians to sow the seeds of a global intifada that you two had glimpses at work in Paris during the Bataclan attack in 2015. God, I hate him. I hate him so much. It's better if you don't say anything, okay? It is better if you don't fucking say anything. Do you understand? If you're going to say this, you should just keep shutting the fuck up. You shut the fuck up for 22 months. Who is this for? Shut the fuck up. I know his bitch ass went and got a PR team to write this, because if you are a celebrity and if you're in here right now, if you're one of the celebrity HasanAbi heads, okay, join the gold card program, first of all, which is DM me and I will have you on the stream. Okay, that's number one. Many of you out there, I know I will probably never check my DMs, so I'm not going to see it, even though I'm saying do it, okay? But if you're a celebrity HasanAbi head, okay, and you are looking to craft a statement, do not let your fuck ass management group write that statement, because they're going to write this wishy-washy bullshit, okay? They're going to write this and you're going to get fucked, okay? You are going to get ass fucked. Bono, doesn't matter. It's Bono, right? He's already, he could have said nothing, and your grandmother's still flicking her bean to Bono, okay? They still think he is a brave peacekeeper or whatever. They think like, older people just think like you two as like preserved world peace or something. Okay, I don't know what it is. I don't know why. But if you are like a younger celebrity with an audience that is also younger, and you want to say something, and finally you're like, oh, the permission structure is expanded. Maybe I won't get fucked. Maybe I won't get fucked over and fucked out of career opportunities if I say something about Palestine. Finally, maybe I can say something. And then your PR team and your managers, I know for a fact, because I've had these conversations with people, are absolutely going to come to you, and they're going to say, let's write something. This is what they're going to write. Do not let them do this. Okay, here is free ball for you. You will get ass fucked by your audience if you come out with some wishy-washy, both sides are, responsible for the genocide of the Palestinian shit. 22 months in, I'm giving you free ball. You will be tarred and feathered, okay? Make no mistake. There are those who have been able to convince their management teams that they should make a statement, and their statement has been to just say, maybe not say fuck Israel, but say basically that Israel's doing a genocide and it's really bad, okay? It's really bad. It's really fucked up. If you do this kind of shit, and then, oh my God, he even added like the Bataclan attack in 2015. Oh my Lord, dude. Oh my fucking Lord. Yeah. It's like saying the world saw what globalizing the Intifada is on 9/11/2001. Oh. Yeah, navel gazing statement from Bono that repeats IDF talking points, saves its most emotive language for us October 7th and doesn't get anywhere near the word genocide. His condemnation is spoken publicly in 23, 24, could have had a real impact. this is a day late and a dollar short. It's not. It's not even a day late and a dollar short. It's just, this is pro-Israel, okay? That's it. That's it. When I read someone 22 months into the Nazi state of Israel doing a Nazi-style Holocaust that is live streamed in real time, in broad daylight, with unlimited American funds and unlimited American weapons, and someone still comes out and is like, oh, Hamas made Israel do this. Oh, it's really fucking bad. It's really bad that there's armed resistance against Israel's genocide. It's really fucking bad that there's armed resistance against Israel's apartheid regime. It's really bad. Really, who are the real villains? Not Israel. It's Hamas. Hamas are the real villains. Then you're pro-Israel. You're just pro-Israel. That's it. The fuck do you mean? I said this already. Look, I'm not the guy who makes these decisions. I don't think anyone is. But a forewarning, okay? Forewarning for people who want to fucking come out and like make a statement after being noticeably absent for the conversation surrounding children being starved, deprived of aid, deprived of medicine, and also murdered with American weapons. Okay? If you've been absent for 22 months and now you want to make a statement and you want to make up for your past mistakes and your complicity in the form of silence when untold atrocities were taking place, you got to come out and overcorrect. You got to course correct. Okay? You have to course correct. You have to be like, Israel, fuck Israel. Israel can suck my dick. Israel can suck the dick and the balls. Israel can eat my ass. You need to wear the banner. You need to wear the fucking Hamas banner. You got to come out and wear the banner and be like, this is my new position. I was so wrong. Okay? You got to course correct. Because you got to make up for all the genocide apologia that you were playing a role in. You know? And if you're not going to do that, then you definitely can't come out and be like, you know, it's because of October 7 and Hamas. Israel, please stop starving children. But also, Bono wearing an Al-Qassam headband, being illegally transported through Egypt into Palestine. Yes. You need to come into the conversation with a photo of Yahya Sinwar sitting on the famous chair. That's what you got to do. Okay? You can't do anything else. You have to make up for it. You have to make up for all of your fucking silence and your complicity. Okay? What is this? The pro-Israel version of Celebs for Palestine approved? Creative community for peace. Kudos to Bono for using his platform to condemn Hamas. Acknowledge the pain Jews have endured. Oh man, please keep acknowledging the pain Jews have endured, especially over the course of the past 22 months. It's been so scary. You guys are anti-Jew, okay? You are literally bringing random Jews into the conversation when everyone is like, yo, this shit sucks. At a certain point, these guys got to stop doing this, right? Like there is going to be a turning point, I suspect, where people go, okay, honestly, maybe we should stop associating with Israel because it's really making people hate a lot of Jews that don't even fuck with Israel at all. I don't know when, but it's crazy. What do you mean kudos to Bono for using his platform to condemn Hamas, acknowledge the pain Jews have endured, and a call for immediate release of Israeli hostages, but his claim that Israel uses starvation as a weapon ignores the documented truth? Bro, take the P off your fucking name, okay? Creative community for peace. Tons of aid sit rotting at the Kerem Shalom crossing, blocked from reaching Gaza because the UN refuses to distribute it. The starvation is not Israel's doing, and the world deserves to hear that too. It's like, it's so funny. It's so funny to just be like, you know, Bono, your statement offering most of your condemnations to Hamas and not to Israel that has been doing this genocide, which is part of the reason why you had to make this wishy-washy statement to begin with, because everyone literally sees the truth, is not enough. Bono, I'm sorry. Can you please talk about how Israel has a right to develop the greater Israeli project? You are being quite anti-Semitic, Bono. Bono, why won't you say Israel has a right to Syria and Jordan? Are you Hamas, Bono? Wow. Yahya Sinwar didn't mind if he lost the battle or even the war if he could destroy Israel as a moral and as well as economic force. And then he talks about the Hamas Charter of 1988. What the fuck? Holy fuck, dude. God, he sucks so bad. He sucks so bad. Bono, stop. This isn't you. No, this is very much him. And I really hope, I really, really hope, and I know this will happen. Israel is so fucked up and perceived as so evil by the rest of the planet that at this stage, even wishy-washy statements against Israel's genocide that still harbor resentment and all the fucking blame lays squarely in the fucking hands of Hamas. This actually doesn't help you at all. People don't even see this as a finally like a real true statement in defense of the Palestinians. Like they just get mad at this. That's it. And these guys don't understand it. Yeah, and I guess it was Hen Mazik that wrote this. That's why it's so ass. Bono just shows celebrities how to criticize Israel without crossing the line. Dog. This guy is so awesome. What is the Hamas Charter argument? I heard about it, but no one ever gives specifics. The 1988 Hamas Charter is like anti-Semitic. It has like statements in it that are like, you know, we got to purge all the Jews from our ancestral homeland, shit like that. It doesn't matter. It's been revamped, and it's utterly irrelevant and utterly inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. It's just the way that Israel tries to be like, Hamas is scary and dangerous and bad, and that's why we have to genocide the entire Palestinian population like we're doing, and you need to shut the fuck up. Okay? Hot take. Supporting Israel is crossing the line. This apology by Bono is a disaster. This was not a beautiful day for Bono. But Israel has the same charter for Palestine? Yes, of course. Yeah, in the 80s, Hamas wrote in its founding charter stuff about Jewish people that Israelis say about Palestinians. Okay, that's it. Today, in 2025, as Israel is doing the thing. Yeah, nobody who wrote the charter is alive today. Hamas has revamped this charter. They literally have a more moderate position than the average Israeli on this issue, where they're like, yeah, we want 1967 boundaries, please, which is also hilarious. Like they have regularly been the more moderate party in this endeavor. And yet, once again, you will never hear that in mainstream news. No one will ever tell you this. Okay? What does he mean by Hamas wanted to destroy Israel's morality? He's saying Israel's a moral nation and an economic force, and Hamas wanted to destroy it because they were jealous and not because of a fucking 75-year apartheid regime at that point that had destroyed every fucking meaning, every piece of Palestinian existence. Okay. Of course, Hen Mazik wrote this fucking dumb shit for stupid ass Bono. Bono can suck my dick, dude. Fuck you, Bono. Stupid ass bitch. It's really funny though that E Fatlo is still upset about Bono. E Fatlo.
During this window of opportunity that's presented itself over the last month for people desperately clutching at relevancy or...
I love this. These guys are so out of touch. How do you really feel? I can't say how I really feel. I'm sorry. Yeah, this is free parking lady. E Fatlo, famous for saying, today I go out. Today a friend told me she saw a sign that said free parking and she got scared because she thought the sign said free Palestine. The Jews are tired. Today, the Jews are tired. Yeah, still only the second worst thing Bono did. First will always be making all iPhone users download that U2 album. I 100% agree with you on that. Anyway, let's keep going.
Desperately trying to clean up their public, their reputation or their public image because, well, in Bono's case, you know, he came out immediately after October 7th and said something very resonating and morally courageous, actually, about...
Yeah, saying pro-Israel stuff after October 7 was very brave. There wasn't a lot of pro-Israel sentiment out there post-October 7, 2023. Thank God for Bono's courage. You never heard it. Oh, awesome.
The Nova Music Festival and condemning Hamas attacks. For Madonna, I guess the case is that she has worked with Jews her entire life. She's played in Israel many times. She was very into Kabbalah back in the 90s. They're cleaning things up. They are baying to pressure. You know how many messages I get from entertainment industry people per month saying that they have been...
Yeah, they're telling you, shut the fuck up. You're gross. You're ugly. Please stop doing whatever the fuck it is that you're doing. Those are the kind of messages I'm getting from entertainment people.
Pressured privately on direct message by trolls, by other people in the industry.
Oh, you mean human beings with a conscience that can see right from wrong and have recognized the evil of genocide. That's who you're talking about. That trolls that want entertainment people to come out and say something. Yeah. Hamas controls the media. The puppet masters. Oh, man.
To publicly unfollow me because it's not a good look, etc., etc.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. People are just like, oh, finally. There is 0% chance a person, any person whatsoever, has ever turned around and apologized to E. Fartlow for unfollowing E. Fartlow publicly. And I would love if she revealed who these people were, because that is awesome. This is 100% about Amber Heard. You think, did Amber Heard unfollow Fatlo? No.
I feel sorry for Bono and Madonna. And the reason I feel sorry for them.
Make fun of her words, not her appearance and accents? No, I'm going to make fun of her words and her appearance and her accent. Yeah, no, I thank you for the input, but I think I'm going to continue doing what I'm doing. But thanks. Thank you for your feedback, chat. Yo, chatter unironically said, hey, listen, I know this person is literally a prominent, active defender of Israel's genocide. But can we tone down the bullying, please? It's like, no, I can't do that. No, I'm going to keep doing that. What's her nationality? She's Scottish.
Is because this moment will pass. And there will be reconstruction, and Jew hatred works in cycles, and the cycles end.
Her new thing is calling you an incel. Woman is shadowboxing in the fucking dark. Wait, she had a statement. Is it about the GQ? GQ? Did she say something? Oh, that's awesome. I got an E-fartlow notice. I got an E-fatlow notice. Well, I mean, she blocked me a while back. Is she Jewish? Yes. Incel Hasan Piker. Everyone who loves Mamdani because Cuomo's an alleged sexual predator seems to have no problem with Mamdani's relationship with online incel Hasan Piker. Wait, what? First of all, I'm Volcel. Okay? July 17th, 2025. And she said I'm incel? Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I mean, she's right. She's right. I can't get no growth. She's right. But it's not incel. That's involuntarily celibate. Call me Volcel. Voluntarily celibate. Incel is my hate name. Yeah. Where was I? Oh, God. I love E-fatlow.
And then history shows when the fever pitch of Jew hatred existed and who pandered to it, who promoted it, who fell for it, and who was a righteous Gentile, and who were Jews without trembling knees, who resisted it despite what it cost them, who had moral integrity, who were honest people, who were brave, who were authentic, who were who they claimed to be. That will be revealed. And history will show that at the ends of their careers, U2, Bono, and Madonna and such like decided to throw the Jews under the bus in order to have, as I said, this last-ditch desperate attempt at relevancy. Because now provided a window of opportunity in the last month for people to get on the bandwagon and support jihad and terrorists and their narrative.
Yeah. Righteous Gentiles. Get on that bandwagon. Oh my God, it is Amber Heard. Eve Fartlow having a messy breakup with Amber Heard certainly wasn't on my 2025 bingo card. And it's funny as hell, and I hope it gets messier. What's the craziest thing that stands out to me is the cowardice of it all, because if everyone sat there in the industry and happily accepted the money, I couldn't put this better myself. Your Jewish friends see who you fame wannabes really are now. Weak, cowardly users who believe the tropes. My list is so long. Welcome to Pallywood by me. As for the rest of you, go make friends with the Gazans. See how it goes. Keep your Nazi sympathizers in your life instead of your Jewish Joans of Arc. Wait. She's calling herself the Jewish Joan of Arc? Oh my God. Wait, oh fuck, I missed this. Somebody somebody said Hamas Piker. We haven't been getting those. We haven't been getting those as much lately. Hamas Piker at this stage is moving away from like a Islamophobic line of attack to people just like saying it as a positive almost. Like keep it up, dude. You'll see this cycle out. I promise. Eventually it's gonna get to a point where people are just like saying it as not a pejorative or as a way to be like, oh, you're terror jacketing, you're an enemy of the state or anything. And eventually you're gonna be saying it as a positive, I guess. Hasan, why don't you get a Popeyes meal? Hasan Piker needs some juice. My doctor is a Jew. That's my dog. Give me the loot. How does Hasan Piker feel about Somali Jews? Okay, well, it's just so strange, bro. They're now talking about you being a Democrat. Spoiler. Who's doing that? I'm acutely disappointed and disgusted by the non-Jews who promised they would be there for this moment and have disappeared. The betrayal is unforgivable. Yeah, I like that the dude who said Hamas Piker was like legitimately anti-Semitic. That's my favorite. Like that's the twofer. Guy who is just like openly anti-Semitic in the chat, only to turn around and be like, Hamas Piker, you're Hamas. You're so Hamas. Oh no, Joan of Fart. He's doing genocide propaganda now? Oh, that's not surprising. He's repeatedly defended the GHF, you fucking fraud. He's mocked the victims of the Nakba, an aid organization. He's just stupid, man. He's just so dumb. It is what it is. He's also irrelevant. I don't know why you guys bring fucking Hutch any attention. Like, I know he's really stupid. And some of you love following stupid people. But, like, there are so many much more prominent pro-genocide people that you could be fucking tackling. And you're over here talking about a dude who's, like, barely cracking 100 fucking viewers. Who used to be like a Call of Duty guy and was like a fairly chill dude. And now he's just like lost his mind. He found a new Call of Duty, bootlicking.
To support rapists and murderers over believing Jews. 15 million Jews on the planet.
Yet, I don't know. Once again, defenders of Israel constantly being like, no, you don't understand. All 15 million Jews on the planet love Israel, love Israel's genocide. And if you're at odds with what Israel is doing, then you're at odds with 15 million Jews on the planet. Again, strange, odd, anti-Semitic. Don't say this. It's not only patently untrue, but it's also insanely anti-Semitic. Let's continue.
This morning, there's a story about the Toronto International Film Festival, who have taken a film off their program, a film that tells survivor stories from October 7th. And the excuse...
What the fuck? There's something I want to share. I have a very strong conviction that we are in the end times. The signs are being shown in the Middle East. I want to be on the right side of history. I am convinced that time is running out. I would encourage you to follow developments in Israel. I am humbled that God has allowed me to be a part of the last days. In a new interview, Julia Sebutinde, the ICJ judge and Christian Zionist who shocked the world by disregarding international law to defend Israel's genocide in Gaza, said, "We are in the end times, and the Lord is counting on me to stand on the side of Israel." This is one of the ICJ judges. I mean, I knew that this was one of the ICJ judges, but this is her fucking framework? I thought she was like, you know, regular bribery style pro-Israel. I didn't realize she was like actively insane, like actively experiencing psychosis. How much is she getting paid? I don't think she's getting paid at all. It seems like she's doing this because she is a fucking psychopath. Great. I love having an actual insane person who has been planted in one of the international organs of justice. That's awesome. Henry told her we're in the end times. Yeah. Yeah, she's going to come out and do a 58-part TikTok series about how she fell in love with her chat GPT. Yeah. She's 6'2", by the way. Yeah. When Kendra was talking about how she's doing her How I Fell in Love with My Psychiatrist series for Black women, she's talking about her. That's it. This was the Black woman she was talking about. Y'all didn't know. Y'all better recognize, okay? She's like, all right, let's continue.
That they have used is that Hamas have not given permission for the GoPro footage of the atrocities to be shown in this film.
What? Israel abides by possible DMCA from Hamas? Oh, that's awesome. Oh, she's pointing to the, and I say this with all sincerity, cancel me all you want, 100% fake video interlaced with real footage of October 7 that Israel keeps in like a vault and only shows people that visit. There is this mythical October 7 footage out there, okay? And Israel never shows this footage. They've never made it public. They claim that it's the most comprehensive compilation of all October 7 footage. Okay. And they show it to people that come and visit Israel because they're fucking freaks. Okay. They're like, here, come watch this footage of Israel firing on its own people. No. Israel follows the law so much they won't even violate Hamas copyright. No, there is footage out there. There is like this October 7th footage out there that they actually don't show unless it's like a limited private screening. They won't show it to any fucking like, you know, normal journalist. They won't show it. They won't like reveal it at all. And I think the reason why they won't reveal it is because there's a whole bunch of fake shit. Like there's just a whole bunch of like footage spliced in that was circulating after October 7 of like really horrifying acts of violence that took place in like Syria, that took place all around different like numerous Middle Eastern conflicts, war crimes and things of that nature. And the reason why they won't show it publicly is because the reason why they only show it in like limited settings is because they don't want people to be like, that's from Syria, that's from, you know, Saudi Arabia, that's from Yemen. Like, they will do limited screenings of it. Yeah, French Assembly members were invited to watch the documentary after October 7th. Yeah, they will only show it to people who don't really know enough about it. And I assume that Israel, that has a tendency to mass blast whatever kind of propaganda they can, if they had information or footage that we don't have access to, that we didn't see after October 7th, when the dudes were literally fucking strapping GoPros to their chest, we saw all of it. If Israel had this kind of footage, they would have revealed it to the world by now. Is this the footage that's in Sheryl Sandberg documentary where they made sure not to show it, but made a whole show about Sandberg gasping at it? Yeah, I think so. CIJ response to TIFF's shameful decision. What is this? It's unconscionable. Oh, TIFF pulls invite for October 7th documentary The Road Between Us. Filmmakers say Festus censored its own programming. The Center for Israel and Jewish Affairs. It's unconscionable that TIFF is allowing a small mob of extremists who use intimidation and threats of violence to dictate what films Canadians can see at the festival. This shameful decision sends an unmistakable message. Toronto's Jewish community, which has long played an integral role at TIFF, is no longer safe or welcome. This should concern all Canadians and marks a stain on the festival's reputation. TIFF must reverse the decision immediately. If you actually read the article, you'll see that TIFF's decision to withdraw the invitation had nothing to do with censorship, but rather because the producers would not comply with the general requirements for inclusion at the festival. And conditions that were requested when the film was initially invited were not met, including legal clearance of all footage. The purpose of the requested conditions was to protect TIFF from legal implications and allow TIFF to manage and mitigate anticipated and known risk around the screening of a film about highly sensitive subject matter, including potential threat of significant disruption. But TIFF. But this isn't the actual the October 7th footage that Israel has. This isn't what we're even talking about. CIJA is Canada's largest pro-Israel lobby and Jewish advocacy org. They are deeply sick. They're currently rallying against Carney recognizing Palestine. Israel has shown the atrocities video titled Bearing Witness to Journalists and Public Figures in Limited Screenings Around the World as a part of its efforts to rally support for its war on Hamas, though its use of the footage has occasionally garnered controversy. Yeah. Kat says detained activists will be forced to watch videos of Hamas atrocities. This is it's 43 minutes. Okay. It was produced by the Israeli Defense Forces. Spokesperson's office shows uncensored, difficult to watch footage of people being massacred and bodies mutilated during the onslaught. Much of it is taken from terrorist body cams. This is different than the other footage that was banned from TIFF. Okay? And this footage, this 43-minute footage has been, I have not seen anyone that isn't like a hand-selected. Like, I've not seen like any attempts by any sort of like contentious adversarial journalist to like actually look at the footage and analyze it and see if it's like 100% accurate. I don't think it's just like a compilation of Hamas body cams. Because if it was, they would have released it. They already make shit up all the time. I think the real reason why they won't release it is because there's like a bunch of shit in it that is not from October 7 that they just slapped on to be like, this is what Hamas did.
The GoPro footage that Hamas published on social media platforms such as Telegram, they haven't given their permission, apparently. So victims and survivors of atrocities cannot have their stories told because the perpetrators of the violence need to grant permission.
Hamas is not out there wearing GoPros. What the fuck? Yes, they were. What do you mean? On October 7, wait, what? No. Every single... there were a fuck ton of Palestinian militants that absolutely were wearing GoPros. Maybe not like literally GoPros, but whatever. They had body cams on. They had cameras. And they filmed it. And they filmed all of it, including the war crimes. Okay? That's true. I've seen it. I've seen, I think, virtually every piece of filmed footage that was made publicly available. The Al-Aqsa flood as a military operation, October 7, was filmed all across the board from both sides. And while the filming of the incidents included the filming of like their own, war crimes that took place, targeting civilians, things of that nature. There were so many claims that Israel had made past that, like way beyond the things that we know happened. And Israel has never actually shown any evidence to any of the atrocities they claimed unfolded beyond the ones that we know of, the ones where there's like verifiable evidence. Also, how do you not know that Hamas is not out there wearing GoPros? Hamas is still wearing GoPros. How do you think they get the fucking footage of like dudes in sandals running up to a fucking armored personnel carrier, yelling Kobe, and dumping a fucking bathtub munition that they made and murking like 7 fucking Israeli occupying force terrorists that happen to be like 18-year-old rear admiral generals in one go? Yeah, they got fucking iPhones. Bro, I've seen dudes literally holding an iPhone like this. And an IED in one hand, just running up to a fucking tank and just going, boop.
For their snuff movie that they made. It is the apex of moral cowardice right now. The world has totally capitulated to the narratives of a terrorist organization.
I mean, yeah, Israel. Still to this day, the capitulation continues.
And if you're not Jewish, you should be very aware of this. This isn't something that you should gloss over just because you're not Jewish and you don't think it affects you. When the media has been totally owned by terrorists.
Bro, she's doing it. Hamas controls the media. Hamas is the shadowy puppet masters behind the famous wealthy banker system. Hamas has its tentacles in all orifices of Western society. Hamas is doing unlimited third world migration to undermine Western civilization from within.
and terrorist organizations. When the New York Times is printing a puff piece glorifying and praising yesterday an Al-Quds terrorist as...
Wait, what? Who? No way. There is chat. What could she be talking about? What could she be talking about? Who? You? No, she's not talking about me. Referring to Bono? No, she's talking about New York Times. It's obvious that that's not what happened, but I assume it's Anas al-Sharif. And she's saying that he was Al-Quds. Which, I mean, she got the term wrong, I feel like. Because the Quds force is Iranian. It's about Zakaria Zubeidi. One day ago, Mr. Zubeidi, the Palestinian who led a militia, a theater, and a jailbait. Zakaria Zubeidi inspired Palestinians and horrified Israelis, freed from jail during a recent truce. He questions what his many lives have achieved. No way. When Zakaria Zubeidi was suddenly free from an Israeli prison in January, it was a rare and fleeting moment of joy for Palestinians. Hundreds turned out in Ramallah, a Palestinian city in Israeli-occupied West Bank, to celebrate Mr. Zubeidi's arrival from jail, cheering him as a returning hero. They chanted his name as he took steps of freedom, some of them hoisting him on their shoulders. A child clutched a tin of hair gel that Mr. Zubeidi had given him 6 years ago before he was jailed. I want to show Uncle Zakaria that I kept it, said Watan Abu al-Rab, 11, and I'll only use it now that he is free. Did I say jailbait? I'm sorry. On accident, I guess. Did I even say that, or are you guys just fucking saying that? Best known of the Palestinian prison swapped for Israeli hostages during a brief truce in Gaza earlier this year. In the early 2000s, he inspired Palestinians and terrified Israelis, leading a militant group affiliated with Fatah, Hamas's secular rival. He drew international attention when, several years later, he stopped fighting and helped set up a theater. Jailed a decade later, he cemented his legend when he briefly escaped prison through a tunnel before being recaptured days later. Now, months after his release, Mr. Zubeidi has become emblematic of something else, a sense of hopelessness that imbues Palestinian life. In a recent conversation with the New York Times, his first major interview as a free man, Mr. Zubeidi said he felt that his life as a militant, a theater leader, and a prisoner had ultimately proved futile. None of this had helped forge a Palestinian state, he said, and it may never do so. We have to reconsider our tools, Mr. Zubeidi said in an interview in Ramallah. We founded a theater. We tried cultural resistance. What did that do? He asked. We tried the rifle. We tried shooting. There's no solution. As if to illustrate his point, Mr. Zubeidi removed several dentures from his jaw, revealing an entirely toothless mouth. His teeth and jaw had been broken, Mr. Zubeidi said, during his recent incarceration. He was already in custody during the Hamas raid on Israel. In the weeks that followed, the prison guards repeatedly beat him, he said. The description of his treatment echoes sentiments from at least 10 prisoners jailed in Israel since the start of the war who were interviewed by the Times. In a statement, the Israeli Prison Service said it was not aware of the claims you described, and as far as we know, no such events have occurred. Yeah, his teeth just kind of fucking fell out of his mouth. His jaw just kind of did it on its own, I guess. He found large parts of Jenin, his hometown in the northwest and West Bank, destroyed and depopulated by Israeli raids. His own home in an area sealed off by the Israeli military was unreachable. His 21-year-old son, also Milton, had been killed in an Israeli strike. On every front, Palestinian strategies seemed to be failing. But what is the solution, Mr. Zubeidi asked? I'm asking that question myself. As a young militant, he had a clearer sense of mission. In the early 2000s, following the collapse of the peace talks, he joined the militia in Jenin, which, by the way, remember, he is a militia member, part of Fatah, not Hamas, and as a part of the Jenin brigades, he was actually engaging in a totally legal right of resistance. Okay, like this is a black and white issue. I need to explain this to you over and over again. I know it's like hard for a lot of people to fathom, but what she is describing here, what E. Fartlow is talking about, is a dude who was engaging in the legal right to resist against an illegal military occupation in what the international community recognizes as a legal right to resistance. Hamas is also legal resistance, though, no? Yes. But the reason why I make this designate, the reason why I talk about it separately is because there is nothing that the Jenin brigades or anything that they've done that you could point to that is like even remotely illegal. Whereas like Hamas has done things like, I mean, taking civilians as hostages is an act of desperation, but it's still technically illegal under international law. So there is like Hamas, of course, like right now, since October 7, has at every step engaged in a legal and moral obligation that they have to resist against the illegal, brutal Israeli genocide, Israeli occupation, Israeli bombings. But as far as like the Jenin brigades goes, like that's basically like the, like I don't even know how to explain it. It's just like it's so unimaginably, unfathomably cruel and immoral. That Israel gets to do whatever the fuck it wants on the West Bank. At least there was like some semblance of autonomy. Not really, but like at least there was like an internal governance of affairs that was delegated to Hamas inside of the Gaza Strip that like the West Bank doesn't even have. The West Bank is completely controlled by the by either Israel or Israel's own Palestinian face of Israeli oppression, which is the Palestinian Authority.
Some sort of freedom fighter. It's not just the Jewish people who are in trouble. This is a moment in time.
Yeah, also, this piece almost feels like it's so defeatist. It's like, look at this beacon of Palestinian hope that has been completely fucking destroyed. It doesn't even feel like it's praise. And more so, it's just to say like, look, we interviewed a guy who has lost hope and says, we've run out of options. We have nothing.
That we will get through and that we will surpass. It is a test for everyone, and we will see who passes the test and who fails. But I would stress very much that you should keep your eyes open and really, if you are being pressurized to look at this in a specific way, then it may be that you are being subjected to brainwashing and propaganda. Just be aware of what you're being force-fed. And to all those who think that Bono made some kind of nuanced statement because it was 20 pages long, his statement literally included a Hamas libel that Israel is intentionally starving children in Gaza. That is a libel. It is a lie. And if there is a lie in a 20-page post that's supposedly neutral or nuanced or whatever people want to say, a lie is not nuanced. It's a lot of words to try and hide the fact that Bono just exposed himself as a coward, and so did a lot of other people.
I love how much Bono pissed her off. It's awesome. That's the most redeemable part of Bono's wishy-washy, middle of the ground. Hamas is the reason for why Hamas is the reason why Israel is doing a genocide. Bullshit ass fucking statement. That's the only redeemable part of it, is that it's just like still. It's fine. Is she lying her ass off for Israel, or is she disconnected from reality? It's both. UEFA said in Udin, the message was loud and clear, a banner and call. Stop killing children, stop killing civilians. Vague, lofty slogans like these are lazy, meaningless, and ambiguous enough that even Israel can exclaim them as it slaughters children and civilians. Enough bullshit virtue signaling. Calling Israel out by name and booting them from the UEFA are bare minimum first steps. It's really funny because some people did this where it was like, I hope Hamas got the message. This war started because of Hamas killing civilians, and this war will end when Hamas releases the civilians they're holding in their hostage tunnels, right? But most people did not try to use this wishy-washy, total fucking non-statement to their advantage in the same way that this like lieutenant did. They got real mad, which is awesome because if someone says X and Aiden are making jokes about you with Mr. Beast, I hate them. Wow, a bunch of fucking multi-millionaires are making jokes about a guy who is actively trying to do his very best about issues that none of them will ever fucking speak on. How shocking. Who gives a fuck, dude? Ask them why it takes so long for Aiden Ross to like even say free Palestine after fucking months and months. You know?
Right now, they are giving.
A lot of people in this realm, a lot of people in the content sphere love talking big shit, okay? Ask them what their position is on Donald Trump. XQC and fucking Aiden Ross literally promoted Donald Trump, okay? Ask them what their position is on Israel-Palestine. Ask them what their position is on fucking free healthcare. You know what I mean? Any number of different things. Ask them how they feel now, 8 months in, after they promoted Donald Trump and did a live stream with him. And now Donald Trump is fucking running around kidnapping people. Why won't they say anything? Why won't they say anything? Do they not care? Do they not have fans whose family members are under threat? There are people who stay silent when there is tremendous injustice happening in the world, okay? There are those who actually support the injustice and will loudly and proudly say they like it, okay? Then there are those who don't say shit and will attack those who at least have the dignity to fucking speak out loud against these injustices. I believe that every single person, no matter how fucking stupid they might be, can still recognize which type of person that they're watching. And they can also personally make up their own minds. Okay?
We're going to start with this. We're going to begin with the countdown to President Trump's big meeting with Vladimir Putin in Alaska, all set for tomorrow. So the focus of the summit is a war in Ukraine, of course, and Trump is trying to downplay the expectations about the prospects of a peace deal. But the Ukrainian president and European allies, who are not invited, by the way, are concerned that the Russian leader may try to play Trump. Nancy Cordes is in Anchorage for us and brings us up to date. Nancy, doesn't get any higher stakes in this meeting tomorrow. Good morning to you.
Good morning to you from Anchorage, Gail. And to the great relief of European leaders, President Trump appears to have adjusted his aims for tomorrow's meeting. He's no longer vowing to hash out Ukrainian land swaps with Vladimir Putin here in Alaska. He's now pitching this as more of a listening session with the true negotiations still to come once Ukraine is also at the table.
It's going to be a very important meeting, but it's setting the table for the second meeting.
President Trump tempered expectations Wednesday, saying his sit-down with Russian President Vladimir Putin tomorrow is just a prelude to trilateral talks that will include Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky.
Now, there may be no second meeting because if I feel that it's not appropriate to have it because I didn't get the answers that we have to have, then we're not going to have a second meeting.
Trump's new framing came amid a full court press from European leaders who met with him via video call Wednesday and urged him to push for a full ceasefire first and haggle over Russian-held territory later. After the call, Zelensky said he told President Trump that Putin is bluffing and trying to apply pressure before the meeting in Alaska along all parts of the Ukrainian front. Trump and Putin will be face-to-face tomorrow for the first
Yeah, he's going to sit his white ass down and listen to a real... He's going to listen to Slavic voices, okay? Wow. A lot of you guys who are supposedly quote-unquote woke all of a sudden have an issue when a white man sits his white ass down and listens to real Slav voices.
Time since 2019. The setting, Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson outside Anchorage, Alaska. A 9-hour flight from Moscow, 7 hours from Washington, D.C.
For Putin it's his opportunity to try to strengthen that bond with President Trump.
Andrea Kendall-Taylor is a former U.S. intelligence official who specialized in Russia.
One of Putin's strategies in the past has been to claim that he wants peace and wants a negotiation as a means to prolong the war itself. Is that at play this time, do you think?
I think absolutely. I think Putin is concerned that Trump has had a change of heart, you could say, on Russia. We've seen in recent weeks that President Trump has grown more frustrated with Putin, has threatened to impose more meaningful costs on Russia, like secondary sanctions on Russia's oil sector.
Just yesterday, Trump threatened harsh repercussions if these meetings with Putin don't bear fruit.
There will be very severe consequences.
New reports out of Russia this morning indicate that Putin is going to join President Trump for a press conference after their meetings here tomorrow. And it's pretty difficult for Putin to travel abroad right now, given the war crimes allegations against him and the sanctions that have been placed on his country. So,
Oh my God. Oh my God, I totally forgot. He's literally a war criminal. Dude, it's been so long. Wait. Dude, I forgot that Putin also has travel restrictions like Benjamin Netanyahu. I'm not even kidding. Until this very moment, I was like, why Alaska? Why not a separate place? God, the ICC is so... The ICC's got no motion, dude. It is such a clear and present vestige of American empire. Like, that's two war criminals that we just ship off to American soil. God damn, dude. It is, dude, the ICC is the biggest no motion ass fucking institute. The U.S. is not a part of the treaty for the ICC and the ICJ. Yeah, except the United States is literally the country that offered direct evidence to the ICC for its war crime, for its war criminal designation for Vladimir Putin. And the United States, despite not being a part of the treaty, also celebrated the ICC's decision. So that's very different. We did the opposite of Benjamin Netanyahu this time when it was against Vladimir Putin, which I guess Trump has decided. See, Trump is more Trump is more consistent. He's on that fuck ICC shit no matter what.
Take a look at this, Gail. The Treasury Department has issued a special license to allow Putin and his team to land here on U.S. soil tomorrow, despite the sanctions. The license is good through August 20th.
Nancy, thank you. CBS News will have complete coverage of President Trump's meeting with Putin tomorrow here on CBS and streaming on CBS News 24/7. Be led by John Dickerson and Margaret Brennan.
Well, I'm going to go there, and I'm representing a lot of people, and especially people that are being killed unnecessarily, like 5,000 to 7,000 soldiers a week. They're not Americans, but their lives, their souls. And if I can stop something, I've stopped 6 wars this year. This was going to be one of my easy ones, but it never works out that way. This turns out to be probably the most difficult. I stopped one that was raging for 35 years, one that was raging in the Congo with Rwanda, you know that, for 31 years. And this one is raging for 3.5 years, and I'm not happy about it. It's ridiculous, and we're going to get it stopped. We're going to get it stopped.
Donald Trump, just the only bloodshed that Donald Trump wants is Israel. He's like, I'm going to stop it all. I'm going to stop all the bloodshed. Israel is anti-Semitic, that it takes away attention from Israel's bloodshed, which is justified. I'm going to stop it. I'm going to come.
Stopped. I inherited this from Joe Biden, but we're going to get it stopped.
So Vladimir Putin just spoke, and I have the readout, if I could share it with you. He's just said, the American administration, which, as everyone knows, is making, in my opinion, quite energetic and sincere efforts to stop the hostilities, stop the crisis, and reach agreements that are in the interest of all parties involved in this conflict in order to create long-term conditions of peace between our countries and in Europe and in the world as a whole. If we reach agreements in the area of control over strategic offensive weapons at the next stage, and then it's cut off. So he seems to be in the right mindset going in. How will you know if he's in the mindset for a ceasefire and a long-term end to the conflict?
Well, I think you'll know that in the first couple of minutes, but I think you already know that because he's coming to Alaska. He's coming to the USA, and I think you know that. I think that's a nice statement.
Wait, that's a bigger flex for him almost. No? Like, isn't that, I don't know. I feel like Trump claiming that this is I can't tell. I feel like Trump is saying that this is like Vladimir Putin is coming to me rather than me going to him. But also at the same time, you're inviting a war criminal, well, I guess after Benjamin Netanyahu, another war criminal to American soil again. So what if they arrest Putin? They're not arresting Putin. What are you, crazy?
I just heard it. You gave me a little breaking news. I appreciate it. But I think he wants to get it done. I really feel he wanted the whole thing. I think if it weren't me, if it was somebody else, he would be not talking to anybody. He wasn't talking. When I was previous to being elected, unfortunately, the 2020 election where we did so well, it was very unfortunate, the result. But what happened is when I came in, I realized, I said, this is a man that really wants the whole thing. And I think he does want
It was the apple of his eye.
The whole thing, and I think he has wanted the whole thing.
It was the apple of his eye.
Because of a certain relationship that he has with me running this country, I believe now he's convinced that he's going to make a deal. He's going to make a deal. I think he's going to, and we're going to find out. I'm going to know very quickly. We're going to go into the meeting. We're going to see him. We're going to. I won't do what Bush did, look him in the eye. I'm not going to do that. I'll look him right in the eye, but I feel a little bit differently than Bush. It didn't work out too well for Bush. Remember this, Brian. Under Bush, they lost a lot of land. Under Obama, they lost a lot of land, Crimea. Under Biden, they would have lost the whole thing if he had won the president. They would have lost the entire Ukraine. And had the war started and raging. It would have never started if I was president. Not even a chance. And it didn't for 4 years. You know that. Nobody ever even talked about it. But under Trump, you know what? They got nothing. They got nothing. Except javelins hitting their tanks and lots of other things. And remember this, I was the one that stopped Nord Stream 2. You know, they always like to say, oh, Trump won Putin. Oh, Trump is working for Putin. You know, these crooked people, which they just found out now is all, they should be prosecuted. They're so disgraceful. But they made up stories. As Putin knows, I'm the toughest one that he's ever had to deal with. He's never had to deal with anybody like me. And here's the other thing, Brian. They got nothing out of Trump. They got no land. They didn't do a Bush. They didn't do an Obama. And they didn't do a Biden.
So the way I understand it, Mr. President, it's hard to find out exactly what's going on in Russia. That's, by the way, they're made up. Even the people of Russia don't know what's going on. It looks like 45% of their economy is military-oriented. Their factories are so depleted, they're having North Koreans work the factories and do their fighting. Do you believe that by saying shrinking down from 50 to 10 days and just a handful of days, was that threat is the reason why Steve Witkoff heard from them that they wanted to meet? Do you think that's the reason we're having this meeting in Alaska? Because you were about to put on sanctions?
I think everything has an impact. When I told India, and which essentially took them out of buying oil from Russia, that we're going to charge you because you're dealing with Russia on oil purchases. India was the second largest and getting pretty close to China. China's the largest. And as you know, there was something in the works for that. And then they called and they wanted to meet. We're going to see what the meeting means. But certainly when you lose your second largest customer and you're probably going to lose your first largest customer, I think that probably has a role. I think he respects our country now. He didn't respect it under Biden. Nobody respected us under Biden. But he respects our country now.
Right.
And we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. We had a country, the market's raging. Look at the reports coming out. Everybody's moving back to the United States, car companies, AI companies. Everybody's moving back. They're all starting their factories now. We've never had anything like this. It is truly the golden age of America, but he respects our country now. He did not respect our country with Biden. Who did?
Right. I know you're a big athlete. You not only watch sports, you play sports. You always have to try to pre-think what's going to happen. You have to picture how it's going to happen so you know how you act. So the one thing that
I know you never played sports, but you watch sports, which is a lot like playing sports. You're very athletic that way. Your profound understanding of watching sports has basically made you into an athlete. Why even present it as such? Just fucking say what you're going to say.
Some people have said is the incentive that could get his attention is economic incentives. Are you walking in that room with economic incentives for Russia?
No, I refuse to acknowledge that golf is a sport similar to the athletic endeavors that he is talking about.
In order to stop.
Especially the way that Trump plays it, okay? When his fat ass gets in that fucking cart and then has like 18 different people around him basically do everything but line him up. He used to play tennis, that's true. He was a tennis player. That photo lives in my mind.
The fighting.
Well, I'd rather not say because I don't want to play my hand in public, but whatever my hand is, economic...
Whatever my hand is.
Incentives and disincentives maybe are more important in a way, but incentives economically. You know, Russia's got a tremendous potential. They have the largest piece of land by far.
Right.
It's massive. It's got great wealth on it.
But all they do is oil. All they do is oil and gas. They can't even they can't even farm.
But that's okay. Oil and gas is a very profitable business. You know, that's better than I make shirts, T-shirts. You know, oil and gas. If you say that's all they do, if you're going to have one business that's good, that's the business to have, and they have it.
Got it.
So you know they have a lot of advantages going over most countries because of the fact they have oil and gas at massive numbers like we do, and economic sanctions are very powerful, and economic incentives are very powerful, both.
Mark Thiessen, who I know you respect from the Washington Post, writes this.
I do, he's great.
Vladimir Putin's goal is to buy more time. To avoid that trap, all President Trump has to do is hold firm to his stated position that both sides need to agree on a ceasefire now. He will push for a partial or sectional ceasefire. That would be worse than no ceasefire because it would give Russia a military advantage. Your thoughts on his conclusions?
Well, he's a very talented person, and I think he's a real, journalist. You want to give you the highest. I want to give him the highest accolades. I have a lot of respect for him, Mark. I read him. I'll talk to him every once in a while, and he has some good thoughts. And so, I don't know that we're going to get an immediate ceasefire, but I think it's going to come. See, I'm more interested in immediate peace deal, getting peace fast. And depending on what happens with my meeting, I'm going to be calling up President Zelensky, and let's get him over to wherever we're going to meet. I don't know where we're going to have the second meeting, but we have an idea of 3 different locations. And we'll be, including
Turkey. It's going to be Turkey. Watch this space. Turkey is the table. Turkey's at the table. Turkey is the table.
Possibility, because it would be by far the easiest of staying in Alaska. We have big flights of, and he has the same thing. We have a lot of planes going when the head of Russia, the head of the United States, et cetera, go.
So, Mr. President, did you tell Zelensky to be ready? Did you tell him to be ready to come should you start making legitimate progress?
I don't want to talk about a second meeting even to him. I don't want to even indicate there might be a second meeting. Maybe there will, maybe there won't. So I don't want to talk that. It's not.
Okay.
It's not important enough. But it would be certainly convenient if we had a very good meeting, because I'm going to let them negotiate their deal. I'm not going to negotiate the deal. I'm going to let them negotiate their deal. So we're going to be calling President Zelensky if it's a good meeting. If it's a bad meeting, I'm not calling anybody. I'm going home. I'll call you. I'll do Fox and Friends some morning, and we'll have a lot of fun. But if it's a good meeting, I'm going to call President Zelensky and the European leaders, who, as you know, I have a very good relationship with. They agreed to pay 5%, and nobody thought they'd even pay 2%. They were paying 2%, but they weren't paying it, a lot of them. So, and they're paying 5%. They're very unified. I've never seen anything like it. Nobody can believe what we did. I saved NATO. I saved it the first time and made it very rich the second time. So it's it's quite an achievement, I think.
Yeah, I know you were on with him for about an hour yesterday, but just on what you were saying, the way I understand it, Caroline Levitt had joined Fox and Friends today, and she said the format is, if I got it right, is you're going to meet, and there's going to be a press conference after. Will you be shoulder to shoulder with Vladimir Putin again? Last time was Helsinki.
We haven't. I thought we had a great press conference last time. It was the fake news tried to make it bad, in particular MSDNC. They tried to make it bad. These are very dishonest people, but it was a great news conference. It was rated phenomenal, and then about 2, 3, 4 hours later, they came up with this stupid scheme about me and Russia, and what did we say at the meeting, and, where do we get the tapes, the old story. But, no, I thought we had a great meeting. And don't forget, we were under a lot of pressure because we had the Russia hoax going on. So I told him, I said,
why does he sound so sad? I don't think he does. I think he sounds excited. I think he's excited to see Vladimir Putin. I feel like I've seen him more energized and more dynamic in these past couple of days than ever before. I'm not even kidding. He's in bed kicking his feet up. Yeah, for sure.
It's going to be very hard, and he told me to. He understood. I said it would be very hard for us to make an economic development deal of any kind, because I have the Russia hoax going on, and anything I do with Russia,
that was 2017.
Say, I'm owned by Putin, which is not even close.
So, Mr. President, you were going to have a press conference today after the meeting, correct?
I'm going to have a press conference. I don't know if it's going to be a joint. We haven't even discussed it. I think it might be nice to have a joint and then
you
separate.
make it sound like he's a toddler. I mean, am I wrong? Am I wrong to present Donald Trump as a toddler? Do you think any funky stuff will happen at the summit? As someone who used to get mad about Donald Trump is gay for Vladimir Putin type statements in the first most heated days of the Russiagate stuff, I can't help but recognize that he's kind of gay for Putin. I think the libs might have been on to something on that one. He is. He's Like Blue Hanan is crazy on a lot of issues, but this is the one time where it's like he's just so excited. He's so excited for Pootie Poo. Bro, you know he's shaving, okay? And I don't mean his face. You feel me?
But something like that will happen. Or if the meeting doesn't end well, I'll just have a press conference and head out. I'll head back to Washington.
So yeah, if it's not positive, you might head back. Is there any situation?
No,
and
it's not positive. I will head back.
Oh, I know that. No. I mean, you'll just head right back. You won't have the press conference. I know you're coming back, but
no, I would say I'll have a press conference in either event. If it's a negative, I'll have a press conference to say that the war is going to go on, and these people are horribly going to continue to shoot each other and kill each other, and I think it's a disgrace. And I'll head back to Washington, or I'll have a press conference that's positive. You know, in doing 6 wars, I mean, 6 wars, think of it, and I obliterated, and now the term obliterated can be used because the Atomic Energy Commission, everybody said, total obliteration. These pilots did a phenomenal job. CNN and their fake reporter tried to, who's just a scammer, CNN tried to say that, well, maybe the hit wasn't quite as good.
Right.
Maybe it wasn't obliteration. Maybe, anything to hurt people, anything to demean. And in this case, they were demeaning the incredible people that flew in an airplane for 36 hours back and forth and did one of the most perfect attacks in the history of our country. No, it was a total obliteration.
And of course, that him's talking about Iran. We had a great conversation with President Trump. It went about 40 minutes. You just heard about 17. When we come back, among the things we'll talk about is what would failure be like? How is there any scenario where this meeting in Alaska would be a failure?
So let's talk about, there's so much going on. And my last question to this real quick, is there any scenario where Donald Trump will look at this meeting in Alaska and say, this was not worth it, I failed?
Yeah, 25%.
And you would say that if he just says, hey, I'm going to stay with my
all the time and energy and went over there and we didn't come out with, in a short period of time, not from this meeting. This meeting sets up the second meeting.
Oh my God, bro. This is cooked. Ain't nothing coming out of this shit, okay? Straight up, bro. Clear to me that there ain't nothing coming out of this, bro. Now he's just like, this is the first meeting to set up the next meeting that will happen inevitably when the last final meeting will happen. It's just like, yeah, well, this is, I was thinking like, he's crazy. Trump is crazy. Putin's crazy. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe something super chaotic takes place. Because you never know with these guys. But now I feel like this is just, old friends. Old friends that miss one another, getting to see each other.
The second meeting is going to be very, very important because that's going to be a meeting where they make a deal, and I don't want to use the word divvy things up, but, to a certain extent, it's not a bad term, okay? But there will be a give and take as to boundaries, lands, et cetera, et cetera. The second meeting is going to be very, very important. This meeting sets up, it's like a chess game. This meeting sets up the second meeting. But there is a 25% chance that this meeting will not be a successful meeting, in which case I will run the country, and we have made America great again already in 6 months.
And you'll hit them with consequences, right? You'll hit them with more sanctions. The Senate sanctions go front and center if he disrespects. Yeah.
Oh, sure. If it's not solved, look, again, we didn't lose any soldiers. We didn't lose anybody. But this was a war. If I didn't get in here, this could have been World War III, I'm telling you. Biden had no idea. He had no clue. what was happening. This was getting so bad. And at a minimum, I've calmed it way down.
So
I think you'd agree with that. Way down. But they're still losing thousands of soldiers a week, and we have to get that taken care of.
So in Washington, D.C., you did something substantial, and that is put the National Guard in, federalized troops, got rid of the sanctuary city status, and for 30 days, you're trying to bring some semblance of order, extreme order to Washington, D.C. I want you to hear what the mayor said about what you're doing. This is Mayor Muriel Bowser, and here's what she said, cut to.
We all need to do what we can in our space, in our lane, to protect our city and to protect our autonomy and get to the other side of this guy. Make sure we elect a Democratic House so that we have a backstop to this authoritarian push.
She's not welcoming the additional law enforcement.
Well, she actually is, but she doesn't want to say it, okay? Because crime in Washington, D.C. is totally out of control, worse than ever. And as you know, they fired or something happened to the person that does the stats because they wanted him in this case, I think, to do stats which were much better in terms of crime. And they were changing crimes to, this kind of a crime, that kind of a crime doesn't get counted anymore and all that.
So you don't believe those stats?
It's actually worse. It's worse now than ever before. You know that. Anybody that lives here knows that. I have never had so many calls thanking me. I tell you.
Right.
And I look at those streets, and those streets are safe, and they're going to be very safe in a week or so. Look what I did at the border. I had millions of people coming in the year before. Think of it. Millions and millions of people. And without legislation, Biden said we have to get legislation changed. You didn't need anything. That was just an excuse for incompetence.
What would,
the last 3 months, Brian, we had 0 people. It was a 0, 0, and 0.
You seen that guy throwing a sandwich? Throwing a sandwich at our brave law enforcement officers. What if the sandwich was instead a bomb? We gotta arrest everybody. I felt like I was hit in the face with the sandwich. When I saw that video, I saw the horror. Pam Bondi said the sandwich thrower that I'm referencing, by the way, apparently was a motherfucking Department of Justice employee. It's so dope. I love that. Hit the officer hog with the $5 fent long? No, that he would have perished on the spot. Fired DOJ employee could face prison for throwing sandwich at officer. Police allege that the man approached law enforcement, including Metro Transit Police and U.S. Customs and Border Protection officers, and began yelling obscenities. Attorney General Pam Bondi said Thursday the Justice Department employee has been fired after he was arrested for allegedly throwing a sandwich at a federal law enforcement officer. Sean Charles Dunn approached law enforcement officers, including Metro Transit Police and U.S. Customs and Border Protection officers, and began yelling obscenities and calling them fascists. At about 11:05 p.m., according to federal court filing, Dunn, 37, approached an officer, threw a sandwich at him. He was charged with assaulting, resisting, or impeding certain officers and employees of the United States. After his arrest, Dunn allegedly told one of the officers, "I did it. I threw a sandwich." It's so fucking stupid that, like, you got a guy that just, like, threw you a sandwich, and then he gets hit with, like, the entire long dick of the law. It blows my mind. It's like impeding a government official from doing their job, obstruction of justice, resisting arrest, assault with a deadly weapon. It's like, no, man, he just threw a fucking sandwich at you. You could have just let him run away, by the way. You didn't even have to catch him. People get so weird when it comes to, like, Law and order. People get so fucking strange. Like, dude, you are wearing a Kevlar vest. A white dude in khaki shorts threw a sandwich at your chest. Okay? I'm sorry. Just eat it. Who gives a fuck? Like, what's the damage here? Assault with a deadly weapon. Assault with a deadly weapon. It's just like when these guys are talking about like law and order, they're talking about like individual cops' personal feelings. Because you watch the video of the assault with the deadly weapon, and like that's nothing. That's nothing. The sandwich basically falls apart on impact. International affairs specialist, he's literally a Fed. Yes. He is. Turns out even Feds can have a conscience. Prosecutor said he was being charged with forcibly assaulting, resisting, or impeding a federal officer, which is punishable by up to 8 years in prison. Can you imagine? They put this motherfucker in the slammer for 8 years for throwing a deli sandwich at a pig. Get the fuck out of here, man. Eight fucking years, bro. This is what American taxpayer dollars are paying for in DC. Apparently, it took 6 of Trump's Nazi Gestapo to cuff and put a bag over the head of a homeless person in a wheelchair. Great. Dude has no legs, bro. He has one leg and no feet. Are you out of your fucking mind? Yeah, look at this violent criminal that they're taking off the street, dude. Oh my God. Everything is so fucking lame.
Even I find that hard to believe, but it's like, it's like somebody did it. And I hear the people that do it are the same people that were doing the BLS and all the other different things that they do with the fake reports. But you know what? They gave it a 0. I'll take it. But essentially, it's very close to 0 or it's 0 for 90 days now. Nobody believes it's, even the Republicans camp. I'm getting calls from senators and congressmen and women, and they're saying that's amazing. But that is, frankly, I believe it's more difficult than what we have here. But we have inherently some very, very dangerous people living in Washington, D.C., and we got to get them out.
And the president's focusing on doing just that. President of the United States, 45th and 47th, giving us some quality time today. When we come back, you're going to hear more from him, not only talking about
quality time.
Vladimir Putin voicing praise for the Trump administration's efforts to forge peace in Ukraine.
To tell you about the stage we are at with the current American administration, which, as everyone knows, is making, in my opinion, quite energetic and sincere efforts to stop the hostilities, stop the crisis, and reach agreements that are of interest to all parties involved in this conflict in order to create long-term conditions for peace between our countries and in Europe and in the world as a whole. If by the next stages we reach agreements in the area of control over strategic offensive weapons.
Well, meantime, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is rallying European support, meeting today with British Prime Minister Keir Starmer in London. That coming amid a rush of diplomacy as European leaders present a united front heading into the Alaska summit. President Zelensky says they discuss security guarantees in detail, a key issue in getting Ukraine to agree to a ceasefire. And a senior Putin aide today shared some details about the summit, which will be held at a U.S. military base in Anchorage, Alaska. He says it will start at 11:30 a.m. local time, that's 3:30 p.m. in Washington, and 10:30 p.m. in Moscow.
I can't wait,
One-on-one
dude.
talks with the help of interpreters. He says the two presidents will hold a joint news conference. He also says both delegations will have 5 members with groups of experts nearby. Well, we are joined by Claire Sebastian here in London and Nick Payton-Walsh, who's joining us live from Kyiv. So Nick, to you first, just in response to what we heard from Vladimir Putin then, can tell us what you can unwrap from those comments as we look ahead to the summit this Friday?
Yeah, it did appear that some of the worst fears potentially of European leaders and certainly Ukraine about what this summit may evolve into are potentially being realised, certainly in how Putin is framing this bilateral meeting. Talking about a strategic weapons treaty, he doesn't say the word nuclear, but most treaties refer to that kind of weapon or nuclear-capable missiles. And really, I think, focusing the discussion on what Trump can get out of improving relationships with Russia. Can there be a US-Russian strategic deal in all of this? Playing on the, some might say, misconception within Trump's inner circle that somehow Russia, utterly dependent on China to bankroll its war, can somehow be prized away from Beijing and moved into the American orbit almost as an ally against China. That was a misconception that most, I think, felt had been laid to rest months ago after Trump got increasingly disappointed with Putin. But Putin does appear to think that this summit is much more about bilateral relations. Yes, he talked about the energy being put into trying to find a solution to the Ukraine conflict, which he started. But it is clear too also that, you know, in those simple words that he may well be trying to throw at Trump in that meeting something, not of a red herring. Obviously the world is interested in seeing a lesser threat of strategic weapons being used by either the United States or Russia. But that wasn't initially the point of this Alaska meeting. That was the war in Ukraine. And so while it's entirely impossible, frankly, to predict how this meeting will go, and Trump appears to, when he speaks to his European allies, emerge tough, talking about very serious consequences yesterday, apparently, according to the German Chancellor Friedrich Merz, saying he won't be negotiating away Ukraine's territory. That's for Ukraine to do. Merz also talked about how serious decisions can be made at that meeting. So I think there's no doubt in the minds of Europeans what they want him to enter into that meeting thinking, or either that there could be some potentially unpleasant surprises between those two sides meeting without Europeans or Ukrainians in the room. And so Zelensky in Downing Street to again have another audience or feel amplified his concerns, for Europe to amplify their concerns again. It's all been pretty consistent, frankly. Ceasefire first, negotiations around the frozen front lines as they currently stand. No suggestion that either side would be happy to give up territory at all. It seems, to be honest, mostly far-fetched. But that has been translated to Trump. Quite whether it gets echoed in that meeting with Putin is really unclear. Trump's called it a listening exercise. It feels at this stage like he's ultimately going to see what Putin's willing to offer. If he likes it, he'll pursue it. And that somehow takes US agency out of these discussions.
Yeah. Nick, thank you.
Imperial Boomerang. Chickens come home to roost. Washingtonians have meekly accepted both Congress and 2 consecutive presidents' unconditional support for Israel's slaughter and raising of Gaza. Now those same politics are playing out right here in D.C. Benny Johnson on... Dude, this is what I've always said. America loves Israel, and American politicians love Israel because they're jealous. Like, they want to do Israel here. Okay? That's it. Republicans straight up want to do Israel for white people in the exact same way that Richard Spencer has talked about. And then the Democrats want to be the fake opposition party. Just like the fake opposition party exists in Israel. It's just fascism. Fucking Benny Johnson on Washington, D.C. Entire neighborhoods probably need to be emptied, need to be bulldozed.
President Trump is doing God's work by refederalizing D.C. By the way, D.C. was set up as a federal city. It's in the Constitution. It's how our founding fathers intended it. These laws are still fully enforceable. They've never been rescinded or amended. President Trump and the executive, through the House of Representatives, controls Washington, D.C. President Trump controls budgets. House of Representatives and the Speaker of the House is technically and historically the mayor, the lead of D.C. That still remains on the books. What happened to D.C., especially during the civil rights period, was that protesters that were bussed up here stayed here. The city was burned to the ground. This happened during massive riots throughout the 60s and 70s. Mass swaths of the city were torched and were never really rebuilt. And so what President Trump is doing is reasserting control of not only our nation's capital, but truly the seat of Western civilization. There's one final little note here that kind of blends outside of the personal, which is that Washington, D.C. is a representation of the work of your forefathers and mine. It is, by every measure, a very beautiful city architecturally. It is a sacred city. It is a sovereign place with the monuments to great men and women who've sacrificed far more than you or I could ever dream for this country. It must be preserved because the peoples of Earth come here by the millions per year in order to witness the success or failures of our systems. And if you are a proud patriot and you love this country and you wish for it to be reflected honorably to the peoples of Earth, then Washington, D.C. must be swept.
What are you, a fucking alien? Why do you keep saying that, bro? That's weird. What a strange way to conduct yourself. Just curious, is the man in the closet? Yes. He's not even doing a good job hiding it either. He's very famously not allowed to. I know for a fact that he's not allowed to go on trips by himself anymore without his wife present.
Clean. I believe entire neighborhoods probably need to be emptied, need to be bulldozed. I believe that there are places that are so crime-ridden and so infested that you just...
Like, the opposition party to this kind of sentiment cannot just quietly try to go back to business as usual politics. Like, I'm not even joking when I say this. When this party and all of its vestiges are out of power, there needs to be actual legal repercussions. You know what I mean? So if the Democrats are basically just cowering and showing their bellies and allowing this kind of sentiment to continue to thrive, they're not going to win anything. But if they're, let's say, in the future, by some kind of serious miracle, that they actually end up winning power again, they can't just let these dudes continue. You know what I mean? This is part of the reason why I say I don't even know if it's going to get to that point. I mean, I'm not saying this is certain, that there's certainly not going to be another election or whatever, but like, this is part of the reason why I keep repeating over and over again that they keep talking about like there might not be one, you know?
Need to, like, you're just going to have to crack down. You're going to have to do the job, and you're going to have to get the crime out of Washington. That's my personal experience. Don't believe the bullshit that you hear online from some reporters. Oh, crime's down in D.C. Well, my infant nearly died in a drug fire after mass shootings. So no, D.C. is not safe. And I can tell you this, as a matter of fact, it is one of the worst, most racist narco states and welfare states imaginable. In that neighborhood that I would walk every single day, racial epithets were screamed at us, rocks were thrown at us, because we were white people. This city is a sunken place. It is an unsafe place. I mean, if that's what happens to me, imagine what happens to somebody who's like visiting here from a foreign country, right? It's totally and wholly unsafe and a scar on the face of our country. And it must be healed. And President Trump is going about that heavy work.
This is the streets of DC, by the way. Don't let them do this to you. A man just now yelled at National Guard troops patrolling Washington, D.C. These are your own citizens. These are homeless people. You have an obligation to refuse unlawful orders, he told them. They drove by saying nothing.
These are all fucking citizens. These are homeless people. You guys are fucking crook. Don't let them do this to you. It's abusive to you, and now you're going to get fucked. When you're fucked up, you have to go to the VA, and they cut all your services. Refuse now. Do not do this. You have the obligation to refuse.
I feel like that drug fire story went right by you. I'm tired, man.
Unlawful order, okay?
1 hour ago, they're going after people with cameras. In Washington, D.C., a United States Park police officer drew their baton and approached a cameraman who was continuously filming a traffic stop. Yeah, it's also funny because like they got like park police and stuff. Like they have national parks. Like they brought every fucking federal agency that they can and deployed them. So there's like I wonder if there's like a postal service cops and shit. You know what I mean? Running around brutalizing homeless people.
Sorry?
Right back at it. He's still filming. My goat. There are literally postal service police doing deportations right now. Federal officials arrested a delivery driver on the 14th Street Northwest this morning. I asked the man arrested if they gave him a reason. He responded, "They're taking me." DC neighbors stepped in and asked why he's been taken. No answer from officials. Many delivery drivers in DC are undocumented. With Trump's raids, he'll likely see sweeps of DoorDash and Uber delivery people. Not exactly the worst of the worst, but it's never been about that, as this operation takes the FBI and DEA away from their other important normal work. That's the other thing. That's the other, like, these guys are supposed to have tasks that they're assigned to, like combating drug trafficking, kidnappings, fucking, you know, child sex trafficking, things like that. And now this is what they're tasked with. Like harassing random working class people who happen to be brown.
¿Qué motivo te dieron? ¿Qué motivo te dieron?
You mean doing it? No. Come on. There are heinous crimes that take place that federal law enforcement agencies are supposed to be fucking combating. That's ridiculous. Okay? I'm not going to sit here and act like these guys are not, under different circumstances, like tasked with like dealing with, you know, drug dealers and shit. This is the same thing that I talked about with ICE. Like the FBI and the INS, but specifically the FBI, used to engage in sex trafficking like cases. They would literally actually combat real cases of human trafficking, sex trafficking, and the like. And then it was brought under ICE, and ICE does have that division. The problem is they're not working on that. This is what the fucking administration is making them do. When I say abolish ICE, I don't mean like the functions of ICE that were given to ICE that previously were handled by like federal law enforcement. You know what I mean? Like someone still has to combat child sex trafficking shit in general, organized crime in general. But these motherfuckers are taken off that duty to go and arrest brown teenagers that are doing Uber Eats delivery. This is why Bad Empanada says you're compromised. This is why Bad Empanada says you'll never be a radical figure. Why? Because I believe that, like, even in a socialist form of governance, there needs to be some kind of interior security tasked with investigating and dealing with crimes. Yeah, I've never not been a fucking advocate for some kind of interior security. I think Bad Empanada would agree with me on that too. He's not a fucking anarchist. And even anarchists don't believe that there is no form for policing. They just believe that there needs to be a democratically organized form of a democratically organized entity that basically takes up the form of policing, even if it's not called the police. Where you think there's no fucking crimes in socialist governance? What are you, crazy? Yeah, I'm not an abolitionist, and I don't even think abolitionists are most abolitionists are abolitionists in the way that you understand it, where there's like no function for an interior security. Like there's no function for like rape happens and then that's it. You know what I mean? There's just nothing. There's no unit tasked to deal with a crime like that. There's nothing. Sorry. It's bedlam. Like anarchists who are abolitionists also still believe that there needs to be, even in the process of reformation and rehabilitation, there needs to be some investigations. They just say that unit that is tasked with the said investigation need to be democratically organized. The people that say, oh, this can be handled by the fucking community are just like, okay, good luck. I'm not, I don't know. I got nothing. Commercial break in progress. Ads are back. Is there an actual commercial? I didn't run it. This guy's not answering, so maybe he's eating an ad currently. Piker Broadcasting Services, no ads. Sponsored by you, the viewers. For you, the viewers. Did you see an ad or did you see commercial break in progress? You might be getting served not an ad, but because you have the ad blocker on or something, Twitch thinks you're supposed to be served an ad or something.
¿Qué motivo te dieron?
When YouTube starts requiring ID, I don't know what I'm going to do, man. Ugh, that also sucks. Here's another thing that sucks. Armed Trump administration agents wearing masks just showed up outside of Gavin Newsom's press conference.
Now we're here making Los Angeles a safer place since we...
Oh my God, you got fucking mass Border Patrol BORTAC units outside of the Gavin Newsom press conference? That's crazy. Whew. I'm tired, man. I'm done. I'm done today. Is there ever a good news day? No. I fear there never will be. I said there was gonna be fun reacts, but I'm too tired. I got the podcast tonight. We're gonna go late because Will and Cutie are doing the hashtag ad that they're doing. Anyway, love you all. Hopefully there will be some good news in the future. See you tomorrow. Peace, everybody. Bye-bye.
The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uyghur's face. Sudden discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. The H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.